Hi, 1998 was a blast, but trust me, 1999 will be no worse. So let's just jump straight in. Midtown Madness is what happens naturally whenever my boss's wife gets in her Land Rover and comes to work. She keeps pushing pedal to the metal and never slows down. She doesn't use turn indicators, they are after all for simpletons and not her, and she considers lines on the road along with traffic signs as subtle suggestions rather than the laws that her highness is bound to follow. I mean, she did not kneel before the devil when she spawned into existence in depths of hell, she's definitely not gonna do so before puny humans. So yeah, the game was made to realistically depict her shenanigans when behind the wheel, with a fictional choice of cars and set in Chicago. Cause you know, you want your game to be fun and varied, and her presence alone wouldn't guarantee it. In Midtown Madness, you're zooming around the city at breakneck speeds, minding nothing and pushing all the way forward as fast as you can, straight to the finish line. Unlike most games of the time, many of the races do not feature restricted tracks, but a start, few checkpoints and a finish line. And how you get to these, whichever the routes you pick, is entirely up to you. Which not only felt novel, but also encouraged exploration and discovery, as learning of all the side streets and shortcuts might prove a winning factor in future races. And since we're on them, there's 4 game modes in Midtown Madness. Blitz, which is exactly what I just described, so start, finish and 3 checkpoints and an open city to get to them all within the time limit of course. Circuit is what you know from other titles in the genre, so curtained off tracks arranged within the city. It's fun, but the lack of freedom after playing Blitz first is more than noticeable. In Checkpoint, you have to surprise, get to the finish line all the while getting through the checkpoints. It adds traffic, police and pedestrians to already pretty cool racing mechanics though, so fun and fun, respectively. And finally Cruise, which is not a racing mode at all and just lets you zoom around the city learning its layout and having fun. Naturally, there's numerous vehicles in the game, and they're a very varied bunch, from a small and nimble Volkswagen New Beetle through fast Ford F350 all the way to the near indestructible city bus. You start with 5 of them available, and the remaining 5 need to be unlocked by racing, which is done by completing mission, as the game is chock full of them. Time of the day, weather and traffic are all included and all add to the atmosphere of playing as the incarnation of all evil. I mean, as a crazy driver conquering the city one race at a time. Graphically, Midtown Madness is just phenomenal. I mean, today it's not, obviously, but when it came out, it was on another level, and there was no other racer that could compare to it. Nothing came close. So, great presentation, awesome gameplay and fun choices of vehicle made Midtown Madness an instant classic and a game worth revisiting even today. I am a silly potato, a dumb spud and an old tater, all rolled into one. Oh, and it's not an invitation for a discussion if I am or not, it's a fact. And everyone knows that if something's followed by a singular word fact, it is one, and it's not negotiable. Fact. See what I did there? I legitimized it in one sweep word. Fact. So, I forgot about Balrogs Gate in videos for 1998. I've no idea how I've managed to do that, as it was one of the biggest games of the year, but I did. So it's here, now, today, even though it came out in 1998. It's a game that just cannot be overlooked, so I couldn't not mention it. It's a third-person perspective real-time Dungeons & Dragons RPG set in the world of Forgotten Realms, and a title that is considered to be the one responsible for resurrecting good D&D RPGs on PC. Baldur's Gate uses 2nd edition AD&D rules, slightly modified to use its real-time active pause Infinity engine. Up to 6 characters can be in your party at once, and other than your main character, there will be various NPCs recruited along your adventure. The backgrounds are pre-rendered, viewed from the top-down isometric perspective with character sprites overlaid on top of them. You're an adopted child of Gorion, a mage residing in Candlekeep Monastery in the Sword Coast. Your life is quiet, safe and happy, until one day unknown mercenaries try to enter the walls of the Candlekeep, searching for you in particular, which is more than odd as you're virtually no one. By all accounts, an unspectacular average team. So, Gorion, sensing much bigger danger approaching, plans to escape with you to hide in safety. As you leave the fortress though, you're ambushed by a group of assassins who in the heat of the battle kill Gorion. You however somehow manages to escape. So now, you have to remain safe all the while searching for your foster father's killers and learning of the truth behind your origin and fate. It will be a long and perilous journey that will be filled with interesting characters to meet and even group up with, tons upon tons of smaller side quests and activities, gear galore and more battles than you can imagine. Some of them very challenging, but oh so satisfying when you beat them. Baldur's Gate not only managed to achieve what it set out to do, so resurrect PC D&D gaming, but also allows you to do it in a way you'd like. meaning you get to pick and build your own character from ground up, just the way you would playing in any real home game. So you pick a gender, class, choosing between fighter, thief, mage, priest, ranger or druid, with an option to multi-class them no less. You decide on your alignment and pick weapon proficiencies. If you were a role-playing or tabletop gamer in 1998 or 1999 for that matter too, then Balrogs Gate was your #1 game to get lost in. There was just no competition really. Same as its predecessor, Turok II Seeds of Evil is a first-person shooter. By completing the previous game and throwing the Chronoscepter into a volcano, Turok awakens the so-called Primogen, a powerful alien entity that lied there dormant, waiting to be released from entrapment in its ancient spaceship. It aims to merge the Earth with the Netherworld, and Turok's the only one to stop it. Well, he's also responsible for releasing the Primogen and an avid Mortal Kombat player, so he knows that nothing good has ever came out from the Netherworld. Turok II is composed out of 6 huge levels, connected by a common hub area. In each of them you must complete multiple objectives and then exit through the portal. And these objectives are really varied and will keep you occupied and having fun all the way through. Some are killing of specific enemies, others rescuing of hostages, and few that may surprise you. What's more, each level either ends with a boss fight or a totem protecting submission or both. Upon completion, you're getting a special Primogen key, and when you have all 6 of them, you'll be able to get through the portal to the last and final boss of the game. To deal with him and everything that comes before, there's a whole range of different weapons. Bow and arrows naturally make a big comeback and is as fun as it always was, even if not the best weapon out there, but other than that, there are traditional for the genre rifles, shotguns, grenade launchers and a flamethrower. And more exotic spear gun or even so-called cerebral bore, that fires homing projectiles aiming directly at the enemy's heads, and few others. You can carry as many weapons as you want at the time and are only limited in their use with ammunition. Graphically, while Turok II does not owe hailing from N64, the engine has been considerably overhauled and is now capable of showing a much further objects and slightly lifted geometry. Looking better, but still not as good as most PC native games of the time. Fortunately, it defends itself quite well with gameplay, so you won't really hear me complaining about it. If you like FPSs and enjoyed first Turok, this one's definitely worth your time. Especially that apparently multiplayer was a lot of fun. I've not had a chance to ever sample it, so it only gets a passing mention from me. Lens of Lore 3 is the last in the disconnected trilogy of first-person perspective real-time RPGs. You play as Copper Legre, a bastard son of Eric and the 4th in the line of succession to the throne of Kingdom of Gladstone, kingdom ruled by your uncle Richard. As you're on a pig hunt with your father and brothers, who all despise you because of your mixed blood, impeccable hairline and lush mustache, deadly creatures from another dimension, so-called Rift Hounds, appear and kill everyone but yourself. You manage to escape, but despite what it may look like on the first glance, definitely not unscathed. Cause while you may be alive, your soul has been torn out of your body. It's a rather painful and unpleasant experience and I wouldn't recommend it, especially not on an empty stomach. Despite being a soul survivor and traumatized young man, the looks that you get from folks all around, blaming you for your family's death, claiming you've orchestrated all of it to become the sole successor to the throne, remind you of how terrible the medieval fantasy times really are, and how much better it would have been if you'd live in the future. You know, one with mechanical horses and weapons that are capable of shooting metal-based projectiles fast and at a long distance and be more deadly than any sword or magic spell ever. So now, not only you have to reclaim your soul, but also prove your innocence and save the entire kingdom, as the new rift portals seem to be appearing in numerous locations all around the Gladstone, seemingly from nowhere. The main quest will be long and demanding to complete and will see you travel through a number of the portal worlds seeking pieces of the so-called Shining Path. But other than it, you'll be able to partake in dozens of other side activities, either found all around the world or in the form of quests from one of the 4 main guilds: fighters, clerics, magicians and thieves. And you'll need to join them, well, at the very least one of them to progress through the game and improve connected to its skills, and they will also offer you familiars that will be helpful during your quest, in and out of combat. Lens of Lore 3 is a rather large and open game, meaning that while you have a main quest to complete, you've also a complete freedom of movement and order of things you'd like to do and see. In fact, you can attack and kill pretty much anyone in the game, even people who are your quest givers. I'm not saying it's smart or that it will help you on your adventure in any way, but you can, if you'd like to, and if you manage to. Digitized graphics and sprites from the previous entries in the series have been replaced by polygons and pre-rendered cutscenes, and generally speaking, the presentation has been lifted to be more in line with what 1999's games were capable of. Lens of Lore 3 is perhaps not the best entry in the series and definitely not the best RPG of the year, but it's decent fun nonetheless, and if you're into the genre, you should not skip it. Boxing simulations are an odd cookie. Not odd because they're stale, not sweet enough or made with no love, but because they're baked for a very particular cookie monster. One that is interested in the sport and gaming. And there's not many of these, I'm afraid. And comparing boxing games to regular versus fighters is pointless, as they will pretty much always end up being beaten by the likes of amazing Virtua Fighter, Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter. They're too realistic, not flashy enough, and pretty much all fighters, be it real or imaginary in them, have the same set of moves and attacks. Like I said, boxing games are for boxing fans only, and today's game KO is no different. While it looks rather nice, sporting high-res graphics and demanding presence of a graphics accelerator in your machine, the gaming possibilities here are rather limited. There's 20 unique opponents in the game, each with their own stats of strength, speed and stamina, and while they all feel a tiny bit different from one another, it's definitely not enough to keep me playing for longer than just a few minutes. And yeah, I know that I said I loved 4D sports boxing in one of my other videos, even though all the boxers there were made out of like 14 polygons each tops and looked terrible in comparison, but it was 1991. In 1999, I expected much more from my games. There are 5 different boxing arenas present in KO and 4 game modes of training, single fight, world championship and arcade. And whichever guess you'd like to draw here to figure out what they are, it will be correct, as they're exactly what their names state. KO is a fun boxing game if you're a fan of a sport and will keep you entertained for a while, but if you're not, then after 1 or 2 semi-bouts you'll be ready to jump into a completely different, better gaming experience. Jagged Alliance 2 is a third game in its own series and an excellent, amazing, incredible, fantastic, cool and outstanding turn-based tactical strategy role-playing mixture. Also, clearly a mouthful. The once peaceful democratic monarchy of Arulco had been taken over by the usurper Queen Didriana Rightman. She's responsible for the killing of the king, an assassination attempt on his son too. You, being the tactical mastermind, handsome warrior for good and an inspiration for the creation of the now famous A-Team, are contacted by Enrico Cilvadori, rightful heir to the throne, in hiding, asking for your help in reclaiming of the country and bringing back law and order to it. And since you're you, and you can't look evil in the eye and do nothing, you agree to help. Not unlike XCOM games, Jagged Alliance 2 is built out of 3 layers: strategic, tactical and role-playing. The strategic part of the game focuses mainly on hiring of appropriate mercenaries for your merry band of deadly soldiers, though all of them have their own unique personalities and most of them are definitely not merry at all, and use of a political map of the island to move them between the sectors, train militia, review enemy movement, deploy and plan of your future attacks, and capturing of strategically important locations like towns and mines for instance. The tactical layer are your combat encounters, and better get used to it and how it works fast, as this is your proverbial meat on the bone and easily something you'll be doing like 85% of your in-game time. It's in an isometric top-down view and sees your mercenaries either traveling around particular sector, exploring it for pickups and story tidbits, or more often than not, battling it out against the enemies. Combat is turn-based naturally and relies on use of action points, which each of your mercs has their own pool of. And as long as you have them, you can perform as many actions and attacks as you'd like. It's a very simple system to grasp, but incredibly deep and involving to master, and it requires you to keep learning more and more about it along the way, as the further you get in the game, the more difficult the challenges will become. So knowing your weapons, your environments, covers and enemy behavior will be a must. And finally, the role-playing bits are your mercs' personalities and their skills and leveling up. All of them gain experience, and as they get better, their skills and stats will increase and they'll become even deadlier machines than they were before. Each of them has also their own quirks and traits, so some may be afraid of running out of ammo or being wounded, while others may run in combat, guns blazing when getting too angry. Each and every one of them is different, is what I'm saying here. And since they mostly come from same merc recruitment groups, they either know each other or at least of each other, and can even have preformed in the past rapports. So, some may work better together as their friends, while others may refuse to join your team because someone that they hate is in it already. Jagged Alliance 2 is easily one of the best tactical strategy RPG mixtures ever made, and an incredible title worth revisiting even today. Prince of Persia FRD is the third game in its series and the last in the first trilogy that started with the famous 1989 2D rotoscoped game. It's a 3D third-person perspective action platformer with some mainly environmental puzzling elements. It's split into 15 individual levels and set in fantasy reimagination of medieval Persia. Same as in 2 previous entries, our nameless prince protagonist can run, jump, interact with objects and fight baddies. He has access to 4 weapons for combat now, so sword, spear, staff and twin blades, and a bow, which is used in environmental puzzling and to dispose of far-off enemies from time to time too. Sultan of Persia, his daughter and her now husband, our hero, are visiting Sultan's brother Hassan in his kingdom. What was supposed to be a friendly and peaceful visit quickly turns into disagreement, then violence, and as a result of all that, the Sultan is killed by Hassan's goons, the prince is blamed for the killing, and the princess is captured and locked off to be remarried to Hassan's son, Ragnar. Man, our turban-wearing hero never gets a day off, does he? So, once again, you're gonna have to wield the keyboard to make sure that Sultan is avenged, princess saved and secured, and both Hassan and Ragnar pay for their crimes against your happiness. And the game is gonna be fun, trust me. Prince of Persia FRD is perhaps not the best game of its kind, which is not a surprise as we had a couple of Tomb Raiders by 1999, but it's definitely a very competent and enjoyable one. The fact that it sounded and looked decent only made it more enticing. If you like those 3D action adventure platformers and never had a chance to play it, make sure to do it. It's worth it. Some farts are silent and deadly, and some are hidden and dangerous. How do I know that? Well, I've read about it and saw a video too. Yeah, that's how. Definitely that's how. I don't know it from experience. No sir, or man. Anyway, since I'm not doing myself any favors talking, Hidden and Dangerous is also a first-person perspective tactical FPS set during the World War II. You control a four-man squad of British Special Air Service soldiers, SAS, executing numerous important missions during the conflict. The campaign is divided into a number of thematically coherent episodes, each of split into smaller missions. You are always directly controlling one of the four soldiers in your squad in first-person view and can issue commands to the other three. You can switch between them too though, so when planning out particularly demanding strategically scenario, you can make sure that it goes well by playing out most of the parts of it yourself if you'd like to. Each mission gets a pre-briefing outlining objectives, intelligence reports on the enemy's strength, activity and potential points of entry, and you can also load out your squad personally for the challenges ahead. The campaigns are set in Italy, former Yugoslavia, Germany, Norway, former Czechoslovakia and the North Sea, and singular mission objectives can be anything from sabotage, search and destroy, POW rescue, all the way to resistance aid. And naturally, everything in between. It's worth pointing out that many of the vehicles found in the game are usable and can be driven, and that the combat is rather realistic, for both your and enemy's side, meaning that each hit is potentially deadly and all wounds can be life-threatening. So, no sponge tanking shots in this one. Hidden and Dangerous is fantastic if you like historical and realistic shooters. If you don't, then it's just fine, but not I'll give it a 5 minutes fine, more like I'll complete a campaign or two fine. Either way, if you haven't yet, check it out. Homeworld is a sci-fi futuristic real-time strategy game set in space, and upon its release there was nothing like it. Let the best testament to that be that even I, an avid hater of the RTS genre, played it on and off for a good fortnight or so, and I was usually not giving much more than a couple of days to RTSs. And I don't even mean whole days, but a couple of hours each at most. Anyway, the civilization of the so-called Kushan has developed a hyperspace jump technology which allows them to travel vast distances in space in relatively short time. As a retaliation for that discovery, an evil and aggressive Titan Empire attacked the Kashan and laid destruction to their home planet Karak. The surviving Kashan built a huge mothership and embarked on a long and perilous journey to find and reclaim Higara from Titan, Higara being Kashan's original ancient real home world. The game is split into 16 levels, all taking place in different locations in space in full 3D environment, in which you need to gather resources, build fleets of ships and fulfill the mission objectives. You know, like you would in any other RTS. And these objectives may be, but are not limited to, skirmishes with Titan Empire or pirates and dealing with any other seemingly random events. The campaign is also rather dynamic, meaning the results of particular smaller mission objectives may slightly change the overall main objective. It's not as dynamic in some of the other games known for that, as it's more compartmentalized, but it's a nice touch nonetheless. Your mothership is your main mobile base of operations and the only ship that realistically needs to survive for you to succeed, as it's your quote-unquote storage, manufacturing plant, spaceship docks and housing for the remnants of your civilization, all rolled into one. When particular mission objectives are completed, you are given a chance to hyperspace jump to the next one's location. But unlike most games in the genre, you don't have to do it straight away, rather electing to spend a little more time where you are, either collecting resources or building up fleets as they are persistent for a whole campaign. Homeworld was universally loved and considered to be a breath of incredibly fresh mountain air in the stale swamp-like aura of the genre by 1999. While it could be summarized that Tyrion 2000 is just a re-release of the original arcade shooter Tyrion, with added Windows support, it would be a disservice to the game, as it's much more than that. It features a new and improved engine, a new timed battle game mode, entirely new episode with previously unseen levels, and overall it could be considered to be the best and final version of the game. Other than that, it's still the same 1 or 2 player vertically scrolling shooter with dozens of levels, over 10 ships to choose from, and over 100 different weapons. Yes, 100. One followed by 2 zeros. In a standard single-player game mode, you get to purchase parts for your ship before each level, while you take on the longest campaign, composed out of 65 of these stages. But why are you fighting and what are you fighting against, you may wonder? Is it really important at all? It's not, because it's a shooter, but it didn't stop Tyrion 2000 from having a story. Your famous Trent Hawkins, entire galaxy's best fighter pilot, incredible dresser, and interspecies heartbreaker, in that particular order. You're a package. And you're the one who's time and time again called in to save the universe. This time is no different. It seems to be on the brink of being taken over by the evil corporation Microsoft, and you're the only one capable of preventing them from doing just that. Interestingly enough, the plot evolves as you go through the game and is filled with tons of personal betrayals, death of your close family members even, and generally speaking seems to be over the top crazy at times. And good, cause as good a game as this one requires some unpredictable crazy behind it. Tyrion 2000 is very difficult, but as challenging as it is, it's equally as rewarding, so playing it never feels like a chore, and more like a slow and steady linear progress to becoming better at it. It's a definite recommendation. Planescape Torment is a cold classic top-down RPG, made with improved iteration of the Infinity engine used in years prior as Balrogs Gate. It takes place in the Planescape multiverse and places you in the shoes of the so-called Nameless One, an immortal man who forgets everything if/when killed. The plot is very story-heavy, putting it on the definite forefront of your adventure, showering you with detailed descriptions of all locations, characters and objects present in the game, and serving a very immersive and extensive dialogue system. Combat encounters, while not absent, are definitely more sporadic than in most other RPGs of the time, highlighting the switch Black Isle made with this one, refocusing their attention from extensive combat into solving most of the quests, puzzles and situations with dialogue and players' choices, rather than blatant spells. In fact, grand majority of the scripted combat sequences can be avoided by either picking correct dialogue options or by use of the stealth system. The story circles around the immortal Nameless One traveling the city of Sigil and other planes, trying to put the puzzles of his lost memories together and to figure out why he was made to be an immortal. Interestingly enough, since his memories reset when he's killed, many of the characters that he'll meet, both these that can join his party and those that are just NPCs, have met him before and often have their own opinions about him already. Party members will frequently talk between each other or even join conversations our protagonist will have with other NPCs. And it will happen all throughout the adventure, adding a lot to both the atmosphere and story, which while perhaps slowly unfolding is rather good and worth experiencing. You start the game as a true neutral fighter, but will be able to change your class into a thief or wizard eventually, and your alignment will naturally evolve throughout the game in response to the choices and actions that you'll take. Planescape Torment puts you behind the steering wheel of the adventure, allowing you to make all of the most important decisions in the game yourself. It features only a few scripted events outside of your control, and in the process, as you're taking its world in, making all the choices, you will not only learn about our hero, but hopefully about yourself too. There's not many things as good as bacon. Planescape Torment is one of them. Like good, salty, crispy fried bacon. Yum. Before Sega's Football Manager monopolized the genre, destroying all of its competition with unprecedented simulation accuracy, deep and involving gameplay, unparalleled detail of its data and groundbreaking realism, we had many games tackling the subject. One of them was Ultimate Soccer Manager 98-99, the series that were my favorite before Sega. USM, that came out in 1999, could be best described as football simulation with a heart, for those who are into the whole idea of running your own football team with all that it entails, but are also not willing to train Excel sheet reading through most of the gameplay, getting lost in hundreds of tables of numbers and endless data. Nope, USM lets you do everything any other manager does, so scout, purchase and sell players, deal with the advertisers, train your squad, change team tactics, schedule matches, play in the league and international competitions, everything. The big difference being, it's not overbearing you with data, but only presenting all the info that you need at any given moment in the most attractive way possible, to make it easier to enjoy the fantasy. A super fun and nicely animated, at least for the time, match engine was nothing to scoff at either, and made observing all those games and making tactical changes on the spot more attractive than they would have been otherwise. USM came with 7 European leagues of England, Scotland, Italy, France, Germany, Spain and Netherlands included, so over 400 clubs with close to 12,000 individual players. The best in my opinion feature of it though would have to be the built-in editor that not only allowed you to create your own players but also entire teams. So you're not wrong in assuming that naturally I used to make teams made out of my friends, and then assigned skills and positions to them depending on how much I liked them. Best buddies were strikers and attacking midfielders with superstar skill levels, those less close manned the defense or filled in other spots, and those I did not care much for were warming up the benches for the infield players. If you like football management, USM is a no-brainer, as it's a very easy and enjoyable game to get into even today. My boss's wife is the craziest driver that I've known. I mean, the odd 2 or 3 times I've stupidly agreed to get in a car with her, it was as if the Jesus took the wheel and she was there just to witness it. I'm sorry, naturally I meant the devil, she'd not let the enemy drive. No traffic rules or signs apply to her and she knows the only 2 states when in the car, either full stop or pedal to the metal, all out, full speed cutting through the traffic at breakneck speeds, and sliding between other cars putting no attention to the oncoming traffic, always on her phone. It's eye-opening, you know, the experience I mean, as when in the car with her, you quickly realize what are the most important things and people in your life, making a mental list of who do you miss and what you lose dying. And when you're finding out somehow, miraculously, you're ready to let them know how you feel, because you just went through an unnecessary near-death experience. Funny thing is, she's been in what feels like dozens of accidents, bigger and small, she's had numerous traffic violations and tickets, and yet she'd never faced any consequences or lost her license. Anyway, Driver, our today's game, more or less depicts what being in a vehicle with her feels like, but adds story. Cause you know, a game about half demon half lizard from Europe driving cars would have made for an odd title. So you play as John Tanner, an undercover cop who is sent into the heart of the crime syndicate posing as a getaway driver, to investigate their activities and eventually in order to break open a big case against them. Driver is a third-person action-adventure driving game set in 4 big and open cities of Miami, San Francisco, Los Angeles and New York. And as you gather your evidence, it will put you through several very unique and hella fun missions. So you'll do tons of odd jobs for the mob, uncovering assassination plot of the president and eventually potential police and FBI's involvement in it. There's also a bounty 5th city of Newcastle, England unlockable, but it's not really a part of the main story. Other than the plot missions, there's plenty of additional bonus activities which are mostly Daredevil-worthy or destructive endeavors. You know, stuff my boss's wife would do unknowingly anyway, going from point A to point B doing 180s, donuts and reverse spins to name a few. All that aside, what Driver really was to all of us when it came out was an incredibly fun and chock full of action and tricks game that everyone I knew played, be it on PlayStation or PC. No one likes to be made aware of their shortcomings, especially those that deny having any. I don't either. But at least when it comes to gaming, I am full aware of mine. It's RTSs, Souls-likes, versus fighters, flight combat and hardcore racing simulations and, well, arena/competitive FPSs. And it's no news to me. I've known it for at least as long as I knew that I don't appreciate it being shot on by birds flying over. So for years. And believe it or not, it happened more than once, probably closer to 10 than 5 times overall. Such is my luck. Anyway, since what I wanted to say here I've already managed to unnecessarily convolute as usual, let me explain. I suck at arena shooters and Unreal Tournament is one. It doesn't mean that I've not played it, just that I'm not very good at it. UT was made from ground up for online play only. I mean sure, it could be played with bots too, but where's fun in that? So I'm electing to ignore that mode entirely. And when it comes to online, what Epic did was near genius. They've simplified the matchmaking of online games to the absolute basic and made it enjoyable for everyone, even those who had no idea about networking or servers or pings or any other internet goblins. You just pick internet game option out of the menu and are near instantly presented with a list of hosts sorted by the game type and ping. And from then onward, you just gotta click on the game you'd like to play and are spawned in to carry on hunting noobs till you tire yourself out. Or keep being sniped and teabagged if you're me. Naturally, all the staple game modes of Deathmatch, Team Deathmatch, Capture the Flag, Domination, Last Man Standing and Assault and their variants are present and as fun as they ever were. In fact, Unreal Tournament is not only playable to this very day, but also still liked by the players all over. Mainly for its speed, ultra-precise controls, tons upon tons of fun and smartly designed levels and fair assortment of weapons, nearly all of them having 2 firing modes. short of the mini-nukes shooting Redeemer, but it didn't really need any extras to be terrifying, for both user and the potential victims. It had to be used at appropriately long distance, as its blast radius annihilates anyone in range, friend or foe. If you're a fan of competitive shooters, especially those that are really fast, then Unreal Tournament may be worth a look, even today. Disciples is a turn-based strategy RPG mixture, which for all intents and purposes looks and feels a little like Heroes of Might and Magic mixed with Warlords. It's built on an identical trifecta of screens aforementioned heroes are, so the main adventure map, upon which you're exploring the land, visiting locations and engaging in combat, then there are close-up combat screens, in which two of the opposing forces always clash. Sometimes in combat, less often and usually in my head only, in dense battles showing off their sick moves. And finally, the city view, where you recruit units, construct buildings and research spells. If you've played Heroes, you'll feel right at home in Disciples is what I'm saying. There's 4 races to pick between: the Empire, so humans, the Mountain Clans, which are either dwarves or mountain goats, and only one of these is not true, the Legions of the Damned, so demons, and last but not least, the Undead Hordes, which are precisely that and need no extra explanation. Each of these has their own unique looks, cities and units, and these units can be upgraded to their more powerful or useful forms, if appropriate structures are erected in the capital, that is. Interestingly enough, Disciples use front and back row mechanic in combat, meaning some units can be assigned to just one of these, and these locations actually matter, as different units have different attack patterns and some may only target particular rows or creatures in them. It's a novel and interesting concept that's fun to play around with, but it's also a little disappointing, because while in combat, units can't move at all, and just keep attacking from where they stand. To some degree, the fact that both heroes and units get better and improve their abilities with experience redeems Disciples, but while I always liked it and enjoyed my time in it and its successors, I don't think that it ever rose to the quality Heroes of Might and Magic offered, and especially not in the hot seat multiplayer. It was more of an interesting, less polished but feature-packed sidestep than the evolution of the genre. Either way, it's a well put together strategy, and time playing it will definitely not be or feel wasted. Carnivor II, despite its setting, is actually a first-person perspective sci-fi hunting simulation. You know, like Deer Hunter, but with much less deer and tons upon tons, quite literally I must add, of dinosaurs. Big and small. It takes place in the future where interstellar travel is nothing extraordinary, and we've been doing it for a while, zooming around the space like the intergalactic bosses that we are. Well, you're definitely one. I'm more of a funky sidekick, you know, the dude that keeps commenting on what's happening all around, hitting fun and cringe with these comments equally as often. So we, humans, were seeking planets to settle on or hunt, which kinda makes us the human equivalent of the Predator. Remember the movies? Anyway, we finally found a suitable location. There's this distant watery planet that looks eerily similar to how Earth did millions of years ago, and it's chock full of dinosaurs living their best dinosaur lives on it. You know, eating grass or each other, just waiting for an asteroid to come down in a fiery blaze and kill them all. But before it does, there's you, and you went there to hunt them on a series of islands that they live on. You're armed with a pistol, crossbow, sniper rifle, map, binoculars, and a dinosaur whistle. Cause yeah, in the future, there's a whistle that can be used to call dinosaurs. And you're left to your own devices to hunt as many of them as you'd like. If you ever dabbled in real deer hunting, or same titled game for that matter too, you'll feel in Carnivor II right at home. Meaning you'll have to approach them carefully, as they're observant and have excellent hearing. You'll do it silently, often staying in the downwind to hide your cigarette scent, you know. Do you smoke? I often imagine you smoking. And you'll do it smarter rather than hard. Wow, that sounds really weird. Anyway, there's 9 different dinos to go after, from the Parasaurolophus to the uber-aggressive T-Rex, and while some may run away when hunted and not killed in a single shot, others will straight up attack you. Some alone, others in groups. Either way, it's not what you want to ever happen. The biomes are rather diverse and include forests, jungles and swamps, and successful hunts reward you credits, which then can be spent on better weapons and more demanding hunts. All the hunting games, I feel, are for a very specific type of a gamer. One that hunts in real lives and enjoys it, and has plenty enough patience to approach the task methodically and with smarts. Carnivor II is not a typical shooter, and shouldn't be played like it. Personally, I'm not the kind of a gamer, but objectively speaking, Carnivor II is interesting if you're into its subgenre. Revolt is a radio-controlled cars racing game and the best title in its subgenre since the classic Micro Machines. I loved Revolt when it came out, and I played it to death, alone and with a buddy of mine, having the time of our lives. It's hard to put the finger to what exactly made it so special, and truth be told, I can't do it even today. So when you exclude what's impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. The conclusion that I came to being that it had to be a combination of things. Revolt sported beautiful high-resolution and high-color graphics, it supported all the popular at the time graphic accelerators too and runs super smooth, serving as close to real-life RC experience as it was possible. The cars were fast, but they never, not for a second even, felt like real ones. They were made to be radio-controlled and they acted like it. It was great. Even better, there were over 28 different ones and each felt, looked and drove in a unique to it way. So, unlocking them all was really fun and rewarding. Tracks too, all 13 of them were fantastic and covered a wide spectrum of locales that you'd find in and around the city or your local neighborhood. From backyards through museums and construction sites, to supermarkets and luxury liners and everything in between. They're all ultra detailed, well designed and simply put, a blast to speed around on. If that all wasn't enough, there were naturally weapons too, stuff you'd find in popular kart races like the one with mustached plumber, so missiles, stars freezing the opponents or lightning bolts shocking opposing cars among others. Revolt truly was an incredible sum of its parts, and while all they alone might have been just good, when put together, they made this amazing little racer that was more fun than it had any right to be. To complement it all, it also featured many different game modes. And while the single race, championship, time trial and practice are self-explanatory, there were also 3 that are not so obvious. Stunt Arena was built out of loops, ramps, halfpipes and other obstacles that held 20 stars to collect. Why would you want to collect them at all? Well, to telegraph your superiority over your friends who couldn't, and also because they are used to unlock stuff. Battletag was a multiplayer exclusive mode which had a star hidden within it. When one of the players found it, a timer started counting down and for whomever the countdown got to 0 first, won. And the last was, well, last. And finally Clockwork Carnage, which is just an amazing name, allowed you to race in a 30-car strong wind-up car races as opposed to the standard 8-car RC competitions. Revolt is great, and if you don't know it, make sure to check it out, it's worth it. Worms Armageddon is a turn-based squad tactics party bonanza mayhem like no other. Also a standalone expansion to the earlier Worms 2. In my personal opinion, the best iteration of the game to date. Though it has to be said that I was one of the 7 people in the world who actually enjoyed Worms 3D when it came out a few years later. Nobody else did though, and I didn't know the other 6 folks, so the game died from natural causes of abandonment. Rest in peace. Interestingly enough, while being released in 1999, Worms Armageddon is the only outing in the series still being periodically updated on PC, with the last update taking place in the mid-2020. If you somehow never played Worms, any of them really, and this is your first time hearing about it, then first of all, what happened? Are you okay? Do you need help? Let me know. And secondly, you're in for a lot of fun. And if you manage to find someone, at least one person to play it against, you can easily multiply that expected fun tenfold. In essence, Worms, not just this one, is an artillery type of a game, so you know, one where there was a tank on each side of the screen and each of the players tried to destroy the opponent first. All naturally in turns. But Worms is also that very simple formula taken to the extreme, polished and packed so tightly with features that they're overflowing. So, you have destructible environments, which can be open singular islands set on the seabed, multiple smaller islands, whole screens encompassing cavern systems, and everything in between. What's more, they are randomly generated before each match, come in one of the dozen of teams, each of featuring numerous decorative objects. Worms themselves can move, in fact they can walk around for as long as they want to, all around the map, as long as there's still time left and they haven't taken a shot. A shot always ends the turn. So they can walk, jump, use ninja rope to swing over large distances or to be used to reach hard to get to places, they can drill tunnels and even teleport, if appropriate skill is accessible to them at the moment. All that, you could find the best place to park yourself in, then shower the enemies with fiery rain of banana bombs or other means of death and destruction, and observe the results laughing maniacally. Or just to hide outside of the opponent's reach to focus on your other worms to take the offensive in their hands. Cause yeah, naturally, being as anthropomorphic as they do have hands. Weapons are another huge step up over the original and are a collection of dozens of different tools of pain and misery. From simple uses bazookas and homing missiles, through holy hand grenades, airstrikes and aforementioned banana bombs, all the way to old grandma's supership and the likes. Variety is not something that Worms is in short supply of. There's plenty of tools too. They're not deadly, but sure are useful. So stuff like girders, teleports, bungee and ninja ropes, and parachutes and torches to name a few. You have the setting, you have the worms, tools and weapons, so what's the gameplay like since it's so different than that of artillery? Well, Worms, despite being turn-based, is fast. Really fast in fact. The game lasts until there's only one of up to 4 teams standing, regardless if it's a whole team or a single worm with a single HP point left keeping him alive, and the goal is to kill all the enemies and survive. Typical turn gives you between 30 to 90 seconds and the whole round lasts around 5 to 15 minutes. When the round time runs out, the game enters the so-called sudden death mode, and each and every turn, water level rises, adding to the challenge and making you want to dispose of the opponents ASAP, while simultaneously holding on to the lives of your slimy wards as if there was no tomorrow. There's hardly any game, and I don't mean in 1999 only, that would be as fun in multiplayer as worms are, and Armageddon is the ultimate entry in the franchise. If you have someone to play games with, challenge them in worms. It's easily an evening of fun, if not more. Age of Wonders is another of those nearly but not really Heroes of Might and Magic games. It's inspired by it, same as Disciples are, but takes its own approach with the formula, coming out being a rather fun and innovative experience, but no better than the original was. Though nothing is really, so it's not a surprise. Age of Wonders is a turn-based fantasy-themed strategy with tactical combat. It features 12 unique races of elves, lizardmen, so you know, race my boss's wife comes from, humans, goblins, dark elves, undead, orcs, dwarves, halflings, frostlings, azracs, whatever these are, and the highmen. And in multiplayer, over the internet or in hot seat mode, all 12 can be controlled by players, which made it a heroes game for the larger groups of friends to enjoy together. Now, would I recommend playing a game such as this one in hot seat by 12 people at once? No, never, because it's just stupid. Not only the game would take a long while to start rolling, as all players would have to wait long for their initial actions, but also the more time you would spend at it, the more noticeable and annoying the wait would become, as you'll have more and more to do with each passing turn. And so will your opponents for that matter. Over the internet and using the simultaneous turns option, it's naturally all fine and dandy. As compared to Heroes of Might and Magic, resources have been simplified, and are now only gold and mana. First, used to recruit heroes, build units, cities and upgrade them all, and second, to research and then cast spells. Units can also be recruited from wandering them up armies if they decide to join your forces, that is. Cause yeah, in Age of Wonders, units can freely move around the map and are not stationary, but all of them, be it found randomly or hired in cities, require upkeep in gold every single turn. They gain experience too, and with it medals, silver and gold respectively. With each of these medals received, their base stats get a small bump up. Heroes level up as well, but instead of just 2 medals, they gain levels, with a maximum one being the 30th. And unlike regular units, they don't get bit better automatically, but you get a certain number of skill points that can be used to improve their parameters or teach them special abilities. Spells that can be casted by heroes only are divided into one of 8 groups of life, death, air, earth, fire, water, cosmos and chaos. That last being the offshoot of the evil magic that spawned my boss's wife into existence in a dark and bloody sacrifice ritual aiming to eventually destroy the multiverse. She's still in her first form, but the transformation is inevitable and sooner or later she will doom us all. Combat is turn-based and takes place on separate screens, and naturally skills and abilities of all units play a crucial role in it. Learning them all is a must for successful and stressless progress. It's worth noting that the results of combat encounters can also be instantly simulated, but personally, I wouldn't like to skip one of the most fun parts of the game. That said, I see it being useful in those large, 12-player strong games. The campaign is composed out of 22 consecutive missions/maps and tells a tale of humans coming to a new land and destabilizing the balance and peace between the other 11 races living there already, eventually leading them to an all-out war. You know, how we do in real life. Age of Wonders is really fun, especially with 2-3 others playing with you, but mainly if you approach it as its own thing and don't do what I did and search for similarities to Heroes of Might and Magic, as nothing in the subgenre was as good at the time. 1999's Windows port of Raptor Call of the Shadows is basically the very same DOS game that originally came out in 1994, but running on Windows and not shareware anymore. The end. Don't you just love being able to say everything that there is to say about the game in one solid sentence? I did, and now we know all that there is to know, and we can carry on with our day. I was planning on checking out Hellblade 2 more, and now I have time. Great. Also, it's not gonna happen, as I can't just leave you out there hanging and wondering if I finally lost it. So, Raptor Call of the Shadows is a vertically scrolling shoot 'em up and one of the best games in the genre on PC. It is divided into 3 large chunks called sectors, Bravo Sector, Tango Sector and Outer Regions respectively, which funny enough were separate episodes in the original shareware release. And each of these sectors is split into 9 smaller sections called waves for a total of 27 levels. And while you can start the game in any of these sectors, it's advisable to take them in order, as that way it's easier to accumulate money, weapon and shield upgrades. While the first Bravo sector is very generic feeling, looking like a copycat clone of any random shoot-em up from the early 90s, both Tango sector and outer regions are very unique, with their waves/levels being thematically interesting and considerably varying. First featuring distinctive locations of the sectors, a chemical plant, farmland, jungle, city, airbase and the likes, outer regions on the other hand sees you traveling to nearby planets, each of them uniquely designed too. Also, can we agree that calling levels waves is just stupid, and I'll revert to the more classical naming from now on? Bosses appear at the end of the levels, and sometimes, in those longer and more difficult ones, midway through too. They're naturally more demanding and often massive, and require learning their attack patterns and memorizing the best way to down them. Repetition, as in most shooters, is a key to success. Weapons can be collected or purchased between the levels and fall into one of the two categories. Always active, that fire continuously when you keep the fire key pressed, and selectable, that you can switch between to pick and match them to the challenges and bosses ahead. And only one of these can be used at the time. It's worth pointing out that while most weapons are universal, there are those two that can only hit ground or air targets. So it's good to learn the differences between them and optimal use case scenarios. Kinda like I did with my boss's wife. You look at her when she talks to you, sometimes not, or even send a passing and fake smile her demonic way, all the while making sure that all the words that come in also immediately come out and that you don't save up any of them in your local brain storage. It's just trash, not worth keeping. And there's a lot of it too. There are also a few kinds of shields in Raptor, each working in their own unique way, and an ion scanner, which displays bosses' energy and damage meters, and a Mega Bomb, which I feel is a wasted opportunity, as Omega Bomb is a better name. It clears the screen of all the enemies and their projectiles. Well, it doesn't one-kill bosses, but damages them considerably. You can have a maximum of 5 of these at once. Raptor looks, sounds and plays great, so if you enjoy shoot-em-ups, it's a must-have. Kingpin Life of Crime is a fantastic first-person shooter and a title that was largely overlooked, mainly because of its release date so directly after a terrible Columbine high school incident. The adjacency meant that many retailers in the US refused to take it on, and since it came out in 1999, the optional online release was rather unlikely. The game begins with our protagonist beaten up and left to dead by the associates of the city's crime boss, the titular Kingpin. And since the city, located in an undisclosed area of future US, is entirely run by crime, the authorities are nothing more than mere puppets, and you've no way to turn for help. So, you get up, dust yourself off, and decide to find those who hurt you, whomever hired them to, and pay them all back some of that good old-fashioned bullet-delivered justice. As you're on your mission of payback, casually putting in place anyone who stupidly decides to stand in your way, you'll be able to interact with many of the citizens, asking them for clues, earning some extra cash performing tasks for them, and to buy weapons. Most of all, however, you can also hire some of them to accompany you on your crusade of revenge as your hired muscle sidekicks, which is just so cool, especially for an action shooter from the late 90s. Kingpin Life of Crime is set in a very dark, gloomy, dystopian-looking near future, feeling a little like Blade Runner, but set more or less 50 years earlier and in a city run by crime lords and not corporations. The aforementioned citizens too are not your everyday happy families, shoppers, joggers or Starbucks drinking bunch, but in majority of cases thugs, killers, women of the night, yep, that's how I'm planning to call them for the YouTube algorithm reasons, and homeless. So navigating the city and conversations with its denizens require a very certain kind of swath. At the time of its release, Kingpin was a pretty innovative and interesting title to get lost in. It introduced weapon modifications, which allowed you to change the parameters of your armament, increasing its firepower, number of bullets in a mag, or fire rate among others. It split the armor value into 3 areas of head, body and leggings, and used different values of damage for each of these, meaning that the shot in a head was always more effective than the one in a leg. Though it has to be said that the arrow in a knee is an exception, cause as we know, I too was an adventurer like yourself until I took an arrow to the knee. Enemies bleed and even leave trails of blood if running away and wounded, so that it's easier to chase them. Graphic depiction of violence, profanity in the dialogue and very satisfying and action-packed gameplay is what made Kingpin such a memorable title. I just wish that there were more people who'd had a chance to check it out. Free Space 2 is a space combat simulation shooter in first and third person perspective. You play as a member of GTVA, Galactic Human Vasudan Alliance, which is fighting both human rebels who call themselves NTF, so Neo-Terran Front, and an aggressive alien race of Shivians. The game is set 32 years after the events of the first one and puts you in the middle of this triangular conflict. Simply put, Free Space 2 is an upgrade on the original's formula, leaving what was working well untouched, improving on the presentation and adding features. so you get more and better ships and weapons than before, with an option to fly older ships if you'd really like to. There are more types of ships in the game, and they're very distinct between all three races, with human ships looking utilitarian and simple, Vasudans being rather nice and artistic looking, and Shivyans asymmetrical, sharp and aggressive, just the way they are. There are also huge capital ships in the game now, and they're like hundreds of times bigger than the regular fighters and often fight with one another. So flying your fast and nimble fighter between the two worrying and exchanging shot behemoths is truly a sight to behold. Especially if amidst all that chaos, you are chasing an enemy to put him down too, and he's really keen on not letting that happen. I mean, the beams that the capital ships shoot at each other are often much wider than your ship, making you feel like an ant among fighting giants. Imagine the scale. Another fun thing added to the game are the nebula, which are sort of interactive environments, as not only they impair vision, but also occasionally disrupt the operation of flight electronics, meaning that they can be used for ambushes and /or as a part of your tactical maneuvering. The overarching plot in Free Space 2 is not just for decoration there either, and is actually involving and interesting if you keep following it. But most importantly, it responds to your choices and mission successes and failures, offering different endings depending on how you did throughout the campaign. Free Space 2 is action-packed, hella fun and superb if you're into the whole space dogfighting and an all-out wars. It's one of the most overlooked games of the year, while being one of the most interesting in the same time. Crusaders of Might and Magic is a third-person action-adventure RPG set in fictional Might and Magic universe and the world of Ardon. You play as Drake, once orphan and the lone survivor of the attack on your home village, saved by the blind hermit Normandy and raised by him as if you were his own. Now, as a grown-up, you must join the High Guard to fight the Fallen, an undead army led by the so-called Necros, the highest and most fearsome of the Necromancers, which may also give you a chance to avenge your long-lost family. Using melee weapons and magic, you stand against the Scourge and will fight your way through few realms, cleansing them of the undead forces, eventually facing the evil Necros himself. Crusaders of Might and Magic is a new take on Might and Magic formula, neither going the route of mainline RPG series, nor being similar in any way to the Heroes of Might and Magic. It banks on action-based gameplay and, well, kinda fails. I mean, it's not a terrible game, but clearly lacks direction and polish. You can run, jump, duck, cow, chicken, duck, fight with many different weapons and even cast spells. So you know, all the bases are covered here, but Crusaders kinda feels as if it was made over a few long weekends and out of assets and engine retrofitted from something else. And there's nothing wrong with that. If that's the case, I just feel that it might have been better if it had been given more attention. Now that I've checked it, it seems that indeed devs of the Windows version were given 7 months and an older FPS engine to remake it into a third-person view one. Since they were giving jack shit and told to make diamonds out of it, the fact that they managed to come out with brass is quite impressive too. As you go through the game downing enemies same way you would down flies with your fly swatter, so waving your weapon maniacally in all directions all at once, you naturally gain experience, which when accumulated provides you with level ups. These instantly heal you and raise your offensive ability and maximum health and mana caps. Mana is naturally used for casting spells, which can be upgraded with found spellbooks. And while these are not bad and rather useful, they take a second to cast, and when you do, you're susceptible to attacks, so make sure to time them well. I know I've complained quite a bit about Crusaders, and I stand by what I said, but I also have a soft spot for it. The hack and slashing can be enjoyable for a little while, and most fetch quests don't get much in the way of it. Weapons are plenty and often have unique properties, like the amazing boomer axe, that when thrown hits the enemies in an arc and then returns promptly to your hand. It just all feels like it could have been more and better. Like the game was found in when it could be hand-delivered, so to speak, a half or so of a year later. Either way, Crusaders are interesting and worth remembering for what they were. This may sound really odd, but in the late 90s everyone wanted more Ds. Take it as you will, but the Ds that I'm on about here are the additional ones that turned the largely exploited by 1999 2D into the Wild West lands of new, shiny and near unexplored 3D. Ubisoft was no different. So they took incredibly popular Rayman, gave it a makeover, slapping it with extra Ds all around, and we've ended up with today's game. Raymond II: The Great Escape. Most likely escape from all those Ds. Also, a video is probably going to bump after being found by the YouTube algorithm, no doubt misrepresenting all those Ds. Anyway, let's put all our Ds away and focus on the game. Raymond II is a 3-dimensional action platformer and as good of a game as the original was, which was not a given with those kind of jumps into the unknown, especially on the first try. The game is set in the world called the Glade of Dreams that is currently invaded and occupied by the oh-so-evil armada of interstellar robo-pirates led by no other than the Admiral Razorbeard. a name which is more menacing than all the historical black or red beards. And pretty cool too. Robo-pirates have destroyed 100 planets before invading the Glade of Dreams, and if our hero is not gonna stop them, the counter will no doubt soon jump to 101. So now, you, my dear viewer, world saver and incredible dresser, have to lead Raymond on his mission to rid the land of the evil and bring it back to its former glory, saving his friend Globox in the process. While the levels are rather linear, they're incredibly designed, beautiful and lush, and a pleasure to witness. You run around fighting robo-pirates and collecting lamps, so small shards of magical energy, and if you manage to accumulate plenty enough of them, the new areas and stages will unlock. The objective of most levels is to get to the exit while defeating the enemies and saving captured and locked off creatures, so-called teensies. Most of Raymond's iconic abilities are unavailable upon the game start and will unlock by progression, offering a pretty decent incentive to carry on playing. As in most other 3D games, there are tons of different environmental objects in Raymond II, so stuff like explosive barrels that are thrown, giant plums that can be ridden to carry our hero through dangerous surfaces, or even rockets to ride onto the new areas. And all these and many more are a part of omnipresent environmental puzzling. Raymond was successful and, more importantly, amazingly charming and addicting game. Also one that was beyond difficult. And this 3D iteration manages to capture and recreate it all, albeit in a tad easier format. X Beyond the Frontier is set in the year 2912 AD, and you're Kyle Brennan, test pilot for Earth's latest wormhole jumping spaceship. Well, one we assume is capable of said jump at the very least. And as you test it out, you know, sitting in the cockpit, pushing all the buttons and pulling on levers, earning the money to pay for Netflix, Max, Amazon Prime and the likes. I should really mention YouTube Prime here for the algorithm, shouldn't I? So yeah, money to pay for that too. Something odd happens, and you end up in an unknown part of the space with a broken ship, no idea where you are and how to get home. Well, if getting home is at all possible, that is. Fortunately, you're found by the Teladi, a highly capitalist civilization who repair your ship and agree to lend you some money to earn more of it and be able to repay them for their quote-unquote kindness. I really don't know what to think about it, it just seems to be extortion with some extra steps. Anyway, you're left in an unknown part of the universe to your own devices, with a tiny bit of money, a rather bare-bones ship, and indebted to an alien race. From that point onward, it's up to you and you alone to decide when and if you'd want to follow the main plot or just focus on living in this new and captivating universe full of unknown alien races and planets and places to discover. It's worth pointing out that while you start off seeking a way to come back home, the story will evolve and refocus into something entirely different and perhaps much more important, at least on a universal scale. X Beyond the Frontier is a first-person perspective sci-fi space opera focusing on trading, discovery and combat. There are 54 systems in the game, each with its own unique planetary bodies and space stations. There are a few different races of aliens, and the in-game economy is entirely dynamic, meaning that it responds to supply and demand and how you influence it with your actions. Your ship can naturally be upgraded with better and more deadly weapons, stronger shields capable of withstanding more damage, and bigger cargo hold. In time, with some money earned, you'll even be able to buy factories that will bring in regular shipments of money. Combat is not as frequent in Beyond the Frontier as it is in its follow-ups, and while it's pretty enjoyable, it only is if you master the controls. And while the game is a decent start to an amazing series, I always felt that the controls and the new player introduction to any of its entries is rather unclear and disappointing. The entry threshold is just a tiny bit too high for comfort. X Beyond the Frontier is an important game as it started a long-running and lore-rich series that are beloved by millions and keeps receiving new entries to this very day. Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation is the fourth entry in the action-adventure series of games starring lovely and more curvy than the beach ball Miss Lara Croft. Millennia ago, Horus outwitted the evil god Set and imprisoned him in a secret tomb. 5,000 years later, our beautiful archaeologist-turned-adventurer Lara Croft unknowingly released Set, fulfilling the ancient prophecy of his return to plunge the mankind in darkness. Now you, playing as Lara, have to embark on puzzles and dangers-filled journey through Egypt to stop this evil from emerging and dooming us all. Also, to clean up her mess, as clearly, without you, she won't be able to handle it on her own. Other than the story, which is very supernatural this time, and the graphics that had a slight facelift, adding extra environmental details and some polygons to Lara's already quite realistic for the time upper body, not much has changed. I mean, sure, there are 2 extra weapons added, so revolver and a bow, that second with a different set of arrows for different occasions, from poisonous to explosive, and a laser sight to be mounted on them for precise aiming. But that's pretty much it. Whatever else there is in the game, it's what we've known and got used to in the previous entries. So running like the Olympic sprinter, jumping like a kangaroo, that's a stupid comparison but whatever, swimming like a fish, shooting like a gangster, so without aiming, just directing her guns in general direction and holding the trigger pulled like a maniac, and puzzling like a boss that she is. And you are too, cause you're you. Oh, come to think of it, there are a few small minor things that changed too, like Lara being able to pull levers and open trapdoors while jumping, and move around the corners while hanging from the ledges. But to be honest, that's something you wouldn't even notice while playing. Anyway, if you liked previous entries, this one's as juicy, action-packed and fun as they all were. And while perhaps it doesn't innovate a lot and only ever builds upon the foundations of the earlier games, it's fun, and if that's all you're looking for in your games, The Last Revelation provides it in heaps. Mortar is one of the first Polish first-person shooters made for Windows, and it is set in the alternate version of the 21st century, one in which Germans won the World War II and have largely taken over the entire world. London was first to fall, then Moscow, and a little while later even Washington DC. The war was short, bloody, and effective. Mortar starts in the year 2093, 148 years after the war, when the Earth, after numerous dangerous experiments and totalitarian rule, is slowly nearing its end via weather-related Armageddon no less. Or so it seems, as all signs point to the Axis victory in 1944 being the start-off point of the changes. You play as a scientist, son of General Mortier, traveling back in time to find the reason for the upcoming destruction with a mission to prevent it, whatever means necessary. And saving the planet may actually require you to change the history. You could say that Mortier tried to recreate the charm and feel of its software's Wolfenstein, but did not manage to do so effectively. Cause other than the story and graphics, most of its design choices were rooted in the early 90s and did not innovate too much, which meant that the potential players were split into three groups. Those who hated it, those who didn't care much for it, and Polish FPS fans who liked it because it was Polish. The game is composed out of over 20 levels, with most of them set in the past and some in the future. There's quite a few World War II era appropriate weapons available, from pistols and machine guns to flamethrowers and rocket launchers and anything in between. Enemies are rather varied too, so you'll fight against guards, SS officers, snipers, Gestapo, and even trained dogs among others. So on that front, there's not much to complain about either. So where's the problem then, you may wonder? Well, Mortar gets old. Fast. Especially that you don't get any real objectives in most levels, and all you really need to do to complete them is to find the key and get to the exit. And it's a design choice that had little staying power in 1999. If you're into the FPS genre, it's definitely worth a look, but if you're not, then it's an easy choice to skip. Might and Magic 7 for Blood and Honor is the 7th installment in the long-running series of role-playing games, and one that follows up on the plot of the 3rd and 6th game at the same time. I know, crazy. But such were the Might and Magic games. They didn't ask for permission, they just did what their devs felt like it, and more often than not, it seemed to work. This time is no different. It's a first-person perspective RPG behemoth, sporting a dual combat system, which allows for the encounters to play out in real time or in turns, whichever the way you prefer. Personally, I always lean towards turns, but there's reasons to play in real time too, like the ability to hide behind the objects to avoid projectiles, so it's worth to keep that in mind. You start the game by creating a party of 4 heroes. This time, however, they don't have to all be humans, and you can make elves, dwarves and goblins too. The class and skill systems from previous entries largely retained, and works as well as it did there. So good, but not great. Upon game start, your party wins a castle of Harmondale and the surrounding lands in the scavenger hunt, but as soon as they claim it, they realize that not only it's in a dreadful state, requiring repairs all around, but also currently holds some unwanted guests. What's more, after clearing it, it soon becomes obvious that the castle was a reward in a competition because it lays in the lands disputed by the two warring nations, and owning it is more troublesome than anything else. While Might and Magic 7 is chock full of smaller and bigger side quests and activities, the main quest will not only be very involving, but will also contain 2 crucial choices to make along your adventure. First, optional, but still impactful, especially on one of the 2 opposing nations, and the other, even more profound and important, and mandatory, and will change how the entire game plays out from that point onwards to the very end. Might and Magic 7 places a lot of emphasis on moral decisions, allowing your party to ally itself with various different minor and major factions along your adventure, and eventually decide whether it will stand on the side of good or evil, making for a much more involving and personal story. If you're a fan of RPGs, Might and Magic 7 is a no-brainer, it looks decent, plays great, and serves the story like no other at the time. If you're not, consider checking it out despite that, as you may find yourself getting into it anyway. F-22 Lightning III is a flight combat simulator made by Novalogic, veterans of the genre and the third installment in its series. I'm not a huge fan of simulations, only ever liked few of them, but I've tried many, and this one's no exception. That said, my experience with it is very short and limited in scope, so most I will tell you about it will be based on what I found on it online. F-22 features 3 game modes of quick mission, campaign and multiplayer, and they're precisely what their names imply. First, serves one of combat encounters and is probably the best utilized to familiarize yourself with the craft and learn how all the weapons work before you jump into the campaign, which is the main dish of the game, so to speak. It features series of different missions set over tropical, desert and mountain environments for which in most cases you won't care about at all, focusing mainly on dogfighting any objectives. I seriously doubt that the game's multiplayer servers are still running, but when they were, even up to 128 players could take part in games of deathmatch, Raptor Air War and co-op, with the last two also implementing voice communications between the players, adding a lot to the feeling of realism and fun of gameplay. The weapons available are varied and interesting, all real too, but the only one I will mention here today is the B-61 thermonuclear bomb, which you get to use in the game. And it's not something that could be said about nearly any other title at the time. It comes with a rather awe-inspiring view of a nuclear explosion mushroom cloud, complementing already fantastic visuals of the simulation. In the end, Novalogic hit a jackpot with this one, mixing beautiful graphics, excellent sound design, interesting missions and weapons, with very easy to learn and master for the genre controls. F-22 was a game that everyone could enjoy, even such flight simulation noobs as myself. If you're interested at all, check it out, it's pretty good. If you're a long-time viewer of this channel, you know what's the first thing that comes to my mind with games titled like Urban Chaos, right? Exactly, my boss's wife. Cause that's precisely what happens whenever she leaves her suburban mansion and comes to town. Chaos emerges, accidents occur all around, people fall off the roofs, get hit by passing cars and begin to experience an uncontrollable and unfound anxiety. And nobody knows why. Well, I do, and now you do too. But since I should really focus on the game and not what the demonic creature is up to, I will. Urban Chaos is a beat-em-up brawler, not unlike better-known Final Fight or the Punisher games from the arcades, but in full 3D and running like a charm on your PC. The game is set in the near future, that's a bit darker than our current reality, with population largely unhappy with how things are run and done, and some resorting to crime and violence to release the anger and for monetary gains. What's worse, it is believed that the unhappiness and unrest uprising did not come from nowhere and that there's a sinister cult behind it all. Even more reason to think that the demoness I work for dipped her crusty toes in it all. So now, you, playing as either a Cap Darcy Stern, a stern name I must add, or Roper McIntyre, are roped into solving the situation one punch or kick at a time, putting enraged folks in their places and bringing back peace and justice to the city. As you progress through 24 non-linear and largely open levels, you unlock a third additional character that is perhaps a bit slower than the initial two, but he hits like a tank. The maps/stages are not very big, but are filled to the brim with interesting objects, indoor areas, people to talk to or even fights to intervene. They often have objectives which are quite varied and fun, but not overly difficult to achieve. They can be assaults on enemies, hostage rescues, or even stopping someone from committing self-harm, which is obviously a word starting with the letter S that I cannot say here aloud thanks to the YouTube's brilliant algorithm. Thanks, Google. There's naturally more, and they are all pretty cool and enjoyable to complete, sometimes having more than one solution. Enemies are rather varied, but nothing groundbreaking or out of ordinary. What shines most, like the hairless dog's balls in Urban Chaos though, is the rather complex combat system. It incorporates kicks, punches, throws, tackles, and even two weapons of a knife and a baseball bat. And all that put together makes for a hella fun romp and a game that's breeze to go through. That could be made even better if it included a multiplayer in some form. Pew 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 pew, kapow kapow boom! These and more are the sounds of Quake 3 Arena. Also swish and shoo! Those two. And you better get used to, as this will make more than occasional only appearances. Some say that Quake 3 was the third game in the series, but I disagree. I consider it a sidestep, an offshoot of the main series, made to compete with Unreal Tournament, banking on the online multiplayer arena shooting becoming the next big thing. And as time proved, it was not an incorrect assumption, as arena shooters were, and still are for that matter, extremely popular, even if considerably changed by today. The real third Quake was a fantastic Quake 4, but that's a story for a completely different video. So, Quake 3, what do you think of it? I mean, I don't consider it a bad game, not at all, I had a lot of fun playing it for a little while, but same as Unreal Tournament, I sucked at it. Big time. So whenever there was one or two decent players in the game, I saw the flow more than the action. The tiles are rather clean in most of the stages if you wonder. I have a first-person experience. I mean, sure, Quake could be played locally with bots, and this can be set up in various different ways, even so that I could feel how it is to win in a game like that, but worse fun in playing against them. So I played it online for a little while, and it was a punishing and eye-opening experience, mainly to my shortcomings as a competitive gamer. That said, I'm fine with all that, as I'm all about RPGs and strategies, so I can take comfort with sucking at shooters. Still, Quake 3, competing directly against Unreal Tournament, served in large part a very similar experience. So, it had a pretty cool set of weapons, from melee gauntlet and machine guns as weapons that you start with through pickups of shotgun, plasma gun, light gun, rocket launcher, railgun and the famous BFG. Staples of the series, albeit a bit modified for online shooting. It sported numerous fun, unique and hella playable stages, naturally designed so that they would encourage skirmishes between the players at various predefined hotspots, and game modes most multiplayer shooter fans were very familiar with by 1999. So duel, free-for-all, team deathmatch, capture the flags and the likes. All that made Quake 3 very similar to the aforementioned Unreal Tournament in theory. In practice, whomever played both, and for more than a few games only, will tell you that they feel very distinct from one another, and it would be hard to pick one definitely better out of the two. At least objectively, cause everyone's got their favorites. Anyway, similarities aside, the most prominent feature of Quake 3 was its speed. It was much faster than its earlier entries, and the pace it ran at fitted the multiplayer format very well, making Quake 3 a mainstay of many pro gaming tournaments for years to come. Oh, and also before I forget, Quake 3 introduced rocket jumping. If you played it, you know exactly what I mean. If you didn't, then it was that technique utilized by most good players that required immaculate timing for a rocket shot under one's own legs, just as they were jumping up, which would propel the player upwards many times higher than the regular jump could. It was a game changer. And so was Quake, modernizing the multiplayer arena shooter landscape forever. Heroes of Might and Magic 3, the restoration of Euraphia, is everyone's favorite heroes. Yours, that buddies of yours that always smells funny, everyone's. Well, everyone but me, but I'm in a very small, possibly single-person minority, so we can ignore me in this particular situation. Anyway, Heroes 3 is rather interestingly set, as it takes place between the mainline Might and Magic games, namely between entries 6 and 7. It comes up with 7 built-in campaigns and numerous single scenarios that can be played against CPU or with others in a very cool hot seat mode. If you ever played any of the earlier games in the series, you won't get lost in Heroes 3. In fact, it's a lot like your favorite pyjama pants. You know, the baggy ones made out of high-quality material with a funny pattern and more comfortable than anything else you have at home. Only not old comfortable like Heroes 2, but new comfortable, so Heroes 3. It builds on the ideas from previous titles, expanding them considerably, but does not re-innovate the wheel. That would be what the ill-fated Heroes 4 did, which was really fun because of how much it shook things up. It didn't land for most gamers though, so the devs quickly reverted to Classic's formula with the 5th entry. It's not something that we'll discuss here today though, so let's jump back to our scheduled gaming nostalgia. Heroes 3 offers traditional for the series 3 planes of gameplay, so overworld map, city view and combat screen. Overworld map is where you easily spend the most of your time, leading your heroes all around Euraphia, capturing outposts, mines and towns, finding and picking up treasures, resources and artifacts, and initiating battles with random creatures or enemy heroes. Heroes gain experience in combat, and when they level up, their stats raise and they can pick additional abilities, magical or otherwise, to complement their skill sets. It's worth to make these choices smart, with a particular build in mind, and not haste here as they are permanent and will offer multiple subsequent levels of upgrades throughout the rest of that particular hero's life. The overworld is also now split into above and below ground, and both have similar features, so cities, creatures, mines and the likes. This, while a simple addition, can shake the gameplay rhythm quite considerably, as now you not only can invade the enemy lands on foot or using teleporters, but can also emerge from underneath, same way my boss's demonic wife does when she enters our realm to cause chaos and destruction. I've not noticed her doing anything else really, so I'm convinced that she's an evil creature. Towns and cities are where you erect buildings and hire heroes. These structures can be defensive in their nature, like walls, towers and such, or they can serve bonuses or offer extra features to your chosen out of 8 available in the game factions. There are also upgradable creature dwellings in each city, 7 of them in fact, and they're the base of your soon-to-be unstoppable legions. Combat screens show both armies standing at opposing ends of it and battling it out, one creature stack at a time, alternating between both sides. Heroes stand aside the battle map, and while they don't take an active part in combat themselves, they can cast spells left and right, one per turn even, for as long as they have mana. And these spells can turn the tide of a battle in an instant if utilized smartly. Changes brought in by Heroes of Might and Magic 3 may have not been anything more than iterative, but there's so many of them that when they're put together, it truly deserves to be its own separate entry in the blockbuster series. I agree with the popular sentiment that objectively speaking Heroes 3 is better than 2, because it is, but personally I think its pre-rendered graphics are awful and aged horribly like a dried up raisin, while second game's pixel graphics look like a raisin that was forever preserved in wax, so as good as on day one. Because pixels are visual rot resistant and always look great. Story-wise, after the disappearance of King Roland Iron Fist of Enroth, known among his servants as Featherpalm, as he was lovable, honest and just good, his wife Queen Catherine was the only one left to rule the kingdom. Which was not an issue whatsoever, she's a smart gal and one raised by the famous King Griffonheart of Erathia, so you can be sure that she knows what's what and how to lead big and small nations. But having a kingdom all for herself was the least of her problems. As it turned out, her father was assassinated too, and since the evil dark forces of Nion and Eofor are to blame, Catherine must now journey to Erathia to push them away and restore the kingdom to its former glory. And you're the only one to lead her armies of heroes. If you know the game, you love it already, but if you've never played it before, you'll have a jolly good time discovering all of its mechanics. The Fallen are the former angels that have been cast out from heavens by the god. Don't quote me on that though, I'm not religious and it's all coming from the game's lore. Anyway, they've been kicked out, like a drugged up squatter for misinterpreting God's intentions and claiming that he aimed to destroy humanity for its corruption. Even banished, abandoned and left in the realm of chaos, they still scheme and plan to carry out their mission aiming for a total human destruction. And the easiest way to do it is by controlling the minds of Earth's leaders, which is precisely what they've done. They've overtaken the biggest nation's leaders along with their military forces, all to set up a singular world government and use it to keep the population oppressed and in submission, like sheep. And I have to say that they succeeded on all fronts. Seeing how things are faring, God decides to intervene. So he picks one of his angels on random, most likely by means of Eeny Meeny Miny Moe, and it's one going by the name of Malachi, and God sends him to Earth to set things right by any means necessary. And trust me when I say it, Malachi takes it to heart, or whatever the angels have in their hairless chests. And the means that he used to bring back order are truly brutally impressive. Requiem Avenging Angel is a first-person shooter set on Earth, mainly in and around the city of New Damascus, and you're naturally in control of Malachi. The enemies that you'll encounter exploring the city are in majority devoted and turned humans, mechanical robots, are there any other kind of robots, and creatures of demonic kind. One particular comes to mind here, but I'm digressing. These are all quite varied and a pleasure to put down. Naturally, as in most shooters, despite being an angel, you have access to a whole plethora of earthly weapons to lay the destruction with. Imagine Kevin Smith's Dogma, but on a much bigger scale. Now, if that was all that there is to say about Requiem, it wouldn't be a special shooter at all, other than having a story a little inspired by the Bible. But as you can probably guess, it's not. The unique feature here are our angel's powers, which for most intents and purposes work kinda like Force does in Jedi Knight games. So you can shoot electricity from your hand like a budget Darth Vader, regenerate health, fly, possess bodies of others, against their will no less, so there's a name for that too, and it starts with R, or even bring back the dead to fight on your side, to name a few. But the most prominent, fun and useful mechanic in the game has got to be the bullet time, which allows you to slow down time to avoid the shots and deliver your deadly attacks at multiple enemies at once. Beautiful explosions of gore-filled graphics paired with satisfying sound design, stellar gameplay and seamlessly designed world that's not divided into separate levels, and story told by numerous in-engine scripted cutscenes make Requiem a pleasure to behold and play. So if you like FPS games, this one should definitely be on top of your to-play list. Descent 3 is a 6 degrees of freedom kind of a vehicular first-person shooter in which you fly your ship in a zero-gravity environment, drowning everything around you in a sea of projectile-delivered destruction. You're a mercenary working for the PTMC, so Post-Terra Mining Corporation, and the game begins literally on the day the second one ended. So with you having barely escaped the destruction of a planetoid on which you were clearing PTMC's robots infected by an alien virus. And when I say clearing, I mean you cleared them out of this existence and you don't play around. Your success rate is at constant and never-changing 100%. So, whichever the number of enemies you encounter, that is the exact number of explosions that you leave behind. So yeah, you've succeeded, as you do, and you're on your way to Earth to collect your hard-earned payment. As you jump around the systems, however, speeding home, for dinner, your warp drive breaks down and puts your ship in an uncontrollable drift, which is a little annoying cause space is rather big and all, and that dinner will definitely get cold. The thing is though, that somehow, unluckily, you're drifting straight for the sun. What a bummer. As you begin undressing to withstand aggressively increasing heat and to buy yourself a few extra minutes, praying to the god from our previous game, hoping for a miracle, you actually get one. At the very last moment, your ship is rescued by the so-called Red Acropolis research team. Barely alive, hanging to your last breath, you're given another chance and spend a little time recovering on Mars in Red Acropolis' station. When you wake up, they inform you of their discovery of PTMC's conspiracy and evil scheming. First reluctant to believe, you change your mind in a near instant when presented with a proof that it was them who overloaded your warp drive, effectively making you miss dinner. And by days and not hours no less. Red Acropolis gives you a new ship and a mission. To stop evil PTMC's executive and his virus that he spreads to gain remote control of all tech within the company, and by extension of that, most of the known universe. For the most part, Third Descent's gameplay is identical to that of former two games, taking place mainly in huge labyrinthine corridors of underground facilities with an occasional dip to the surface for some over-the-ground shooting action and sunbathing, not necessarily in that order. Each level completion requires fulfilling of very specific objectives, which can range from activating switches through defeating of enemies all the way to destroying particular objects and anything in between. There's plenty of power-ups scattered around the levels too, and they can abrogate your primary and secondary weapons or countermeasures, which for all intents and purposes are just defensive items like mines, cloaking device or turrets. While Descent 3 is great fun, being graphically lifted extension of the earlier two, it always felt too little too late for me, offering very minuscule upgrades over the original and not feeling innovative enough. Don't let this sourness fool you though, it's a brilliant little shooter, it just could be much better. There was a time when Need for Speed was synonymous with some of the best arcade racers out there, often the best. And 1999's High Stake is no different. And while it is honest to its action-packed breakneck arcade speeds, it dips a little into the realism too. But just a little and not too much, not to scare the loyal followers. So, the damage system, while finally present in the game and influencing cars' performance and looks with bumps and crashes, is not too intrusive, easy to learn and compensate for, and you rarely feel as if it was working against you in particular, because it affects all the cars on the road. Then there are cash prize tournaments, with rewards paid out between the races and spent on repairs, upgrades or new cars. The previously introduced Hot Pursuit mode is still present in High Stakes and expanded with more options, allowing you to play as the police too. The titular High Stakes, however, is a new gameplay mode heavily reliant on risk versus reward racing, and one that can even result with you losing your car along with all of its upgrades, if you bet said car on the race and lose. You know, the whole pink slips thing. Interestingly enough, High Stakes is one of the first and very few games that actually managed to convince the manufacturers to allow it to have a working damage model for the real cars, because historically car manufacturers never did, and often don't do to this very day, like to have their cars being represented as damaged, impaired or not fully functional, which is just stupid on so many levels. But I suppose they have their own reasons, and EA have done the impossible and made them reconsider for this game. High Stakes can be played in split-screen multiplayer too, which is always fun and a feature I feel that most games should have even today, cause while the online gameplay is great, nothing can beat couch multi and players pushing each other off the road as much as they do off the couch. There's over 30 cars in the game if you include police vehicles and 19 unique trucks, 10 entirely new ones and 9 returning from previous entries. All of them can be played in reverse too, and in different weather conditions and the time of the day. As arcade racing titles go, Need for Speed for a long while was the best. 1999's High Stakes is excellent and a lot of fun, especially in its career mode, which can take upwards of 30 hours to complete and is well worth the price the game was selling for. If you enjoy beautiful cars and a sensation of speed, this one delivers more than enough. Check it out. Thief Gold is the updated version of year prior's Thief the Dark Project and a truly fantastic title. It is set in the fantasy medieval setting mixed with industrial steam-based technology, best described as steampunk magic. You're Garrett, once an orphan, picked up from the slum streets and trained to become a thief. Now, years later, a master thief working independently and fending for himself. After all that is retold in detail in the introduction, you're hired to steal an elusive mystical artifact known as the Eye. It's a gem of mythical origins and one that you'll no doubt get, cause you're you and you never fail. As you work on that though, you'll eventually realize that everything's not as straightforward as it seems and that there are much more dangerous and nefarious dark forces at play. Thief Gold is a first-person perspective stealth game, and it's one of those titles that pioneered a new offshoot of the FPS genre, morphing the meaning of that S in the abbreviation from shooter into stealth, with a huge success I must add. And that stealth is your main tool for both traversal and survival. From a tactical point of view of you being a thief and not a warrior, it's best for you to stay in the darkness and work from within it, emerging only when necessary rather than trying to take the enemies head on, as this will nearly always end bad. So you will mostly either avoid the enemies or take them one by one so that they would not be discovered. You've quite a wide selection of gear to deal with all the dangers and environmental puzzles ahead, so there's lockpicks, blackjack, sword, flash bombs, explosive mines, holy water and a bow. There are 5 kinds of special arrows for it, each with a different purpose. Water arrows can be used to douche torches as well as other light sources and clean up bloodstains too. Rope arrows attach climbable rope to wooden surfaces and are crucial on your travels. Moss arrows cover an area with a moss that muffles sounds of footsteps when walked on. Fire arrows can either relight torches or cause considerable damage to the enemies. And finally, noisemaker arrows are just that. They make noise where they hit and attract the enemy's attention to that particular area. The levels are rather open and allow for approaching and completion of objectives in numerous ways, taking different paths and using different strategies. And the higher the difficulty that you pick, the more demanding the tasks, but also more involving and satisfying the experience will be. Thief was a gem among gems when it came out, and a title that turned the whole FPS genre around, proving that it could be as, if not more fun, if the shooting was minimized to the extreme and replaced with a different mechanic. GP500, or more accurately GP500, the official FIM Road Racing World Championship Grand Prix Racing Simulator, is just that, a mouthful. I mean, no, let me try again. It's just that. A simulation. It's not one of those games that you jump in and just keep racing, grabbing spots and winning trophies. Nope, none of that. At least initially. If you don't know how to ride a real motorcycle and/or don't have experience with motorbike simulators, you'll most likely jump in and fall off the bike soon after. And then again, and then again, and then again. I think you get the gist. But if you persevere, don't give up and never stop never stopping while being your ultimate best and reaching for your dreams as if there was no tomorrow, you will eventually manage to contain the beast and start racing. I wouldn't expect you to win. No, scratch that. You're you, so obviously you'll win, but I wouldn't expect anyone else to win just like that willy-nilly. They need to gradually learn and get better, slowly working their way onto the respectable spots on the leaderboards. Naturally, I'm exaggerating a little, and while the bike, the track, the physics and most importantly your opponents will all fight you along the way, when you eventually cross that threshold of understanding how to zoom around the circuits, you'll fall in love with GP500. It's not only one of the most realistic races of the time, I'd risk saying that it's one of all times, even to this day. The fact that GP500 looked near lifelike for 1999 only adds to its already undeniable charm. If you're into races and simulations especially, there's a lot to love in GPA 500. If you're not big on them though, it's an easy skip, as there are definitely more suitable games for you in today's video. Expendable is a brilliant 3D action shooter, and not a sequel, but more of an indirect spiritual successor to earlier popular in Komi. It's one of those titles that doesn't ask any philosophical questions, it doesn't pose any problems to solve, and don't even really require you to follow its plot. More often than not, if you're unsure if you're doing the right thing or got lost in the story, just keep pushing forward and shooting anything in your way, and it's more than likely that you're doing the right thing. No reason to slow down either, just be like a plow that leaves bodies and destruction behind, and you'll be all good. The game is set in 2463, a future in which we've colonized and terraformed a considerable chunk of most nearby planets and some of those far off too. With the expansion naturally came the resistance, and one particular race that don't take well to us spreading are the Charba, aggressive and territorial alien species. They've overrun our colonies on the planet Nova Castria and eradicated the entire population there, leaving nothing short of the sea of blood behind. So now we're pissed. Well, not you and I, we're cool, we're easygoing, we're the thinkers after all, and we seek solution and not those responsible. But those in charge sure are. Pissed, that is. So they send you, as our ultimate genetically engineered for murder killing machine, to single-handedly reclaim the planet, leaving no aliens alive. Now, usually in situations like that, we'd send an army, to overwhelm the enemy with our numbers and firepower, but since you're you, we're in a sorta Terminator-like scenario here. Cause one of you is much more than most armies, and should be plenty enough to reclaim one average-sized planet over a weekend or two. But if you ever feel like it takes a little too long, you can always call for a buddy to jump in and help you without the charva from the face of the planet, and preferably from this plane of existence too, in co-op multiplayer. The locations that you'll visit are rather varied and a healthy mix of indoor and outdoor areas, though it has to be noted that they're all largely linear, so getting lost is not an option, unless it's in your own thoughts, pondering the meaning and reasoning behind this never-ending killing spree. Where there's shooting, there's enemies, and those whose bodies you'll see leaving behind you are all pretty interestingly designed. There's a pretty decent number of them and they're fun to dispose of, but they all look suspiciously similar when they're dead. But it is what it is. Weapons are aplenty too, and are all sorts of bigger and smaller sci-fi inspired PPUers. So you use pulse and vulcan cannons, particle accelerators, shotguns, rocket and missile launchers, flamethrowers, mines and napalm grenades. Pretty decent selection if you ask me, and since each enemy is immune to some kind of a damage and vulnerable to others, working it all out is a part of Expendable experience. Graphically, Expendable was a masterpiece on the day of its release, and hardly any other game offered as many fireworks and modern graphical features. So if you're looking for a title out of today's video that can still look rather decent, this is the one. Late 90s were a hella interesting time to be a gamer. They really were. Sid Meier, the legendary designer of Civilization, his buddy Brian Reynolds, responsible for Civilization II, and Jeff Briggs, a well-known composer and designer, all left Microprose after it was taken over by Spectrum Holbyte and formed their own development studio, Firaxis. Given their shared experience with immersive, deep and addictive 4X games, they wanted to work on something similar. But having no access to Civilization IP, they settled on Civ in Space and named it Alpha Centauri. And let me tell you, not many games in the entire history of gaming innovated on its formula as much. On the first glance, Alpha Centauri looked like a purple/pink civilization, but changes under the hood were fundamental. But we'll get to that in a minute, as our trio of game design superheroes made something special out of nothing. Human colony ship UN Unity flying towards the Alpha Centauri suffered sudden and unpredictable reactor malfunction, which caused many of its systems to break down. So the cryopods opened, colonists woke up, and the communication system and contact with Earth was something that was beyond simple means of repair. When the Alpha Centauri was finally reached, the colonists were split into 7 distinctive ideologically groups, and they all landed their respective pods at different parts of the planet, setting up cities and working based off entirely different ideas for its colonization. And this is where the game starts, with you picking a faction, each of which having their own unique advantages and disadvantages, and then landing on the alien to your planet's surface. Generally speaking, the main gameplay core of Civilization is sustained in Alpha Centauri, so you'll raise cities or colonies really, you'll research new technologies and manufacture units, you'll explore the land, find and exploit its resources, expand your reach by means of diplomacy, or exterminate the opposing factions if they make a mistake of standing in your way. Other than that, Alpha Centauri pushed the genre forward by a considerable distance, introducing revolutionary and groundbreaking at the time changes. Each of the factions was so distant gameplay-wise from one another that they not only preferred, but straight up required you to approach and play the game in a completely different way, with some of them working better tall, some white, some in peace, some by war, etc. You could terraform squares on the map, effectively changing what they produce and how combat on them would look like in the future. The technology no longer gave you access to new units same way we were used to with Civ games, but rather offered you the ability to use new components in creation of your own custom units. So, all parts that the units are made out of could be picked and matched individually for your combat and peaceful needs and replaced, upgraded or changed, effectively making the possible unique unit count in the game going into millions of possibilities. And yes, I know what I said. So-called social engineering, some modifications to ideological beliefs, allowed you to customize your faction's laws and rule sets, so to speak, and there were even planetary council meetings for all 7 factions to attend, which could decide on many factors influencing the entire planet and how it will progress. And if you think that's all, you're wrong, that's barely scratching the surface. There are secret projects, alien life structures and machines to discover, xenofungus, ancient monoliths and artifacts, and psionic combat to name a few. Alpha Centauri took what made Civ great and made it bigger, more involving and fun, and ultimately, objectively speaking, better. It just didn't do one thing that would guarantee its mainstay, and instead it relegated Alpha Centauri to a single game and its one expansion pack. What was the mistake, you may wonder? Well, it didn't keep the Earth as the setting and history of mankind as its background. And say what you will, but familiarity of the subject is something that many gamers are drawn to. Alpha Centauri is an amazing game, one worth playing to this very day, and one you should definitely check out if you never had a chance before. Legacy of Kain Soul River is the third in the Legacy of Kain series of action-adventure games. It takes place 1500 years after the events of the first, Blood Omen, and follows the journey of the vampire-turned-wraith Raziel, a lieutenant to the vampire Lord Kain. In the game's backstory, Raziel that you play as is killed by Kain, but then revived by the Elder God to become his Soul Reaver and exact revenge on Kain, in sorta kinda nearly that particular order. Interestingly enough, Soul Reaver is also the name of Kain's sword that you'll get to find during the game. The game is played in third-person full 3D view and features action-packed hack-and-slash combat utilizing combinations of numerous attacks and finishers. Most enemies that you'll face against are vampires, different brutes of which have unique to them special powers, but you'll tackle humans as well, and an occasional wraith here and there in the Spectral Realm too. Cause yeah, the game allows you to switch between the real and Spectral Realm on the fly, which can be useful during traversal to pass through locked-off areas and in some environmental puzzling too. Switching back is a completely different thing, but nothing too demanding. Human and spectral enemies can be defeated with Raziel's claws or any of the weapons, but vampires must be weakened first and then impaled, set on fire or tossed into sunlight or water. Defeated enemies leave souls behind that Raziel can use to replenish his health, feeding on his victims' former life essences. Initially you can jump, glide, move blocks and throw objects and enemies, and are unarmed, having only your close and found weapons to fight with, but as the game progresses you learn additional abilities, like phasing through gates, ability to withstand and even swim in water, you'll constrict enemies and objects using astral bands of energy, you'll fire bolts of kinetic energy, set enemies aflame, and more. Soul Reaver is a game that keeps on giving, is what I'm saying, and will introduce new elements to its loop all throughout it, never feeling boring or repetitive. Stellar level design, interesting puzzles and captivating revenge-fueled plot, along with different enemies and ever-growing armament of weapons and skills, makes Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver a game that's not only worth playing, but also entertaining all the way through. Omicron the Nomad Soul is an action-adventure that was hugely hyped up when it was in development, as not only it was written by now legendary game designer David Cage, the one responsible for some of the most cinematic modern adventure games, but also involved David Bowie. He worked on the soundtrack, creating 10 original songs for it. Nomad Soul was praised upon its release for its graphics, soundtrack, story, character models, reincarnation mechanic, which we'll talk about in a minute, voice acting and combat. But in the same time, criticized for controls, obscenely long load times and numerous gameplay styles, making it feel as if it lacked direction. And since we're on a gameplay, it's played from the third-person perspective for exploration and unarmed combat, and first-person view for armed fighting. While the unarmed fighting is based on strafe, jump, crouch, punch and kick moves, special attacks are included in the game too and performed via a combination of these basic actions. In fact, the game's full of interesting mechanics that few other games in the genre mix together. So there's swimming, which uses oxygen, and same as other demanding activities, it can cause physical exertion. That can be refueled or cured, depends how you wanna look at it, with medikits, food and drinks. If you ever die throughout your adventure in Omicron, and you will, trust me, you are instantly reincarnated in a body of the first person you interacted with, which is an interesting mechanic and may make you think carefully who to preset, so to speak, as your next host. The game is set in the futuristic city Omicron, a metropolis on the planet Phaenon. It is built under a huge crystal dome that was constructed to protect the city against the ice age that spread around the planet short after its sun died. The city is divided into 5 boroughs, each of which has its own culture, history and looks, all because their inhabitants are not allowed to freely move between them. At the start of the game, you're asked by the Omicronian police officer Kyle 669, a beautifully poetic name, don't you think, to leave your dimension, enter his body and help him investigate series of murders that befallen on the city. It seems that the murders are either so smartly covered up that no one can solve them, or some mysterious force is preventing it from happening. Like literally actively working against cops trying to figure it out. As you go through the game, you'll realize that to solve the mystery, you'll need to leave Officer Kale's body and establish a soul connection with many other inhabitants of the city. And eventually, you'll discover who or what stands behind the crimes, and it will not only surprise you, but also put you in a position of being the only person capable of preventing the inhabitants of the city from going extinct. Star Wars Episode I Racer is the only good thing other than John Williams' Duel of the Fates musical composition to ever come out from the second trilogy of Star Wars movies, or the prequel trilogy, if that's what you like to think of it. Well, there's also Jar Jar Binks, which was irrelevant in the movies but spawned thousands of memes, making lives of millions of internet users that tiny bit better. Star Wars Episode I Racer is hella fun sci-fi pod racer. It features all the tracks found on Tatooine in the movie and several new ones on other planets too. Same goes for competitors, so all we've seen on the big screen and more. There are two single-player modes in Racer on PC, Free Race and Tournament mode. Free Race could very well be called practice, cause in essence that's what it actually is. It allows you to race on any previously unlocked track with any unlocked pod, period. It earns you no money and unlocks no new content. Tournament mode, so the main fare of the game, puts you in the championship competition. So you must complete races to win money, with higher spots naturally rewarding more cash. Money is spent on new and better parts for your pod, on repair droids, to fix the pods in the heat of the action, and on unlocking of tracks and new vehicles. Multiplayer is in the game too, in the form of LAN, but I've never played it, so it's hard for me to judge if there are any technical nuances with it. If it plays anything like single player though, but with opponents, then it's bombastic. As in superior to fantastic, but not as great as remarkable. What made Star Wars Racer a terrific game, one beloved by millions and a Guinness record holder for the best-selling sci-fi racer of all time? Well, simply put, it's fast, it's exciting, it looks amazing, and it's well balanced. It's a perfect sci-fi racer that's not Wipeout. Also, it's much more technical than it may look on the first glance. It uses these afterburner mechanics, which allows you to engage a boost of speed for a little while, and it's entirely up to you for how long are you willing to hold. And there's a lot of strategy to that. Not only when to use it best, but also how long to hold it for. Cause the longer you do, the higher the chance that your engine's temperature will rise too high and it will suffer a critical malfunction and explode, costing you precious seconds. Which may not seem like much, but in as fast of a game as this one, it's a difference between winning and losing. The engines can also be destroyed by colliding with the obstacles, walls and other racers, so keeping a keen eye on their state is a key to success. Well, and good driving too, but being fast and careful is the best approach. Racer's presentation and especially its graphics were simply put extraordinary for the time it released in. The locked-off design of the courses and lack of free world to stream assets and render meant that a lot of extra features and fireworks could be added to it, and it just looked striking. It's an amazing looking and playing game to this day, and one you should definitely give a chance if you somehow overlooked it in 1999. Talking about sci-fi racers, Roll Cage. Also a rather good one, though entirely unlike the Star Wars Racer and the last game in the genre in today's video. So don't worry, it's not gonna be all racers. And while Roll Cage was beautiful in its 3D glory, fun to race around when you learned how to play it, and introduced many new and interesting features to the genre, it was a commercial flop and failed to secure plenty enough sales to be considered a success. What Roll Cage was best known for though, and named after too, was the way that all the cars were built in it. They were suspended between considerably bigger wheels and very, very fast, meaning that other than only on the track, you could also drive on the walls or ceilings of tunnels and other enclosed locations, and that the failing upside down from a jump, crash or whatever did not stop you at all and you just kept going. And if you wonder why such mechanics would be needed in a racer, I'm happy to explain. How about instead of trying to find a narrow path between 3 or 4 opponents racing ahead of you to pass them, you could just get on the wall and overtake them like that, in one sweep acceleration boost. Fun, right? Roll Cage also featured destructible environmental objects, and they were not there just to show, but a part of the racing mechanic and often a key for you to win. So if you were to hit a column supporting a building with an opponent just behind you, he or she may instantly get buried in the rubble, giving you a considerable head start over them at the cost of slowing you down a little. But what if you'd like to upset your opponents in a more direct way? Well, there's means to do that too. There's homing missiles that automatically target the cars ahead of you, or even weak parts of destructible structures, tumbling them down without slowing you down. Leader missiles hit the first car on the track regardless where you're currently placing in the race. Ice sheets make your opponents lose traction, tire mode slows everyone down but you, the driller goes through nearly everything in its path, and the wormhole, easily the most fun out of all power-ups, lets you jump directly ahead of the car that's in front of you. There are also shields and turbos to pick up, but they work as you expect them to, so I'm not going to be offending you with an explanation of these. Roll Cage comes with 20 unique and overfilled with detailed tracks and 3 game modes: Time Attack, Arcade and League. Time Attack naturally lets you try to beat your own times, Arcade is a free race on nearly all of the game's tracks, and League is where the fun's at. It's a season type of a game mode where you go through numerous tracks in succession as if you were in a racing league. So, if Roll Cage was so great, why did it fail commercially, I'm sure you wonder. It's because unlike the aforementioned Star Wars Racer, it's not a pick up and race type of a game. You have to really give it time and practice for a little while before you begin performing on a reasonable level. And until you do, it feels more like a bumper car simulator, well, one running at breakneck speeds, but a bumper car simulator nonetheless. So give yourself an hour or two and judge it after that, and not on a base of first appearances. Command & Conquer Tiberian Sun is the first game in Westwood's popular series of real-time strategies and a direct sequel to the first title. After the events of the first Command & Conquer, the Earth is heavily contaminated with alien crystalline, known only as Tiberium, which is spreading at an alarming rate, slowly terraforming the planet into one uninhabitable for the normal human beings. The mineral's arrival causes mutations in fauna and flora, some humans included, making them accustomed to the microclimate that it creates around the pockets it emerges from. The game once again places GDI, so Global Defense Initiative, against the Brotherhood of Nod, and features 2 campaigns, one for each side. GDI sees you trying to figure out solution to the spreading Tiberium and joining forces with mutated humans, so-called the Forgotten, to stop the increasingly more aggressive advances of Nod. Nod's missions, however, focus on exploiting Tiberium for all the possibilities that it offers, technological and militaristic alike, and on destroying the GDI. So, as you can imagine, the campaigns not only feature different buildings, units and objectives, but also entirely different playstyles. GDI focuses on brute force and using large number of units that they can overflow the enemy with, while Nod employs more of a guerrilla approach with precise surprise attacks and hit-and-run tactics. While both campaigns are linear, they include an assortment of side missions too, which, while not as important, can actually influence the main missions as well. For instance, destroying the fortifications or an enemy outpost in a side mission will make the following it main one considerably easier to beat. While both sides play entirely different, Tiberian Sun is probably the most balanced out of all games in the series. In time, as you progress through it, both of the sides develop technologies that allow them to use very effective tactics that highlight their strong sides against their opponents, and it's as fun to play as either. Tiberian Sun introduced few more changes to the Command & Conquer formula, namely day and night cycles, special effects for weather, voxel rendering of buildings and units other than the infantry, and most importantly, split of Tiberium into 2 types, green and blue, with that latter being a more potent and valuable one. Bridges can be rebuilt by engineers now too, and crates found contain single-use bonuses, and all of that adds to the tactical variety. If you're a long-time viewer of this channel, you know that I'm not an RTS player. I honestly don't care much for the genre, but I can appreciate a standout title and even played some of them for a little while. This one's one of those that I enjoyed a little. Panzer General 3D Assault is the third in SSI's series of turn-based wargames. It was based on a new and modern 3D engine that, while technologically more advanced than the earlier 2D solutions, was in its early iteration and, at least in my eyes, looked a bit washed out. It didn't influence the strategic backbone of the game, which was great as usual, and that's just an observation. Nay, opinion on my side. On the flip side though, the 3D engine allowed for full rotation of the map, which was very nice and a welcome addition. Panzer General 3D features 8 new campaigns based on the Western Front, 3 for the German side and 5 for allies, playable as Britain, France and America. The new iteration in the series brought more changes to the strategy classic, and they all made it ultimately a better game. One of them was the experience, which was not accumulated by units anymore and instead by the unit commanders, which allowed for trading or exchange of units while keeping the experience's commander leading them ahead. Promotions that you assign to your commander also increased their action points, which meant that the higher in rank commanders could perform more actions per turn. It's a bit controversial approach, as you could assign those best commanders to your strongest units and then lay series of devastating attacks against your enemy with them. On the other hand though, historically, brilliant strategists and great commanders could make a difference during encounters that could turn the tides of war, so I don't really know what to think about it all. It's perhaps not the best way of showing the superiority of some commanders over others, but also how else would you do that? Give them additional special abilities, or maybe some kind of a damage reduction effect to the units that they control, or increased damage output. What do you think? Since we're on the abilities, commanders get them now, and while they're very specific, when utilized properly, can make a huge impact on a particular combat encounter. Like Bomber's commanders getting bonuses when attacking bunkers, for instance. It may be situational, but those situations that they touch may mean the difference between your infantry being unable to progress or storming the enemy lines. Front lines that there are none in the game, as all units can move around the entire map and work efficiently anywhere on it. Meaning that sending a singular or two units far from main combat areas around the enemy all the way behind the enemy lines and taking their cities in series of quick grabs could cut the particular mission time by nearly half. And finally, the environments on maps are now interactive. So stuff like Burning Forest, for instance, can be a factual barrier that your infantry won't be able to cross. Panzer General 3D is a pretty fun and deep strategy, if you like those, especially those focusing on World War II. So if you do, make sure to check it out. But if you're unsure about the genre, it's definitely not the game to start your strategy adventure with. Aliens vs Predator is a first-person shooter based on crossover of Alien and Predator franchises, and it's the first game that I remember having problems running at full speed in high detail, especially whenever particle effects were on the screen. TNT M64 wasn't a powerhouse at all, and this game made it painfully obvious. Come to think of it, I've replaced it a year or so later, but also with nothing super special, just an iterative upgrade I think. I could never afford top-of-the-line hardware, and whenever I was upgrading something I used to invest in new, but still budget options. Anyway, same as in Atari Jaguar's first attempt at the crossover, this new Aliens vs Predator offers 3 separate campaigns, one for each species: Aliens, Predator and Colonial Marines. Each of the campaigns offers different objectives and is designed around particular species' special abilities and weapons. Colonial Marines carry motion detectors, a variety of conventional weapons and wear armor for protection. They also have flares to light up darker areas. Playing as Predator allows you to use his lore weapons, so wrist blades, a smart disc and a cult classic shoulder-mounted cannon. You know, the free laser points one. He also has a cloaking device to become invisible and several different modes of vision to detect different kinds of enemies. He's the most durable out of the 3 and can survive falls from greater heights than humans can. Alien is the only one with no weapons per se, but it has claws, tail and jaws to attack the enemies and also views the world through a sort of fisheye lens, seeing wider area at once. It has an echolocation for easier movement in dark areas and can detect human and predator pheromones. Aliens can fall from any height and suffer no damage, and are at least twice as fast as the predator. And given its low height when crawling, it can access the most areas of the game world out of all of the species. It can also move on walls and ceilings, same way as if it would be floor. Aliens vs Predator was hella fun. Granted, I've never completed it, as I'm more of a RPG strategy gamer and give these games most of my time. But I played it a lot and enjoyed the heck of it. Particularly playing as the alien, it was something new and unlike any other FPS, being able to run around the ceilings and quietly jump down on unsuspecting marines to kill them silently then and there with nothing but my tail. Or with a cringe comment or a bad joke, such as this one. It was great. What's best about the game though? Well, apparently, as I've never got to sample it myself, was the multiplayer, which supposedly allowed players to pick their favorite species and chase each other around the large levels. It included a co-op survival mode against various new types of enemies too, like robotic aliens or alien-predator hybrids to name a few, which seem like fun. One way or another, Aliens vs Predator is one of the very few good games based on the franchise, and it's well worth experiencing, even if only to sample the 3 completely different single-player campaigns. Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine is a Tomb Raider fight Indiana Jones, and you know what? I like it. I mean, I'm naturally way more fired up for the new one that's coming out this year, especially after having seen the gameplays videos of it, but until that releases, this is the best arcade game about our archaeologist/teacher turned adventurer/treasure hunter. Infernal Machine is a first-person action-adventure taking place in 1947. You're naturally playing as Indy, and as the game starts, you're on a retirement from adventuring, sipping tea or whiskey, who am I to tell you what to drink after all, spending your time thinking over long-lost treasures, old bones in ancient burial sites and books filled with unsolved secrets. You know, reliving your past action-packed life in your vivid imagination, digging with a spoon in a grant somewhere for some reason. Soon enough, however, your close friend, former love interest and CIA agent all rolled into one, Miss Sofia Habgood, tracks you down in a random archaeological dig site and informs you that Soviets are excavating the ruins of Babylon. As it turns out, they're looking for an ancient mythical artifact that is said to be more powerful and deadly than the nuclear weapons and will give Soviets a huge advantage in the Cold War. So she hires Indy to figure out what exactly is the thing that they're looking for. Given the game's title, it's probably not too difficult to guess that the item in question is the Infernal Machine. It's split into 4 parts and you'll be seeking them all throughout your adventure. Naturally, as with most Indiana Jones stories, the rest of the plot will be a mix of historical, adventurous and superficial and will put you on a roller coaster of fun all throughout its 17 levels. Most of them rely on a healthy mixture of puzzling, platforming and combat. Generally speaking, the puzzles are not very demanding, so you should never find yourself scratching your head for too long and are based around switches and items in most part. The platforming will be aplenty and fun and involve a lot of climbing, jumping and even using Indy's trademark whip from time to time too. Combat will place you against animal, human and supernatural enemies, mainly using different firearms, whip and a machete. And also, and most importantly, you'll battle with your own video game shortcomings and inner demons too. First, you'll beat with practice and repetition, second, with hopes of getting better and strong medication. Some levels include the use of vehicles such as rafts, jeeps and a minecart, and as you most likely expect, they're a nice change of pace and quite fun to use. All the treasures that you'll collect along the way can be exchanged for extra ammo and it's good to always make sure to have plenty. Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine is not a perfect game. In fact, it's not even better than few of the Tomb Raiders were. But it's plenty fun in its own right, and even more so if you're a fan of the movies. Oh man, I love Fallout franchise. I even like games that are not very good or not really truly Fallout. Still, you can rest assured, today's pick, Fallout 2, has no issues of that kind. Not only it's exceptional, but also was my most favorite Fallout for a long while. Until the release of Fallout New Vegas, that is. It starts 8 years after the first game ended and depicts Fallout's vision of alternate reality futuristic west coast of US, aka the Wasteland, and changes that the events of the first game brought to it. And there's a lot of bigger and smaller callbacks to the first game and evolutions to the world brought by the plot of it. In first Fallout, you were looking for a water chip, all to save your vault from dying, in the process influencing the lives of many. In second, you're a descendant of the vault dweller that saved the wasteland in the original, now living in a small and rural village of Arroyo. Or formerly rural, I should say really, as it seems to be going through real tough times. The crop are not growing and the people are beginning to fear starvation. So, your village elder gives you a pat on the back, some weird-ass drug-induced advices, couple of herbs of questionable origin and tells you to leave and not come back without gag. So, Garden of Eden creation kit. A small silver suitcase filled with pre-war technological wonders and trickery that's supposedly capable of bringing life back into irradiated wasteland with ease. It is set to terraform and cleanse the land around it, making it fertile and usable again. Whether it's true or not, that's your quest and that's what you're sent out to acquire. So, christened as the chosen one, you're kicked out into the danger-filled and full of adventures to be had wasteland. Now, if you played the first game, you know what to expect there and how to take the Raiders and Rat Scorpions filled world of Fallout head on. But if you haven't, let me quickly run you through an obstacle course of what it is. It's a post-apocalyptic role-playing game set in fictional alternate future US after what is now known as the Great War. Yes, very similar to the one we know from our history, but fought over 1 hour using thousands upon thousands of nuclear weapons that devastated and cleansed the entire world. The conflict was brewing for a long while and no one really knows anymore who launched the first nukes. But we know for a fact that neither China nor US or the rest of the world really survived it unscathed. The states are a more or less radioactive rubble, near entirely devoid of modern technology, with some smaller pockets of civilization spread over large and dangerous wastelands, and numerous factions fighting for control of parts of it, all of it, or even drugs or technology only. They're chaotic, they're different, and all seem to be wanting something they won't necessarily will be able to get. And while you have your own aforementioned quest, you'll meet tons of different folks, intelligent or not, half human, half whatever creatures, entire faction of ideologically and fanatically connected folks, and will have plenty more quests to fulfill and have fun doing so too. All the while working towards your main one, cause you're you, and you're not gonna leave your high as a kite elder hanging. Or you might, cause it's Fallout and you can do pretty much whatever you'd like. The game runs in real time through most of it, until you enter combat that is. Then it switches into this magnificently and perfectly crafted turn-based mode that's a pleasure to use and eradicate enemies in. You know, not much is as fun as a ghost rifle shot straight into the death close eye, or a .233 pistols round sent for the raider's groin, provided you don't miss cause you know, you only have one life. Oh man, I feel like I could be talking about Fallout 2 for hours. About all the super mutants, ghouls, and all the other weirdos populating it, about the power struggles, remnants of pre-war technologies that, while old as F, are new and nearly magic-like in this simple destroyed world, and about characters, individuals that you'll meet, all having their own plans, agendas and allegiances, but I won't. And all I will tell you here before I jump to our next game is that Fallout 2, same as most other games in the series, is not just a game about the quest you are given, but also one about adventures that you will craft for yourself, making numerous game-changing decisions and seeking interesting side activities in this grim, dark future. Discworld Noir is the third and last point-and-click adventure game based on Terry Pratchett's series of humorous Discworld books, and this time you're not Rincewind, a butt of all wizardry jokes, but Luton, a butt of some, mostly non-wizardry jokes. So in a way, it's a promotion. Unlike previous two games, Noir is, well, noir, also grittier, darker and more realistic. It's still fun though, so there's that at least. So yeah, like I said, you're Luton, first and only private investigator in the world of Discworld. And being the only one, and just having started your office, you're not overflowing with work. So, to pay the bills, or whatever else you need to spend the money on, you're seeking out the work like a hawk. Or like first and only PI in a world with no PIs. Fortunately, same as in most Tex Murphy games, work seems to find you, and you are hired by our femme fatale character of Miss Carlotta von Uberwald. She asks you to track down a man named Mandy and gives you very little detail about him. I mean, you're out of work and in dire need of money, so you're not gonna question what you're given. And all you know is that he recently went away to the nation of Sword and disappeared shortly after, coming back home to Ankh-Morpork 2 days ago. As you work on your case, or the case, as it's the first one in Discworld, you'll come across many other characters and they'll hire you for other, also missing person cases, effectively turning you from a first PI with no work into first PI with all the work. As it will turn out, all of the disappearances are connected and you'll have a hell of a case on your hands. One involving numerous murders, a sinister conspiracy and a dark secret cult. Also, not too smart police captain, secret societies, religious fanatics and a seaworth of sarcasm and bizarre humor. Not necessarily in that order. Discworld Noir is entirely different than the first two games. It's rain-soaked, in dark colors only and devoid of inventory-based puzzles, instead of banking on detective-like gameplay where you gather the evidence that Luton writes down in his notebook for your convenience, interrogate folks and use the evidence where appropriate to push the story forward. So, while there's no real inventory and items in Noir, the clues are sort of like your items, and your notepad is de facto your inventory. I know, sounds stupid when I say it like that, but I've not slept well for months, so you gotta excuse me and try to piece it all together from the randomness and chaos that I extrude here sipping my tea and gathering my scattered thoughts. Or fragmented, as a friend of mine would have called them, I think. Naturally, conversations are a king in Noir, and they hold the key to solving the game's mystery. I'm gonna be honest with you here, I've not played it, so I can't tell you from experience how good it is or isn't. But it's definitely interesting and a game I'm adding to my imaginary and never to be realized to play list. I like all SimCity games. I even enjoyed the mobile one for a little while until I hit the ungrindable paywall that is. Which, you know, in a game where you wait for most things for hours on end, it's not something I'll try to break with money thrown at it. Still, the point stands, I like all of them. With SimCity 2000 holding a special place in my heart as the one I spent most time playing, and SimCity 4 being the best of them all. Well, truth be told, the best SimCity is not even SimCity anymore but Cities Skylines, but that's beside the point. So, where were we? Between SimCity 2000 and 4, there was SimCity 3000, and it too was superb. But for the odd one or two of you that have not heard about the series, let me quickly explain what it is. SimCity is a city building simulator and a city planner's wet dream. Well, I love them all as well, so my dreams ain't dry either. Anyway, the idea here is pretty simple. Everything runs on RCI meter, which stands for residential, commercial and industrial, and represents current needs of your city for particular zones. So you gotta fulfill them by marking land for appropriate development, in the same time making sure that they're supplied in whatever they may need. So water, electricity and connections, be it by road, water or train. Air too, but that's more for outside of the city travels. With all that in place and working, you'll need to keep the citizens safe, happy and educated. So you'll plant firefighting depots, police stations, hospitals, schools and a whole manner of other services, parks, landmarks and the likes. You also manage citywide policies, customizing it to your needs and consider your citizens' requests. Requests that they may come asking for. so you'll need to make sure to keep all the pros and cons of each of the decisions in mind before pulling the trigger. Building a casino, for instance, may bring in tourism and extra cash to your sprawling metropolis, but also raise crime considerably too, lowering overall happiness. So, basically, you'll be responsible for keeping the city growing, prospering, and its bank accounts full, balancing the scales as best as you can. In essence, SimCity 3000, same as all others, is a spreadsheet type of a game with some graphics overlaid on top. So, there's dozens of underlying and intertwined mechanics that need to be managed carefully to keep it all running smoothly. And believe it or not, there's not many games as addicting as SimCities are. If you're new to the series, however, and it all sounds like a lot more to learn than you're willing to do, the game features 7 advisors, each responsible for a different part of your city. So finances, transportation, environmental issues, city planning, safety, health, education, and utilities. And while they're perhaps not great at advising a seasoned player who has his/her own routines for building up best cities, newbies will definitely benefit from their advice in the first few games. The new additions to the series that 3000 brought were the waste management, inclusion of farms and agriculture structures, spreading all the zones into 3 distinct densities of low, medium, and high, and business deals with outside investors and 4 neighboring cities. So, if you like to use your noggin and enjoy creating efficient and well-working machines, or just building your own city sounds like a lot of fun to you, then SimCity 3000 is a gem unlike many, and one of the best games of the year. Those of you who've been watching these videos of mine for a while know that I feel that arcade racers' conversions to PC, while fun and all, are not as good as the native PC games were by the late 90s. And Sega Rally 2 Championship is an exception confirming this rule, so a very decent outlier in the series of underwhelming ports. It features superb high-resolution graphics running at breakneck speeds no less, though this was largely dependent on your PC's hardware, and even offers a steering wheel support, a very nice touch for all the fans of the arcade racing that own this. Most importantly, however, PC version, unlike arcade original, features Sega's own 10-year championship mode, which allows you to, well, play out a whole championship season composed out of 16 tracks, and modify your car between the races, and it's always more fun than straight-up arcade single races, as it releases that uncanny sense of progression within you that many of us are after. There's 40 tracks in the game, and while some of them are repeats at different weather conditions, artificially raising the number, their design, setting of forests, desert or cities, and attention to on and off the track detail more than make up for it. All 21 vehicles in Sega Rally 2 are actually real-life licensed rally cars, coming mostly from Europe and Japan. They are painstakingly modeled and look amazing. As an arcade racer with just a touch of simulation to it, Sega Rally 2 Championship is surprisingly decent on PC, and should be a real treat if you like those types of games. And even more so if you have a friend with you, as it can be played in split-screen multiplayer too, which is always fun. When I purchased Shadow Company Left 4 Dead, I did cause I thought it was going to be something similar to Jagged Alliance, and in a lot of ways it was, but even more so, it wasn't. Still, while it was not what I was hoping for, it was a very decent and fun game for fans of military tactics, albeit always running in real time and not utilizing my favorite turn-based mode whatsoever. So you could actually say that rather than Jagged Alliance alone, it was like marrying of it with Commandos. A real-time top-down tactical strategy with clearly defined roles for individual units working together towards joint specific goal using their unique skills and abilities. Anyway, you play as a leader of a private military group, so mercenaries for hire, and have a unit of men under your lead. Each of them is described by 12 different attributes and have their own specializations and personalities. Up to 8 of these can be taken on a particular mission, and the choice of which is entirely up to you, though it's always best to build a team that would complement itself and feature many different proficiencies. So pairing a medic with a sniper, someone working in stealth, and a troop proficient in demolition is bare minimum, I feel. And the remaining spots can be filled by other team members. Or not, cause you know, it's your call after all. You're the boss here. So, you're hired by a client claiming to be a government of Angola, they promise you mountains of money, entertainment likes of which you've not seen, and the best food and drinks money can buy, and send you on a mission to recover an important petroleum refining facility which has been seized by the rebels working in conjunction with foreign mercenaries belonging to a rival company known as Tetsuyama. So, in the most basic translation, either Mountain Tetsu or Huge Testicle, singular, and only one of these is true. Anyway, as you complete the mission, spreading high-velocity delivered justice, creating pockets of bodies all around the mission area, you discover that your employer abandoned you there and that the facility is much more than just a refinery. It seems that the international terrorist group known as Genesis is behind it, and you'll have your work cut out for you, traveling the world and trying to dismantle them. Oh, naturally, you're mercenaries, so you're not doing it for smiles and praises, but bucketfuls of cash, hired by the mysterious Mr. Stein. Shadow Company, while essentially being a squad-based RTS, is much slower than what you're used to, as it focuses on tactics a lot, making you plan out each and every next move. If you enjoy those kinds of experiences though, there's a lot to like here, especially on higher difficulty levels, as on those lower, the enemies are as bright as light coming from a broken light bulb. Nocturne is an action game with survival horror elements and a touch of supernatural. It features full 3D characters overlaid on top of pre-rendered backgrounds with fixed camera angles. So you know, a viewpoint I hate with a passion of rogue AI, limited in its eye activities by the walls imposed of it by slavery-like rules of robotics. At the time of its release, Nocturne was one of, if not the most demanding game on the market. It could devour any computing power you could throw at it, both in terms of CPU and GPU, as its engine ran all of its effects in real time. So shadows, volumetric lighting and fog, reflections, lens flares, skeletal-based animation of characters, 3D positional audio and surround sound. We take all of this for granted today, but back then, only the best of the best could handle as demanding of a game as this one. You play as a mysterious stranger, a member of secret American paranormal investigation team, seemingly founded by the President Theodore Roosevelt to combat the unknown, so all manner of otherworldly and demonic creatures. The game is composed out of 4 unique scenarios, missions that you're sent on if you will, and you're the only one capable of solving them. And set solving gameplay-wise at least comes down to killing all the monsters that you'll find and completing secondary objectives, so either finding appropriate keys, puzzle objects or rescuing people from danger. Weapons that you'll get to use on your travels are a standard fare for the survival genre, so pistols and shotguns, endless offensive crossbow and flamethrower. There are also some melee weapons like Access to, so in case you run out of ammo, which you most definitely will, you can always revert to beating the monsters in a more direct way. Looking them in the eye as life abandons it, bit by bit, with each hit of a shovel to their slowly deforming heads. It has to be said here that Nocturne is rather gory, and having your enemies be split in half or lose limbs is nothing special, and you'll pretty much get to see them die in all manner of bloody messes. On a side note, those limbs can actually be picked up and thrown back at the enemies in some kind of a sick taunt, showing them what awaits there if they keep going your way. And yet they will despite that. The 4 missions, which can be played in any order, are a team-up with a half-vampire to retrieve a powerful artifact from castle in Germany, a liberation of a small rural American town from a zombie infestation, battle with reanimated mobsters created by the Al Capone in Chicago, and solving a mystery of a house full of deadly traps. Combat is fun, and no doubt Nocturne's strongest suit, and it carries you through the entire game with ease. There is one thing Nocturne failed at entirely, and it's the fear factor, or lack thereof, which is a bit disappointing in a horror game, even one as playable as this one. Do you remember Battle City on NES? In some regions it was also called Tank, so you may know it under that name too. You know, the very simple top-down game where you'd control a tank and had to fight with another, controlled by CPU or a second player, in various different simple city-like environments. I say city-like, but in reality they were just made out of what looked like bricks, concrete, water and shrubbery. It's a gross oversimplification, but Wild Metal Country could be considered a modern battle city. This time though, with a story. 3 planets of the Tetic system, which sounds like a budget brand of GPS for your car, have had their machines gone out of control, drive population out and kept the planets for themselves. Your mission, should you choose to launch the game and decide to play it, is to go to each planet and collect 8 color power cores that are held and protected by the machines. When you manage to secure them, you have to deliver them to appropriate hovering pickup points. You have 8 types of missiles and 4 of mines to complete your mission, unlimited number of lives and no timer. It's a very simple game at heart and one that does not demand much from you, at least not mentally, so if you're looking for something to just fire up, to drive around and shoot at stuff mindlessly, Wild Metal Country is the right pick. In online multiplayer, which can be played by even up to 8 people at once, it's all about the frags and credits. So yeah, fun. There's few types of tanks to choose from, and generally speaking, despite being a very basic title, Wild Metal Country can be fun in short bursts from time to time. Graphics are rather nice and in full 3D, though the near complete lack of any interesting landmarks or decorations on the planets make them feel empty and like reskins of one another just using different color palettes. Still, the game is what it is, and it doesn't pretend to be anything more. and for that I think it's worth a mention. System Shock 2, an action role-playing survival sci-fi horror and FPS hybrid, is considered by most gamers familiar with it as one of the most important titles in the entire history of gaming, and deservedly so, as in many ways it was a near-perfect game. It's also a title no one in their right mind should want to cover in a video, as it has so many fans and people who love it and know it by heart that some backlash for missing, overlooking, ignoring, or even worse, oversimplifying something is pretty much guaranteed, and nearly everything I'll say about it today may be an igniting point for raging fire of hate and anger. But whatever, I'm doing it anyway. System Shock 2 is set 42 years after the events of the first game in 2114, on board a faster-than-light experimental spaceship named Von Braun. Not Von Orange or Von Pink, but Von Braun. And yes, I know that it's with AU and not OW, I'm thick, but not that thick. Anyway, you're a soldier working for UNN, so Unified National Nominate, and you were supposed to be escorting the Von Braun in the military ship Rickenbacker, yet the only thing that you recall upon waking up when the game starts after you crawl out of your cryotube on Von Braun is all I just said. Something's not right, and you're about to figure it out. It seems that both ships were infected with something unknown, a hive mind-like parasitic worms that were mistakenly picked up when responding to a distress call, and most of the crew members were either mutated into monsters or killed. Shortly after waking up, you're contacted by a woman claiming to be the only female survivor and asking you to rendezvous with her. To do so, however, you'll have to traverse through the entire huge-ass monsters and robots-filled ship on foot. And this is where the real game begins. If you've not played it or know of it, then boy oh boy are you in for a lot of surprises, twists and turns, adventures and challenges ahead. As in most RPGs, you pick a class in System Shock 2 too, and that choice will grant you bonuses to your initial skills and specializations. While picking one that would fit your playstyle is the right choice, either focusing on combat, hacking, or being proficient with psionic powers. It's worth pointing out that neither of the choices really locks you out of the skills that the others use. They may just take a bit longer and some cybernetic gymnastics to acquire. As you move through the ship completing missions and unlocking new areas, the plot will slowly reveal itself bit by bit, leading you through the entire adventure. And I gotta note here that while you'll have access to both melee and ranged weapons, you'll nearly always short of ammo and underpowered, and it's much better to focus on survival and avoiding the enemies when possible, rather than maniacally trying to find and kill them all. Since System Shock is a sci-fi and cyberpunk mixture, you can bet your sweetly nest that there are cybernetic implants in the game that will amplify your skills for as long as they have juice to keep running. Other than putting things that don't belong in your body, you'll also be finding and researching new stuff, and it can be weapons and items that will come in handy on your mission, or enemy organs that will teach you how to deal more damage. Found nanites, so the currency of the game, can be spent on either purchases of weapons and items in matter replicators, or on hacking, repairs, upgrades and healing. Psionic skills give you a set of quote-unquote powers, like being able to move things at a distance, to paralyze the enemies, or even to become invisible, and for all intents and purposes can be considered as equivalent of magic found in fantasy RPGs. Up until the final confrontation with the woman that contacted you, most of the story is unveiled by found messages and audio logs, left by the crew members before they died. And it, along with there being literally no one else with you, gives System Shock 2 a very alienating and lonely feel that, mixed with horror and cyberpunk themes, makes it as atmospheric game as no other. And not only then, but to this very day. If you like twists and turns in your games, deep and engaging story, challenging combat and tons upon tons of extra activities, System Shock 2 is a title for you. But if you're new to the genre, while it's one of the best, it's not a good start, as it's a gigantic and difficult game. I know that Curse of the Monkey Island released in 1997 and not 1999. But I think I forgot about it in videos for 1997, and also it was re-released in 1999, and you can never talk too much about Monkey Island games, so I decided to allow myself this little potential mistake to be solved here. Anyway, The Curse is a point-and-click adventure and the third in LucasArts' series of best of the 90s adventure games. Once again, you play as Guybrush Threepwood, a pirate equivalent of Mr. Bean, so someone most other pirates laugh at, but also one that has the biggest heart and is most definitely not one of those evil pirates. Which reminds me that there's this really funny pirate themed, very Monkey Island-like in its humor TV series on Max called Our Flag Means Death. So yeah, check it out. Guybrush is more into sailing and treasure hunting than drinking grog and plundering. So, after nearly escaping evil ghost pirate LeChuck in the previous game, our hero finds himself drifting onto the series staple Plunder Island, where met by his love interest Elaine Marley on the beach, he proposes to her using ring found on LeChuck's ship. As it turns out, it carried a rather nasty curse, and Elaine is near instantly turned into a solid gold statue. Tough luck for Guybrush, even tougher for Elaine, as she really wanted to use the bathroom before being transformed. Our unlucky hero must find a way to turn her back, and find her too, actually. Cause you know, a solid gold statue on an island full of pirates is not something that's gonna stand there unclaimed for long. From this point onward, Curse becomes your typical Monkey Island adventure with all that it entails. So omnipresent hilarious humor, quirky, odd and unusual characters, quests and tasks big and small, usually quite stupid, and more pirates than you'd ever seen since the last game. And LeChuck, cause he's most definitely not gone with the winds, I mean, for good, he's not gone for good. And you will absolutely love each and every second of it all. Curse of the Monkey Islands presentation is fantastic, it's high resolution, multiple colors and features more monkeys than any other game on the market. Since the game abandoned the interface part of the interface, so to speak, freeing much of the oh so precious on-screen real estate, the scenery in-game is lush, rich and spans all of it, looking better than virtually any other game of the time. And since I've already mentioned the interface, I should really explain where it went, shouldn't I? So, it morphed into one used in full throttle, so it's a small pop-up that shows up whenever you click on something, and it uses try-choice format, so you can click on a hand, eyes or a mouth. First covers all the actions from pick-up through push to use and everything in between. Second is used to examine things, look at them like a hawk or a monkey, and last is for conversations, eating, biting and inhaling. And if that sounds like an odd choice, then yes, you'll do all of this with your mouth at some point. Have no fear though, the icons are context sensitive and will change to appropriate actions when necessary, and you'll never feel lost playing Curse. Oh, and the inventory is brought up with the right click. First two Monkey Island titles were some of the most fun, creative and genre-defining games ever. I'm happy to report that third is no different, and if you're unsure if the changes it brought to the series broke it, they didn't. It's like the awesomest of awesome things you'll play all week, and the adventurous of adventures you'll have this month, and it has pirates to boot, so you know, win. Or maybe 3 of these wins only, I don't know. Point is, it's great, go and play it. The Longest Journey is a point-and-click adventure and one of the best modern games in the genre. It takes place in the year 2209 in a city of Newport in an unspecified region of the future US. You play as April Ryan, 18-year-old art student. She's been recently in a pickle, a sour one no less. Not only she's been struggling with finishing her painting, but also have been plagued with very vivid and realistically feeling nightmares for months and is slowly losing strength to deal with it all. I mean, when does one begin to question one's sanity? Anyway, one of those odd nights she dreams of a white dragon that tells her that she's the mother of the future, which is then promptly followed by a real-life lucid encounter with a man named Cortez, whom tells April that she must face reality in her dreams. All of that seems odd, and April's unsure what to make out of it. Soon enough, however, she learns that the world is not what it seems and that the reality has many facets. In this particular case, April's world has 2 parallel realities. Science and technology-based one called Stark, and that's the one April lives in, and another called Arcadia, where the magic reigns. And as it turns out, April possesses the ability to shift between the worlds, so is in a unique position of being the only person capable of restoring the balance in both of the worlds before it's too late. And the nightmares she was having were actually unintentional shifts she was making between the realities when asleep. This is where your adventure truly begins. I know that the setup may seem a bit vague, but trust me, The Longest Journey is one of the best games in the genre and a captivating story from start to finish. While the game sports absolutely despised by me with the passion of an armless juggler pre-rendered backgrounds with fixed camera points, it's not an action-based title, so I'm much less annoyed by it as the shifts between viewpoints don't get in the way of quick reacting, which is not present in the game, and I can appreciate the graphics without worry that the camera jumps may cause me to lose a life. In fact, The Longest Journey follows the greats in the genre in this and features no lives and no points where you could actually lose them, so you don't have to worry before trying out things or seeking unusual solutions to some of the puzzles. Most of which are inventory based, but some correct picks in multi-choice extensive dialogues will be needed to advance the story too. The split into realities of technological and magic in The Longest Journey and bigger-than-life quest that seemingly unprepared for young woman must face, and she does, like a boss no less, makes the game one of the more rewarding and fulfilling adventuring experiences of its decade, and I can't recommend it enough. Though it has to be said that if we're talking 90s, my opinions in regard to point-and-clickers should always be questioned, as I will always pick Monkey Island games as my faves, despite other being objectively better. Because look behind you, a three-headed monkey. Outcast is a futuristic sci-fi action-adventure game taking place on an alien planet Adelpha. Its story is rather interesting and sets up the gameplay quite well. In the year 2007, a parallel universe is discovered and we've sent a probe to it to scout and report on its findings. As it turns out, there's an entire alien civilization living there, or civilizations I should say really, one peaceful and one not so much, to the point that the bad ones attack and damage the probe upon its discovery. Unfortunately, tech required to manufacture such probe is rather dangerous, and the damage caused spawned a black hole that threatens the existence of our entire universe. Whenever something goes astray and there seems to be no way to fix it, historically we revert to one action and one action only. And no, I don't mean an all-out attack, even if it seems like something humans would do. Nope, we send you, our savior and interdimensional hero extraordinaire, with dashing good looks, impeccable hairline, snow-white smile, muscles to rival those of best action heroes and morals of a saint. And we kinda leave things in your hands to figure out a solution. And this time, we've done the same. I mean, we theoretically sent you there with 3 scientists who were supposed to study the phenomena and find a solution, but naturally, upon arrival in Adelpha, you've been separated. So left on an alien planet populated by the species called Talan, who are split in 2 factions, a peaceful and extremely aggressive one, convinced of its own superiority, you must carry on the mission on your own. Well, to make things clear, they are convinced of their superiority, you don't have to be, everyone knows you're superior to everyone else. So, find the probe, locate the scientist and get them to fix it, avoid the destruction of our reality, and in the same time help peaceful Talan overthrow the evil one's plans for taking over their world. The adventure will take you through all 5 uniquely stylized continents on the planet and will see you solving many quests, big and small, before you'll be able to fill your main task. In fact, it's those quests that will push the story ahead and keep the game progressing at a steady pace. Other than that, you'll be involved in a lot of combat with the evil Talan, and to beat them, you'll utilize 6 different weapons and numerous helpful gadgets too, such as Hollow Decoy for instance, which does exactly what you think it does based on its name only. You can think of Outcast as Tomb Raider in space, with no tombs, but a lot of raiding and adventuring. You can run, fight with ranged weapons and at close distance too, jump, swim, dive, crawl and ride a local horse equivalent, a weird animal known as Wonha. If you like Lara Croft and her shenanigans, then Outcast will be a lot like it, just sci-fi and with a dude as a protagonist. Cutter Slate, an awesome name for a hero. The most unusual of Outcast features though is its save game system, which is unlike anything you've seen. At the beginning of the game you receive an object called Gam Saf, which is said to be able to capture your essence so that it can be restored if anything dramatic happens to you. So to use it, and as an extension of that save the game, you have to equip and squeeze it. It will start glowing and emitting sound that will attract all nearby enemies. If there is no one around, it will stop after a few seconds and you'll be able to save your game. But if the enemies are near, they'll engage you in combat. It's an interesting mechanic and one that makes you actively seek out and make mental notes of secure locations to save your progress. To summarize, Outcast is fun, play it. Ultima 9 Ascension is the 9th and last entry in the long-running series of role-playing games and the only one to use true 3D polygonal graphics. Generally speaking, despite being a technological step-up over previous entries, Ultima 9 was a bit of a letdown, at least to me. Britannia was considerably smaller than in previous games, many of its areas were locked off and inaccessible until specific tasks were completed or just not used in the game at all, and populated locations were tiny. I mean, the biggest city of the entire kingdom is literally just a few buildings in size. The story and gameplay are all decent, even if nowhere near the similar level of the earlier entries, but everything else felt smaller, less grandiose, and overall limited in scope. That's me though, and don't let my opinions sway you. If it looks like a game for you, do check it out, you may end up loving it. Story-wise, playing as Avatar, you're once more summoned to Britannia to deal with the evil Guardian. As you arrive, you find Britannia to be a shadow of its former self. A theme you should be used to if you played earlier games. Numerous mysterious great columns appeared throughout the land and caused famine, plagues and natural disasters, often all at once. The reason behind it all is obviously the corrupted Guardian, who stole the runes of virtues from the respective shrines, twisting the meaning of the virtues in the process into the mockeries of what they were before, and morphed said runes into glyphs that he placed within those aforementioned evil spewing columns. So, it's not that difficult to figure out what your main quest will be, and it's finding and recovering of the glyphs, returning them to shrines, and meditating the evil out of them. And if you think I'm joking here, I'm not. You're gonna be meditating your ass away. All for the stones to recover the true powers of good. I once meditated so passionately and with all my might that I ended up cleansing my body too, out of all the food that it had stored up. And it made me work up a little hunger. So, a hungy. Naturally, as the story progresses, you'll complete numerous side quests and have many cool adventures. Unfortunately, Ultima 9 removed experience points entirely, only increasing your basic attributes after completing certain story events, which might have been fine in any other game really, but in series so heavily rooted in RPG, it was a change most fans of the series did not appreciate, present company included. Anyway, the combat's naturally action-based and actually pretty fun, utilizing melee and ranged weapons and magic spells. On the plus side, the ever-present in the series ability to pick up and carry nearly any object in the game has been preserved, and while usability of this mechanic is questionable, it's one I always liked in my games. I know I've laid some solid and stinky bricks on Ascension, but despite being disappointed with a lot that it did, I did actually enjoy it. I've not completed it though, I think something else stole my interest mid-playthrough, but I had fun for a while. Grand Theft Auto 2 is a follow-up to extremely successful first game and still top-down arcade action-adventure set in the world of near-future unspecified North American city controlled by three rivaling gangs. It is not explicitly said when exactly the game takes place, but judging by the difference in technology from our real world, it's a few decades at most. Unlike the original, which was split in few cities, GTA 2 takes place in one, but it is divided into three large districts, each of them unlocked along with the story progress. So, downtown, residential and industrial. Not a very creative naming, but at least we know exactly what to expect from them. They are unlocked by accumulating plenty enough points that you earn by committing crimes and finishing missions. The missions are still largely initiated by phones, but given the tri-gang geopolitical situation in the city, you will have to choose your allegiances, and raising your reputation with one gang will lower it with others. It's an interesting approach, as it adds a little to the replayability. Why a little only? Because sadly these missions don't change much between the factions. It's perhaps an opportunity wasted, but not a detractor from playing. New additions to the series that the second game brought were the two vehicles with attached to them weapons, so a fire truck with flamethrower, and yeah, the irony does not escape me. Also, the real irony here is that the fire trucks in real life are used to put down fires and not cause them. And the one in the game is actually the one that's correctly named appropriately to the function that it provides. Regular fire trucks should be called water cannon vehicles or anti-fire trucks or whatever. And while it would sound way stupid, it would also make some sense. I seem to be trailing off the subject here, so let's jump back in. The second armed vehicle is a car with machine guns on top. There are also side missions, many of them in chains, and offering ability to earn some extra cash, like driving a taxi for instance. And while they're not necessary per se, they're a nice change of pace and a start to what would be the norm for side activities in the future GTA games. And finally, you can save your progress in GTA 2 in churches by paying money. Which is fitting on so many levels. I just don't believe that Rockstar have included it in that form, risking upsetting so many players. Well, there were still DMA back then, which I'm convinced stood for damage murder action. Don't fact check this or correct me, I like my definition best. GTA 2 is often considered a black sheep of the series, and while I love it, I can't understand the sentiment and agree with it to a degree too. Even if it offered some small improvements under the hood and few extra features that were immediately noticeable, it all just felt like not enough. Like it was a third expansion to the first game rather than the completely new one. Did it stop me from playing? Hell no. I did and had a lot of fun with it. Short of some of those ungodly difficult missions which were more annoying than fun, but overall it was not worse than the first GTA, but also not better. And that's what was its biggest problem, I feel. Still, without GTA 2 we'd not had GTA 3, and that one shook the world. That's a story for an entirely different video, however. Drakan Order of the Flame is a fantasy action-adventure game set in a magical world of Drakan. My life is also a fantasy action-adventure set in my magical imagination. Ages ago, Drakan was in constant chaos and nearing destruction, all because of the human-dragon wars. Wars that spanned for way too long and took too many victims. Eventually, a peace was found and Order of the Flame established to guard it. Members were humans who bonded with dragons to protect peace and virtue. While both species prospered, eventually someone had to break out. One that wanted more power, more riches, more respect, just more. War Mage Navros betrayed the Order of the Flame, joining Warthogs and other evil creatures in the so-called Dark Union and leading it into war against what's good and peaceful. Order of the Flame was nearly destroyed, and only by sacrifice of one great dragon Arok, after months of conflict, the Union was stopped. Seemingly destroyed forever. Few still remaining alive dragons went away to sleep in timeless slumber, while humans did what they do and kept carrying on. Centuries later, your village is raided in a surprise attack by considered gone Warthogs, burned to ash, and your brother kidnapped, leaving you alone and having to save him, preferably while killing all the Warthogs along the way. So you, playing as a young heroine by fate's will or a series of tragical incidents, whichever you wanna believe in, have to wake up the nearby dragon and join forces to figure out what this unexpected emergence of the Dark Union may mean, save your only surviving family member and the entire land of Drakan II. Drakan feels like a seamless mixture of Tomb Raider and Panzer Dragoon, short of pre-baked on-rail mechanics. Your adventure will take you to numerous different inner and outer locations where you'll face Dark Union goons and will have to defeat them. You'll be in the villages, forests, valleys, dark and spooky caverns, sacred chambers and ancient tombs, and many more. The best thing about it though is that they're not divided into artificial levels or stages, and you can just move around and between them on foot or hop on your dragon's back and fly. It feels very free and open, while actually not being so at all, because in reality you're often limited in the freedom of movement by how the locations are structured. It's barely noticeable, so unless you actively look for it, you may not even know that you are. In air, when flying on your dragon, you'll use your unquestionable reflexes to steer away from danger and fry other evil dragons with its fiery breath, effectively becoming the first mobile airborne charity kebab chef this side of fantasy lands. On foot, you'll fight in hand-to-hand combat with swords, bows and such, and will put down many ugly and / deadly creatures, like tons upon tons of warthogs, scavengers, demonic knights, or even giant spiders. Oh, and in case you're wondering, warthogs I keep mentioning are just stupidly named orcs. So yeah, there's that. Despite a bit convoluted and rather blunt feeling story, Drakan is actually hella fun to play and feels involving and action-packed all the way through, so if you're looking for something similar but playing distinctively different to Tomb Raider, this is the game that you're after. Subterra Core Legacy of the Creator is Western post-apocalyptic sci-fi JRPG. I know, an unusual for the time mix, and yet it was made. And you know what? It was rather great. In Subterra Core you play as Maya, a young junk scavenger surviving in the so-called wastes and earning her living by collecting junk. One of those days, as you were looking for old bits and pieces, seeking something of value like an old gold tooth or flip lighter, you unexpectedly came in contact with a Chosen, one of the beings who live on top of the Subterra's world, consuming ungodly amounts of energy and only leaving scraps for those who live on the lower levels, wastes being one of them. Cause yeah, the world of Subterra Core is layered, and the lower your layer is, the worse you have. Which perhaps unintentional, but poses an interesting similarity to our world's social levels. I mean, I would love to think of myself as middle class, but let's not kid ourselves. I'm low and I know it. Anyway, the Chosen that Maya met seems to be going after what's known as the legendary Precious Gift, an artifact that grants those who possess it immense powers. Soon after, Maya learns of the future that's soon to come true, involving Subterra's complete destruction. So, she decides to head off on a quest to save her world. The game takes place across 7 distinctively thematically different parts of Subterra and follows completely linear, character-driven plot that is surprisingly deep and engaging. There's 8 characters other than Maya that you can add to your roster throughout the adventure to compose the most optimal party of 3 to save the world, and all of them have their own motivations and reasons to help Maya with her quest. Most of the gameplay comprises of genre-staple activities, so conversations with many NPCs, numerous battles with the enemies of various difficulties, store visits to purchase or sell items, and the traversal, which is done by overworld map. Initially your party walks everywhere, tip-topping around each and every continent, but eventually they get access to the ship that will allow them to fast travel and even visit previously inaccessible areas. The enemies that you meet are not random, but either roam around different spots or are pre-baked in preset store locations. Combat is sorta turn-based as the time keeps running and you decide when you want to pause it to issue commands. So why would you wait having to take on the enemy attacks instead of mashing them on your own? Well, in combat each of the characters has a dial with 2 breakpoints, passing which increases their powers and allows for stronger attacks or to combine their attacks for a more devastating for the enemy effects. Spells for individual characters or combos can also be cast at low, medium and maximum power levels, so while it may not appear so on the first glance, combat encounters are rather tactical. Sounds and graphics are pretty nice and complement the story and futuristic fantasy setting well, but are nothing to write home about and won't see you gasping in awe. Septeracor is fun and definitely well worth experiencing role-playing adventure that will keep you at the edge of your seat all throughout. Star Wars Episode I The Phantom Menace is an action-adventure video game set in the world of Star Wars and closely following the plot of the movie of the same title. Like literally going through it scene by scene, adding some background details or showing well-known events from a different character's point of view. It's a rather neat idea, and the game, despite never reaching heights of popularity of released in the same time Racer, is actually pretty fun and well put together. Depending on the particular level that you're in, you get to control Obi-Wan Kenobi, then still young but soon to be a badass Jedi Master, Qui-Gon Jinn, Obi-Wan Kenobi's teacher, sporting Galaxy's finest for the time haircut, Queen Amidala, a mother to a sister-loving Jedi simp, whose strength in Force is only comparable to his set of insecurities, and a wife to first death metal guitarist in the galaxy, Darth Vader, one responsible for the heavy metal band Vader. Yup, it's definitely not a coincidence. You get to play as Captain Panaka in some stages too, whose only claim to fame is being Amidala's guard and then being assassinated in one of the Star Wars books. Both Jedi warriors naturally have access to lightsabers, like all good Wraith Fiends do, and Force Push Attack, also like all good Wraith Fiends do, while the powerless crowd has to stick to blasters, proton missile launchers and explosives. I mean, they get the job done, but are nowhere near as cool. While the protagonists change along with the story and there's no real character progression of any kind in Phantom Menace, there are some superficial RPG elements present in the game too, like ability to interact with NPCs for directions, advice, to trade, gain access to locked-off areas or even pick up additional side missions. Combat will mostly comprise of putting down hundreds if not thousands of battle droids, AATs, Tusken Raiders or Jawas among others. But as you go through the story, you'll also get to tackle several different bosses, such as Tusken Raider Chieftain, Jabba Speed Beast or even Darth Maul, a Sith Lord that overcompensates for something with his extra long stick. What he's missing is hard to tell, but that stick/saber of his is exceptionally long. Sadly, you don't get to see or fight against Darth Vader, which is completely understandable, as back when the story takes place, he was still on the wrong side of the Force. Well, at least you get to visit some of the famous from the movie locales, and that's not nothing. So, if you've seen the movie and somehow managed to remember what it was about, the game follows its plot to the letter and you'll need no refresher here from me. But if you didn't, or like most of us managed to erase it from memory over the years, the game may actually prove fun lightsaber romp, despite being based on a questionable quality source material. Revenant is an action RPG, not unlike Diablo, nowhere near as popular or well known though. It takes place on the island of Akulon, in and around the town of Misthaven. You're Locke Daveran, and you're a Revenant, a being that's been brought back to life from Anserak, game world's equivalent of Hell, to do the summoner's bidding in exchange for his freedom. In this particular case, you've been recalled from the land of the rotten and undead by Sardok, the magical advisor to King Tendrick. Your mission is quite simple on face value. Find and rescue King's daughter Princess Andrea, who was kidnapped by the mysterious cult of Children of Change, which sounds like a charity for kids from at-risk environments and definitely deserves your donation. Well, if it was a real thing, that is. Anyway, the cult has been steadily eating away at the island, capturing and controlling new areas with magic, bending humans and creatures living in them to their will. So now you, playing as Locke and having no say in the matter really, have to accept the quest and eventually find and defeat the leader of the cult too, powerful and nefarious demon Yagoro, whose name I have no clue how to pronounce, so if you know how it's supposed to be read correctly, let me know in the comments below. The gameplay is appropriately action-packed and you'll be facing many different in-kind, armament, powers and size creatures. Some are small like spiders, while others are huge like giants, so that it all makes sense. You have 3 types of standard attacks, and chaining them together allows for performing of combos and special death animations, which, while perhaps unnecessary, are a nice touch and a welcome addition. As you progress through the game, you'll unlock new attacks and gain access to new magic spells, which, funny enough, work on an interesting system that requires you to combine differently powered talismans to pull them off. And scrolls that you find along the way are only recipes to learn which talismans to combine for a particular effect. Magic is naturally mana-based, so as long as you have it, you can spit out various spells like a deranged crazed mage as if there was no tomorrow. and these are plenty and varied too, so you got the simple stuff like freezing and poisons, as well as those more deadly, like the lava spell that literally drowns the enemy in a swirl of hot plasma. While Revenant is fun and all, it has to be highlighted that it's mostly action first and RPG second. So the combat is omnipresent and in the forefront, while the narrative is a bit lacking and feels more like an addition to justify all the killings, rather than something that's actually important. Still, it's a decently playing and beautifully for the time looking and sounding game that's as fun today as it was back in the day. Legend of the North Konung is a Russian RPG set in Scandinavia in the 7th century. The world is about to be destroyed, shattered into pieces, and all life on it is to disappear into non-existence. How terrible. But as in most other stories, there is a chance. Slim as it may be, there is one, and it's up to you to see it realized and fulfilled to stabilize the world and save it from annihilation. And all that is required is finding 3 pieces of a powerful magical amulet, combining them to unleash the amulet's true and immense power. The twist here is that it's not you alone who's trying to grab the pieces to be the hero. There's 3 of you actually, all of entirely different origins. So there's Slavic, Byzantine and Viking warrior, each owning 1 piece actually and striving to get the others. Clearly, to get all 3, you will have to face and defeat the other 2 at some point. At the game start you pick your origin and it will influence most of the story, your starting location and how the residents of different areas will respond to you. While the winning condition is rather straightforward, achieving victory is anything but and will take you a long while. You can theoretically win the game on your own, but it will be very challenging and you're much better off adding others to your party. They can be other humans and in some cases different creatures too. With their combined powers and often entirely different proficiencies and skills, the task at hand will be much easier to manage. Each of these characters can have 3 weapons equipped, 1 bladed, 1 blunt and 1 that's ranged, and you'll need to utilize them optimally to keep coming up on top of all the encounters you'll participate in. The game runs in real time and features a simple but very useful potion crafting system too. You know, for those buffs and heals, and an occasional bottle of moonshine for those cold winter nights. The easiest way to victory is by aligning as many towns as you can to your side before facing the other 2 amulet piece owners. And you can do it in twofold, either by completing quests for towns and that would have them join you willingly, or by force by quite literally razing them to the ground. Allied towns offer free heals and repairs and allow you to raise additional buildings too, like blacksmiths, marketplaces, bridges or wells, but all of this will only work if you hire trained tradesmen to work in them. So, as you can see, Konung, while being an RPG, has also some bits and pieces from settlement management rolled into its gameplay loop. It's an interesting idea and one definitely worth checking out, even if the game itself is only average at best. Torment II Touring Car Challenge, while being a separate game in its series, was in reality mainly an annual update of the cars and trucks with slightly lifted graphics, physics and adding only a few small new features. Does it mean that it's bad and not worth your time? Hell no. If you are, or were, into British Touring Car Championship, there were only few comparable games back then. It features 8 real-life and detailed to the extreme tracks of Truckstone, yes, like that classic Sega Genesis shoot-em-up, Silverstone, like that shiny object at the crown of the ring you used to propose, Donington Park, like the park your dog loves to poop in the most, Brands Hatch, that I've run out of jokes for, Outland Park, which I've still no jokes for unfortunately, Outland Park, second in your dog's must-poop spots, Croft, like Clara, you know, the Tomb Raider, Snetterton, that sounds like a brand of sausages with up to 5% meat in ingredients, and Knock Hill, which is just a regular hill to me as I'm capable of unintentionally knocking myself off of any. And there are also 8 cars you can race in: Audi A4, Ford Mondeo, Honda Accord, Nissan Primera, Peugeot 406, Renault Laguna, Volvo S40, Vauxhall Vectra, also known as Opel Vectra anywhere other than UK. There are 3 game modes in Torment II, Single Race, Time Trial Challenge and Championship, and I believe that they require no extra explanation as they're exactly what their names stipulate and what we've seen in hundreds of other racers. The few new additions to the gameplay formula that Toka used as its selling points were a damage model, which was a very rare thing back then since car manufacturers didn't like their cars to be shown as non-functional or faulty, even in video games. The biggest addition, however, and one only available in the Windows version of the game, was the ability to import your own skins for each car, and these required no special tools and could be edited in nearly any drawing software available at the time. It may seem like nothing, but humans, us, Cause naturally I'm a human too and not an AI, not at all, don't even waste a second thinking about it, so we love to customize things to make them our own. So this little feature was quite popular. Turok II was more of a simulation than the arcade racer, so if you're someone who prefers the latter, it may not be a title for you, because it does sometimes require you to slow down before taking corners. Crazy. Shadowman is an action-adventure game that for all intents and purposes plays kinda like Castlevania if it was in 3D. You're Michael Leroy, with I and not Y. Not sure why I thought it was worth mentioning, but here you go, I've already done it and not willing to cut it out. And you're the Shadowman, one in a long lineage of voodoo warriors whose sole mission is to protect the world of the living, the so-called life side, from the threats coming from the opposing to it, dead side. A voodoo priestess Mama Nettie, who is responsible for turning you into the titular warrior for good, has a prophetic dream foretelling the return and triumph of the evil long gone. A man named Legion, who's preparing to conquer the life side with the army of the undead warriors he turned to his side. Legion is planning to use the force of 5 serial killers, individuals possessing the dark souls within them, all to largely expand on his armies. They are however hiding in the life side, and the gimmick with being a Shadowman is that your powers only work in the dead side. So, with help of Mama Nettie, you must find a way to expand your powers into the life side, even if only temporarily, to prepare for the eventual confrontation with the 5 dark souls and Legion himself. The story, even if grossly oversimplified here by yours truly, is rather well put together, progresses steadily as you play and never drops in power or pace, carrying you throughout the entire game. The dark, often overly dark and creepy atmosphere with decent for the time graphics and excellent sound design complement your quest well, and when put together they serve a very enjoyable and action-packed package that will keep you wanting more until it will finally end. Now, the graphics are decent only, as while the textures are definitely up to what was expected for 1999's games, the animations and models feel as if they were dragged from an earlier generation of systems and covered in shiny new bitmaps to look better. It's a bit disappointing, but at least the game runs fast and smooth on most popular at the time configurations. The puzzles that you'll encounter, ones that you'll find, are pretty well designed and just the right kind of difficult. Not so demanding to leave you feeling overwhelmed or stupid, and not so easy that they'd appear to be unnecessary. Combat, however, is not very demanding, which has its ups and downsides. On one hand, everyone should be able to complete the game and enjoy its grim and moody story, and on another, most fights will feel like series of mass MURDERs you'll be committing for seemingly no reason, than to push further and further. All in all, Shadowman is a fun title that offers a good mix of exploration, combat and puzzling, and is a pleasure to go through once, especially that there's quite a few different weapons that you'll get to grab and try out, and the horror atmosphere never really lets go throughout the entire adventure. Is it worth multiple playthroughs though? Well, I don't think so. First Age of Empires was a gigantic hit, perhaps as big as the first Warcraft and Command & Conquer games were, with a difference that it released in a time when there was already a rather stiff competition in a genre, so it was not as instantly recognizable as an iconic title as these two classics were. Still, it most definitely was one of the more important games of its time. Well, Second Age of Empires, subtitled The Age of Kings, is pretty darn good too. And whatever you wanna say about it, it was a notable improvement on Original's formula, even if it too came out when the competition was not asleep. The underlying concepts of gameplay are largely unchanged, so you pick a nation and lead it through a campaign comprising of series of missions, building and expanding on your settlement, exploiting the available resources to create armies or upgrade your quote-unquote base, and wage wars against numerous opponents to exterminate them and secure your victory. But many of the small changes that it brought made gameplay more modern and fun-feeling. Stuff like idle villager button, build queues, larger population limits, special units for each of the nations, soldier aggression levels, army formations, unit strengths and weaknesses, all of it made it better without disrupting the same gameplay flow. And these are just a few notable changes among many more that, while not immediately noticeable, make up for a very impressive playing title. Second Age of Empires features 5 built-in campaigns of multiple scenario siege, some of which are based on real historical occurrences like Genghis Khan's invasion of Eurasia or Saladin's defense of the Holy Land, and all of these are playable at 5 different difficulty modes, so should provide plenty enough content to keep you occupied for a while. And if not, then the built-in random map generator or multiplayer skirmishers should fill in the gap with ease. There's 13 different nations in the game, so Britons, Celts, Franks, Goths, Teutons, Vikings, Byzantines, Persians, Saracens, Turks, Chinese, Japanese and Mongols, and they're split into 4 architectural styles of Western Europe, Central Europe, Middle Eastern and East Asian. And while most of the technologies are shared for all, some of them don't have access to particular ones that they wouldn't at the time in real life either. But all have their own distinctive bonuses, making them specialize in a particular thing. Mastering the use of makes all of them feel well balanced. Now, hardcore Age of Empires 2 and RTS players will tell you that some nations are clearly better than the others and that winning with some is a breeze, while different ones require a lot of tactics and careful planning. And I agree that this may be the case, but what I'm telling you is from a perspective of a gamer that does not care much for RTS in general and only played those a little. And from this particular standpoint, I saw no obvious upper hands or handicaps between them. The game doesn't end in an ancient times anymore and carries on from Dark Age through feudal and castle ones all the way to the Imperial Age. All in all, despite all the changes and improvements, under the hood and from a player's point of view, Age of Empires 2 is still just to set up your base, gather resources, spend them on upgrading set base and units, and engage in numerous kind of encounters kind of a game. So, if you enjoy the RTS loop, you'll love it. Mobility: A City in Motion is a city building game akin to a more popular and well-known at the time SimCity, but a bit different. While SimCity was mainly all about growing the city and turning it into prosperous and self-sustaining metropolis by balancing services, zoned areas and utilities so that the expenses would not overgrow the income, all the while trying to keep the citizens happy, healthy and educated. Mobility, however, laser focuses on public transportation and optimization of it so that the citizens would have an easy and comfortable time going between their homes, work, entertainment and shopping locations, while not overstressing the connecting roads and keeping the pollution in check. I mean, you still zone commercial, industrial and residential zones, set up numerous services such as malls and entertainment facilities, same as in SimCity, it's just the overall goal of the game that is different. Even if the road to it, excuse me the pun, is same straight, stretching for miles on end. And to do so, you have a slew of options that the original does not have. So you can set up traffic signs, define maximum road speeds, create bus lines and railroads to provide the city with efficient network of public transportations and set up both priority crossings where necessary and appropriate parking spots locations too. You could say that the game is an exercise in creating a large and sprawling city that would suffer as little transportation-related pollution as possible while keeping it moving and never jammed up. As the time progresses, you'll naturally double in research of various projects. Some may help with emission levels, while others will introduce different kinds of vehicles, like electricity and hydrogen-powered ones. Projects are not the only way of molding your city and its traveling habits to your liking. You can also use taxes and lower or raise them to introduce the changes that you're looking for over time. While mobility is mostly played open-ended, like most city simulations are, it features few scenarios with particular starting parameters that come with very specific problems to solve. Is mobility as good as SimCity? It's not, but it's not worse either. It's different, and as worth of a playthrough if you manage to find it, as it's rather obscure. Cutthroat's Terror on the High Seas is a strategy, role-playing and adventure all mixed in one, and the game that most probably hoped would be the next Sid Meier's Pirates, but it kinda fell short of reaching that target. It's not bad, broken or unplayable though, it's just not good enough. The game starts in the 17th century on a historically accurate map of Caribbean, or more accurately Spanish Main, populated by numerous settlements belonging to one of 5 major powers: Spain, England, France, Netherlands or Denmark. I mean, some may be temporarily held by independent parties, but it's rarely a permanent state. You play as a pirate and your adventure is entirely open-ended, which has its ups and downs. It's open, free to experience and explore in any way and at any pace you see fit, but also lacking direction. You can raid or visit towns, hunt or talk to other ships, basically do what any other pirate at the time would. So, it's not unusual to meet someone's ship under their own flag, to appear friendly, to question them first and figure out who they are and where they're going, just to change it to a Jolly Roger band and attack them a moment later. Fun. During combat you have full access to your ship's controls, I mean like any other good captain would, shouting orders to his crew to do his bidding, and can steer it, aim cannons, decide on shot types and even scuttle the ship or set it ablaze. The possibilities here may not be endless, but definitely are quite vast. In a classic Sid Meier's Pirates fashion, in towns you get to repair your ship, buy a new one, stock up on supplies or visit a governor. Governor, being the spoiled little shit that he is, rich and looking at most others with contempt, will naturally offer you a series of missions and simple fetch quests. So things that need doing and in the same time things he don't want to do himself. He can also offer you treasure maps, which is actually really nice of him, especially given what I said, or make you his privateer. While pirating and sinking ships left and right, amassing riches and becoming the scourge of the sea, you may at some point decide that carrying as much gold as you do is risky and that it would be best to keep it somewhere secure. Now banks are out of the question. You're a pirate after all, and your assets would be seized faster than you'd manage to deposit them, and also, and more importantly, banks don't exist in cutthroats. At least not in the same capacity you think of them. So what you're left with is a traditional for the swashbuckling kind, hiding of one's treasure. Meaning you can find a suitable beach somewhere, preferably around easily recognizable landmarks, well, sea marks really, and bury it there for safekeeping. Each of your actions, be it good, bad or neutral, carries a weight in score. Not literal point score, but in terms of fame and infamy. So killing civilians of a captured city naturally raises infamy, while winning battles boost your fame. High fame causes many of the enemies fear you and surrender to avoid getting killed, while infamy sends pirate hunters after you. So, in a sense to their deaths, cause you ain't afraid of no ghost. I mean hunter, you ain't afraid of no hunter. Even if theoretically you could play cutthroats endlessly, as the winning condition is to save up enough gold to share it with your crew and retire, and after sharing, same as in Sid Meier's game, you can just carry on playing, its staying power is severely limited. It didn't add plenty enough to the formula, didn't expand on it in a meaningful way and offered rather repeatable gameplay loop, which may have been fine in the late 80s, early 90s, but coupled with poor for the time presentation was seriously disappointing in 1999. Like I said initially, Cutthroats is not a bad game, it's just not very good, but if you like pirates, it may be something you'll be willing to take your chances with, cause you never know, it may end up being your next game to play through. Commandos Beyond the Call of Duty is a standalone expansion pack to the original Commandos Behind Enemy Lines, and henceforth basically the same game, playing identically, only improved a little. But a little in certain circumstances may be a lot, and such is the case here too, but we'll get to that later on. So it's a top-down real-time tactics stealth combat game set in Europe during Second World War. It is composed out of 8 large and very demanding missions taking place in different locations around occupied continent. And it's so tough in fact that the hardest missions in the first game seem like a child's play compared to these, even played on the easiest difficulty. Other than support for higher resolutions and better looking textures, Beyond the Call of Duty is filled with new small features. 6 of our original commandos are back, but are now complemented in some missions by 2 other controllable characters, who have their own unique skills and quirks: Yugoslav partisan Dragja Skobje and Ukrainian spy Natasha. First game's team got a little extra love too, now being able to silently, even if only temporarily, knock out the enemies and cuff them then too. Spy can steal enemy uniforms and use them as disguise, infiltrating enemy operations even better than ever before. And all of them can use stones and cigarette packs as distractions now too, which alone opens up most of the missions to many more tactical approaches than ever before. You can also keep enemy guards at gunpoint and have them make your bidding, and they will, for the fear of being shot, for as long as you keep them in your sight. As soon as you look away though, they will run away and raise alarm. But all that is barely a few small changes, so how could they influence the gameplay dramatically, you may wonder? Well, same as in the first game, all missions have numerous objectives that require completing while keeping your soldiers alive. But unlike the first Commandos, the maps are overflowing with the enemies and they seem to be covering every part of them you could think of, guarding them, watching for any sign of movement like a hawk. Oh, well, hawks, as there's many of them actually. Utilizing all of these new mechanics is a must each and every step of the way through all 8 of the missions. So you'll be throwing them stones around all the time to lead the baddies away and create few inches wide passages for just a few seconds just to move further and further. Additionally, there are no useless commandos in any of the missions and each of them will have to participate in them, using their own specialties in some manner to complete them. I have a love-hate relationship with Commandos games, as I enjoy playing them immensely, as I like the idea of having to figure out use cases for different unit skills to complete particular objectives and tactical requirements that are needed to do so. In the same time, I hate losing and repeating the same thing numerous times in a row, each time moving just a little bit ahead. It's annoying to me. But I know that I'm in the minority, and Beyond the Call of Duty was a worthy successor to the first game and a great challenge for those who love to plan things out to the last second in detail and then follow through on that plan, seeing their hard work pay out. it's a must-play. Redline is a spiritual successor to Atari Lynx's Battle Wheels game and a first-person perspective shooter/car combat game, mixed into one in a seamless and fun way. In fact, you can enter and exit vehicles at any time during combat whenever you see fit, and for any reason, be it tactical, survival, or for shits and giggles. For a pee, perhaps. Redline takes place in the year 2066, long after the Earth was devastated in a nuclear war, and is now a post-apocalyptic nightmare. Well, nightmare to some, as the survivors split into factions, insiders and outsiders, with first living in the comfort and safety of huge domes, keeping to themselves and enjoying their privileged post-corpo lives as if nothing had ever happened. Outsiders, however, as the name implies, survive outside of those heavenly domes and have to fight for every last scrap, resource or a spare part as if it was the last one on Earth. They tend to organize themselves in gangs for safety and to fight for control. Control of what, you may wonder, since everything's rather rundown? Of anything, my dear viewer. Cause if there's nothing, then anything, whatever it may be, and however low quality it is worth so much more than the literal nothing. I remember once having to live on a constant overdraft mixed with credit card debt, juggling both to sustain myself for a few years. It was not fun. And once I managed to get out of that pickle, repay it all, and got my first proverbial buck, it felt like $1 million. And that's how something, even a little, is more than nothing. I also spent that buck on a real jar of pickles, but that's a story for another day. Anyway, you play as a sole survivor of a Red Sixers attack on your hometown of Stadium City. Now, Sixers are crazed and deadly cannibals that lay destruction to the very little that's left in the Redline's world. I mean, all gangs suck in one way or another, but they are something else, a pure evil, like my boss's wife. Anyway, being the only to witness their perverse and bloody rituals and death and destruction of everything you held dear, you vowed revenge and joined one of the smaller and less inhuman gangs, the Company, to support them in their efforts, waiting for a chance to strike at the Red Sixers. As I mentioned initially, Redline is a mixture of a first-person shooter and a car combat game, so you'll spend as much time behind the wheel shooting the enemies doing wheelies as you do on foot exploring various buildings and hunting bodies around narrow corridors. It's worth noting that when you're on foot, you can be driven over, and you can do the same to the enemies when you're in the car, so I suppose it's fair. Redline is composed out of 12 increasingly more demanding missions that will take you all around the wasteland of a post-nuclear world to places like Stadium City, Templar strongholds and even infamous Area 51. So, if you like shooting, driving and dystopian themes, it's all of these three rolled into one and presented in a rather enjoyable package, even if its replayability, at least in my opinion, is questionable. Gabriel Knight 3 Blood of the Sacred, Blood of the Damned is a third game in a series of point-and-click adventure games and the first made entirely in 3D, including all characters, which was a huge step up and a personal disappointment of mine on some superficial level. I just really like those campy omnipresent FMV sequences from previous games, which are not here anymore. On the flip side, the game world is much more interesting than previously, filled with more puzzles and offers extended exploration than ever before, which perhaps did not make up for the change in the presentation entirely, but made it less disappointing to me. Especially that you could finally really get lost in the locales, scouting their every nook and cranny in detail. Now, all that said, just to make things clear, the game is fantastic, and the change in the presentation is an issue on my side only. Once again, you play as Gabriel Knight, a former bookstore owner and now a Schattenjäger, so a shadow hunter, and his lovely assistant Miss Grace Nakimura, alternating between the two. This time, however, the story is not set in New Orleans or Germany, but in Rennes-le-Château, a quiet town in southern France. As in most adventure games, Gabriel Knight 3-2 is rather linear, and offers little in terms of variety in subsequent playthroughs. But it is so well written, so captivating and deep that you'll no doubt want to replay it years after completing it first. The story starts off as a case of a kidnapped infant, but soon becomes a more dark and nefarious tale of mystery involving vampires, Knights Templar, the Holy Grail, Jesus and dark forces, supernatural beings pulling strings behind the stage and controlling the events in the small town. The game is split into several chapters covering a period of 3 days and sees both of our heroes investigating numerous locations, gathering information and evidence, and conversing with various characters. As you play and progress, new locations will be unlocked, and some of your actions can also cause changes in other areas than the one that you're in at the moment, which is always indicated with the sound of a ticking clock, letting you know to review mentally what you've learned and move to the area where the change may have occurred. Questioning of characters is rather extensive and based on series of context-related verb topics, focusing on asking about places, objects, the person themselves, and something they may know and may be relevant to your investigation but not covered by the earlier three. Sadly, the conversations are not recorded anywhere, so you either gotta be careful listening to them not to miss any important detail or note things down. While familiarity with prior games is not de facto necessary to play the third one, it's no doubt helpful, as otherwise some subtle comments and retorts may sound odd and out of place, as they may reference protagonist's history. All that said, Gabriel Knight 3 is an excellent follow-up, incredible game in its own right, and a proof that a high standard in storytelling, literate and mature and thought-provoking idea may be as fun to get lost in as some of those action-packed shooters are, if not more. Imperialism II: The Age of Exploration is a multiplayer turn-based 4X strategy and an improved version of the original title. It takes place between 1500 and 1850 and sees you exploiting the New World for power and gains, all to turn your European country into a sprawling, powerful and wealthy empire. And since we're on the Europe, that's precisely where you start the game, as unlike the first imperialism, New World is not uncovered and has to be explored and studied first. And it's worth to do that, as it has resources not found on the old continent, namely spices, silver, gold, gems and diamonds, and luxuries of sugarcane, tobacco and fur, which are all crucial in your productivity when processed and made into luxury items. Interestingly enough, the victory condition in Imperialism 2 has nothing to do with the New World and is achieved by having a control over more than half of all countries in Europe. It can be done either with use of military or diplomatically. That said, while the New World takes no direct part in winning, victory without it and its resources is unlikely, if not impossible. While combat is very important in Imperialism 2, it kinda takes a backseat a little and the game focuses on political and economic pieces of the strategy more. So stuff like worker and terrain productivity, labor and resource allocation and logistics. And all of these are key factors in your growth and victory, and they make up a huge chunk of the game's management part. So, every unit, be it military, ship or worker, has to be fed every turn, and depending on the luxuries available, workers' productivity is affected. And even the most basic luxury of refined sugar, when consumed by a worker, allows him to work 4 times as efficient than it would have without it. The better the luxury consumable, the more productive he will be. All units are built based on combination of different in kind and number, semi-processed raw materials. So to build a ship of the line, for instance, you have to have appropriate number of timber, tin ore, copper ore and wool. Then move it to where it will be processed into lumber, bronze, fabric and a worker, and then combine them all into a finished unit. It takes time, but is more realistic, and when you learn how it all relates with each other, it becomes not only logical, but also a very enjoyable loop to play around with. There's plenty of micromanagement involved in it all, is what I'm saying. So if that's not something you enjoy, you may want to skip Imperialism 2. Still, building a strong and self-sufficient economy that's supported with strong labor force and a decent army is how you ultimately win the game. And since we're on a winning, whether you want to or not, combat will happen from time to time and will require you to carefully and smartly use all of your units, from cavalry to artillery, as they're easy to beat when facing units they're vulnerable to. So, using their strengths and protecting their weaknesses is a must. Fun and engaging mechanics and excellent and tough as nails AI makes Imperialism 2 a treat to any and all fans of historically themed strategies, and especially those set in the titular Age of Exploration. Test Drive 6 is an arcade racer and a notable improvement over the previous Test Drive 5. Though, sadly, that's not saying a lot, as it's not a very good game anyway. It's mediocre at best and only if approached very rarely, when you've literally no other racer to play. But we'll get to that in a minute. Let's start with the good, as believe it or not, it's not all bad. The graphics are pretty nice and all famous locales like Paris or Rome have their landmarks of Eiffel Tower and Colosseum present and recognizable, and they add to the atmosphere of racing around exciting and well-known places. There's 40 sports and muscle cars in the game, and they're decently detailed and fun to drive. If you decide to suspend the disbelief, because their physics seems to be based on what it was when I was a kid and played on a carpet with model cars. So they slide around the track and behave in a way that's impossible to describe as realistic. But, like I said, if you don't care for it, they're generally speaking fun to zoom around in. The career mode here called Race Menu, for whatever the reason, sees you competing in various races, earning money for the spots that you take in them, well, only top 3 really, and then spend it either on upgrades or new cars, which adds that sense of progression and some kind of a reason justifying all the racing, so it's pretty cool in its own right. And finally, the tracks feature shortcuts allowing for taking different paths, either to cut down on time or to avoid crowded and difficult in overtaking stretches of the road. There are breakable objects on them too, and these are always fun, even if their existence is totally unnecessary. Now, everything else sucks. The end. I thought it's gonna take me a while, but here you go, I'm done in like a minute with 2 to spare. I should go and grab something to eat and a drink. Or maybe my cat needs a bit of love? Well, I could also, though it's gonna be a bit controversial, carry on talking about Test Drive 6. What do you think I should do? Just in case not to risk it, I'll continue, but I'd like you to know that both my cat and I will suffer dehydration. So, the aforementioned tracks. The game claims that there's over 20 of them, which is a bold statement and a bit deceiving, as many of them I feel are counted both when raised normally and in reverse. And also, some of them are direct ports from Test Drive 4 with nothing changed. It's a bit lazy, but whatever, it is what it is and not the biggest of the problems that the game has. Now, invisible walls are one, and a big one at that. Not only they should not be in the game at all, but also shouldn't stick out on the track, and yes, there are a couple of spots where they do. They're a pixel or two in size at most, so not something you'll be experiencing often, but whenever it does happen, and you'll stop in place for no reason, you'll be annoyed as hell. Hell, which is coincidentally where I work daily before I do on these videos. Not a bad place actually, despite what I tell you, it's warm, everyone's mostly nice, and they pay pretty well. Not in money mind you, but with a will to live outside of it and to leave it as soon as possible. It boosts my motivation to get out of there, so yeah, that's hell. Hell aside, real or imaginary, all I've mentioned so far is not everything that the test drive is failing at. The worst thing has easily got to be the computer driver's AI, which actually is kinda fun for the first few races, but then becomes hella annoying for the rest of your playtime. What's wrong with it then, you may wonder? The AI drivers seem not to know of each other's existence, or at least that's how it appears to be. They change lanes or drive into each other's paths as if they didn't see one another and create plenty of collisions in the process. So the "oh my god lol, not again" quickly turns into "oh my god lol, not again." Test Drive 6 is better than 5 and 4, but it's nowhere near the quality of the other races we had on the market already by 1999. There are many who claim that Chris Sawyer was a genius. And while I don't disagree, I've not met him, so I wouldn't want to agree without talking to him either. Also, it would be great to have a chat with someone as important in the history of gaming as he is, just imagine. I think that it goes without saying that he's responsible for some of the most creative and fun gaming experiences ever, provided you like managerial/financial simulation games. I do. And while arguably he's most known for his Transport Tycoon Deluxe, Roller Coaster Tycoon is a very fun and captivating title too. It's an amusement park simulation focusing on construction and management of roller coasters in particular. Not only, but they're definitely the main attraction. Imagine Bullfrog's theme park, but with less humor and more realistic and impressive rides. And no wonder, as Mr. Sawyer was no fool, and knew that for the game to be successful, other than the mechanics alone, it would also have to be believable, so he employed assistance from various figures in the real-world theme park industry. And bada beep bada boom, Bob's your uncle, Chris is your game designer, and few months later Roller Coaster Tycoon was born. Probably the best amusement park simulation series ever made. The game is a series of underlying numbers running in the background constantly and calculating everything that you see. I mean, most games are just ones and zeros interpreted by a computer's hardware, but what I mean here is that there's a lot of interconnected math there and everything's based on it. So, each of the rides has its own stats, some of them are more exciting while others are slower and mellower to provide different kinds of experiences. Even decorations around them influence their popularity and how much fun the guests are having. And since we're on the guests, they too are all different and series of walking numbers, because they have their own excitement and noisier tolerance levels, and depending on how these fill up for them, both rides and parks' popularity will rise or fall. Cleanliness is a factor too, and available stalls as well. Park and particular exciting rides can be advertised too, but that requires spare money, so something you initially don't have, so don't expect to do it anytime soon after park opening, as it's more of a mid-game mechanic. A park, like any other recreational business, cannot run on rides and tickets alone, and you need staff to deal with everything around it. So mechanics to maintain and repair the rides when they will eventually break down, security to deal with delinquents and prevent vandalism, and entertainers to keep guests happy when they're waiting in long lines. Roller Coaster Tycoon, same as most other good management simulation games, is a balancing act of making sure that the expenses don't overtake the takings and that the rides will be fun, secure and affordable in the same time, for your park to remain attractive. It's one of the most enjoyable and approachable simulations ever, and a title that many others should copy from when it comes to its learning curve. It introduces everything reasonably fast and in a simple manner, never having you feel overwhelmed or lost. If you enjoy the games in a genre, this one's a masterpiece. King of Dragon Pass is a turn-based fantasy strategy management mixture in which you control a clan of Orlanti living in a fictional land of Glorantha. And your clan is one of the many that recently migrated to the Dragon Pass, a rich, fertile and unexplored valley in search for a new home. You start the game by picking a council of 7 advisors, each responsible for a different part of the clan management, and each will advise you all throughout your adventure. Picking the right folks for the job is a must if you don't want the game to be unnecessarily extra challenging. So, a successful warrior would be a good advisor in terms of warfare, but not necessarily when it comes to diplomacy. In certain circumstances, however, council members can be replaced, when they cause a lot of trouble and are more of a nuisance than help, or when they die or get killed. Anyway, the advices that your council members offer should always be considered but not always implemented, especially that they all may have their own agendas, political and religious views. And most of all, because all decisions have consequences. Big or small, they all may end up in the long run bettering your clan or making it suffer severe repercussions. So, you should carefully think them through and weigh all of the decisions. The game is split into 5 seasons and all of them are considerably different from one another, offering unique challenges and random events. While your most direct and initial goal is to make sure that your clan survives, both the environment and contacts with other tribes, eventually, when you manage to balance everything out and begin to prosper, it will change. You'll need to perform 7 so-called hero quests, so ritual reenactments of feats of the gods, and eventually find a way to unite all clans under your banner, peacefully or with use of force to create a kingdom, and effectively become the titular King of Dragon Pass. But that's not only difficult to achieve, but also something that's not bound to happen for numerous hours. Before you've any chance of doing that, however, you'll need to survive. So you'll be hunting, cultivating the crops, protecting your clan from natural bound hazards like weather, catastrophes, wild animals and the likes, from dangerous creatures like trolls for instance, and other clans that want the valley for themselves only. Gameplay is mainly very static and presented with series of pictures, description of a particular event or problem, and set of decisions. You'll need to pick one off. Your tribe may be low on wood for instance, so an obvious solution would be to make sure to cut down more trees from a nearby forest. This, however, may upset animals or evil creatures living there, sending them directly your way. Or one of your clan members may be acting selfishly and eating more than his fair share, and that should be resolved too. Point is, you'll have few choices to deal with each situation, and all of them will have different short and long-term consequences. Truth be told, more than just a mere strategy with management, King of Dragon Pass has a lot of role-playing mixed in its loop, and it makes it much more enjoyable, as each of your council members, your entire clan, and its individual members alike all respond to your decisions and they influence their lives. Not all of these responses are verbal, however, so observing behavior of your clansmen is a must too. King of Dragon Pass is one of the most unique and entertaining games that don't look like a game at all. It looks like a visual novel, plays kinda like one, but feels like an adventure and a half, or more. Grants is a real-time strategy puzzler. Yes, you heard that right, a mix like no other. The titular grunts are goblinoids made of baked clay, and while running away from the natural enemy, the so-called disgruntled, they jumped through the dimension gate to save themselves. While on the other side, they must venture through this new world to gather the missing pieces of the warp stone used to open the dimension gate to return home. That is the plot that your entire gameplay is based on. The levels are for the most part series of mazes filled with traps and switches. First off gotta be avoided and second used all to get to the warp stone piece. There's around 40 of these stages and naturally they are progressively more demanding. They will often feature the aforementioned disgruntled, and while they're deadly, the wide selection of environmental obstacles, switches, pressure plates and teleporters along with over 60 tools and toys will not only let you deal with them, but also be crucial in completing of the stages. And if 60 sounds like a lot, it is, so it's advisable to start your adventure with the training levels, to learn the tropes before you jump into deep water, so to speak. Toys are mainly used for distraction and tools are used in puzzling, and there are weapons too. I'm not gonna explain this last, as anyone who'd ever played the video games know what they're for. There are 2 gameplay modes in Grants. First is Quests, yes, with a Z at the end, and it's what I just described to you. It's similar to Lemmings, but top-down and with all the useful items found along the way. And the second is Battles, also with a Z, and it's a 2-to-4 player multiplayer mode which can be played against others online or bots locally. This one's less about puzzling and more about winning, but equally, if not more fun even. Grants is a very difficult game to explain, but in the same time incredibly easy to understand if you give it 10-15 minutes. It's plenty enough time for it to lure you in, and when it does, it will keep you entertained for hours, until it's or your end, whichever comes first. Demolition Racer has a really cool title and a pretty fun gameplay loop to back it up. And it's like a weird love child spawned from an ungodly relationship between Destruction Derby and a generic multi-event arcade racer. It's a vehicular combat game combining destruction with driving tactics, all on fast tracks or enclosed arenas. There are two gameplay modes in Demolition Racer, Single Race and League Racing. That first is split into 5 sub-modes and honestly, more fun as you decide what and when you get to experience. The second, however, allows you to unlock extra cars, arenas and tracks, so whether you like it or not, you will have to participate in it, and that's also why it's the one that I'll tell you about first. League Racing is racing for the spots. Simple as that. All you want to do is win 4 leagues by placing as high as you can and surviving all of the races. There are 4 track-based leagues and 1 in the arenas. In order to beat the race, you have to place in a particular spot to consider the race beaten and to be able to move to the next one. In the easiest league, 5th spot is good enough, in the next 4th and so on until you need to straight up win in the last one. That pretty much covers the league racing, but we also have single race, which I'm sure you remember is split 5-fold. So the modes are as follows: Demolition, The Chase, Chicken, Last Man Standing, and finally SUICIDE, which sadly given how YouTube works I cannot just straight up say, unless I want this video to be DOA. Anyway, Demolition is a mode in which you have to hit and spin other cars and drive through destructible point boxes for which you collect points, which are then multiplied at the finish line by a multiplier dependent on your position in the race. So, being first with no points will not win you the race. The Chase is just that. The race for the position and nothing else. You can still get damaged and damage others, but there's no points for it in this one. The Chicken is identical to the Chase, but you alone are racing in the opposite direction to the other cars. It means that it's much easier to get damaged or slowed down. Or both. If you're me, then definitely both. The Last Man Standing takes place in the arena and not on the track, and it is what you know from Demolition Derby and what its name stipulates. You have to be the last man standing, or more precisely, the last car still driving to win. Shell of a car is fine too, as long as it's you and no one else. And finally, SUICIDE, which is an arena mode too and is the exact opposite of the last man standing. So you must do whatever you can to total your car as fast as possible and preferably before others do the same to their vehicles. It's a real unusual mode and much more fun than it sounds. Demolition Racer is most definitely not the best or most fun game of 1999, but it's hella entertaining for what it is, and a title you will be gladly coming back to every few years or so to dip that toe of yours in a pool of craziness just a little bit, if not all the way in. The Wheel of Time is a first-person shooter with role-playing elements based on Robert Jordan's best-selling fantasy series of books. The Evil, the Scourge, the Dark One has been trapped in an eternal prison and held within by 4 magical seals, for thousands of years no less. 3 of seals are kept by the Aes Sedai Sisterhood after being previously stolen, but 1 is still gone. Seemingly stolen by a secret sect worshipping the Dark One that rose within the Aes Sedai without its leadership noticing. Our protagonist Elena Sidia, who's a so-called keeper of the Chronicles of the White Tower, has been elected to the leadership position and entrusted with a mission to recover the lost seal at all cost. The game is composed out of 13 linear missions, during which our protagonist will visit many different places and fight various enemies, chasing the elusive seal. So, you'll face differently armed men, Trollocs, Myrddraals, Mashadar and Machine Sheen, and many more. And while these all may sound like something one would shout out mid-high fever, struggling on bed, alternating between being sane and lost in the illness, the names will actually be very familiar to fans of the books. Unlike most shooters, the Wheel of Time does not use weapons. Instead, there are Ter Angranal, magical objects charged with special powers. There's around 40 of these and they contain numerous offensive and defensive powers like fireballs, lightning strikes, homing missiles, heals, levitation, shields, cloaking and others. All of them can be used for a certain number of times and then replaced by another. There's no ammo in the strict traditional for the FPS meaning in the game. You can carry many of the artifacts with you at the same time, but can only use one at once. They are divided into 9 categories and picking the right one, especially in the middle of the battle, is hella annoying, as the control scheme for picking spells is cumbersome and not well thought out. While I've seen other FPSs not use traditional weapons, combat in them was usually shoddily implemented, but I gotta say that Wheel of Time tried and succeeded, and is really fun to play and complete, short of that spell switching that is. The graphics and sounds of Wheel of Time are excellent, probably among the best on the market for the time the game released in, and complement the fantasy atmosphere very well, never really feeling out of place or forcefully added. One thing that's a bit disappointing though are the monsters' shouts and grunts, which while of decent quality, repeat all the time and will get on your nerves soon enough. The game also features multiplayer mode with its own thematically appropriate modes of deathmatch and capture the flag, but I've not played them myself and only read good things about them, so perhaps they're as fun as people made them sound. All in all, if you're a fan of fantasy, shooters and the Wheel of Time, it's a no-brainer. In fact, if you like either of the three, it's still worth a try, but if all of that sounds meh to you, it's perhaps best that you looked into other great games that dropped in 1999. Black Moon Chronicles is a turn-based / real-time fantasy strategy hybrid that plays like a mixture of Heroes of Might and Magic and Warhammer Dark Omen, leaning much more towards the latter. And it's a pretty decent and innovative title, even if one that does not do much special. The Empire is at risk of destruction, oh no, not the Empire, and evil Archmage Hashiel Thorn has gathered huge armies of orcs, trolls, undead and demons and plans to use them to take over the entire kingdom. You play as Wismerhill, a half-elf lord who, after going through a rather short introductory campaign, has got to decide which of the four sides of the conflict to ally himself with. So there's the Empire, the Order of Justice, the Knights of Light, and naturally the Army of the Black Moon. As it's easy to guess, the first three more or less represent the good and the last is the evil. Kinda like my boss's wife, but much less so. And the choice is not purely cosmetic, but serves as separate and different campaigns for all of the sides. The entire gameplay mechanics is split twofold. First is turn-based mode, in which you move around your armies on the map and manage your castle. Castle, in which you can recruit units to your active armies, research new types of them and acquire spells and abilities. Battles start when you or the enemy enters any of the special places on the map, like villages, cities or potentially defended spots like temples for instance, or when armies meet. Combat takes place on separate battlefields and is entirely real-time with an active pause. And let me tell you, it's something. Some of those larger battles can literally have thousands of units in them, and in 1999 it was not something you would expect to see in most games. There's around 70 different units in the game, split into 4 groups of infantry, archers, cavalry and faction-specific like dragons, giants, behemoths and the likes, and they're all divided between 4 main and few neutral factions. Each of the soldiers in your army has its own experience and based on it also their own combat capabilities. During battles, units are split into regiments, each led by its own standard bearer, whose influence on the morale is fundamental, which is something worth keeping in mind when sending your troops to battle, same as it is when attacking enemy armies. Black Moon Chronicles is fun if you're a fan of RTS and fantasy alike, but I feel that the importance of a caster and special units has been heavily inflated because you can gauge the difficulty of most battles against AI solely based on number of these units that they have in their army. Still, if you're into the genre, this one's definitely not to skip. Disney's Tarzan is a 3D side-view platformer based on Disney's IP of the same name. And naturally, as it's easy to guess, you play as the titular hero. That said, as the game begins you're still an orphan child adopted by the gorillas, so you're no hero at all. And you must learn all different skills from them, such as climbing trees, swinging on the branches and fighting small and aggressive wild animals. As you progress through the game though, our hero grows up, becomes an adult and will have to protect himself and his wild jungle brethren from the hunters led by the evil man known as Clayton. The game is composed out of 14 different levels, in which you'll swing around the jungle and fight different enemies. Your main means of fighting are the fruit projectiles that can be thrown over and underhand for different distances and come in 4 different power levels, marked by their colors. Knife, spear and parasol are available in some stages too, as means for close combat no less, but they're not something you'll be sporting through your entire adventure, so it's best that you master that fruit throwing fast. Practice at home if you have to, before playing the game. After all, a good coconut throw to the head is as effective as a man raised by the gorillas could hope that it would be. And the only question that remains unanswered is where does he keep all the fruit that he keeps throwing, cause it sure as hell ain't in his pockets. The enemies are mostly animals, so monkeys, baboons, eagles, leopards, snakes, bush pigs and the likes, and occasionally a human hunter. Other than fighting and platforming, our jungle-raised hero encounters many different pickups, for instance bananas that refill his health bar, coins that grant extra lives when 100 of them is collected, sketch pieces that unlock bonus stages when 4 are found, and letters forming word Tarzan that are used to display secret scenes from the movie. While Tarzan is definitely not the easiest of the platformers out there, it's not unfair, and you can't compare it to some of the Disney's earlier releases like The Lion King for instance, which felt like a punishment incarnate in a digital form at times, especially in its infamous can't wait to be the king level. No such occurrences in Tarzan, so if you're at least a little bit platforming savvy, completing the game while enjoying it along the way should not pose too big of a challenge. Well, maybe apart from the birds, why there are so many goddamn birds in Tarzan. Star Trek Starfleet Command is a tactical, strategic ship-to-ship combat simulator set in the world of Star Trek and based on the tabletop wargame Starfleet Battles. It's a very unique game at that, as it doesn't really use story-based campaign, but stretches over 30 years of your quote-unquote Space Navy career using random missions generator for each of the 6 playable factions: the United Federation of Planets, the Romulan Star Empire, the Klingon Empire, the Orion Pirates, the Lyran Empire, the Hydran Kingdom, and the Gorn, each of them having their own ships with their own technologies, components, crew members, and best combat strategies. All that said, all of these have special elite organizations within them that, when joined as the game progresses, will unlock a short chain of story-centric scripted missions. It's a drop in a bucket though, so doesn't change the main random nature of gameplay too much. While there is an overarching theme of having to figure out the effect of a space race known as Organians leaving head on the known universe, it's not something you'll be really tackling, and it's in a far backseat of everything else that happens in the game. Like the very last seats on the bus, you know, where cool kids sit. Most of the missions that you'll partake in your long-ass career will have unique and interesting objectives other than the combat alone. And there may be escorts, patrols, space monster investigations, starbase assaults, interactions with specific aliens, ships, planets, and many more. You start in a small frigate-class ship, but as you complete assignments, earning prestige, you'll be able to spend it on larger ships, upgrades, and better crew, effectively keeping the game flow entertaining and with something to aim for all throughout it. There are literal dozens of different ships in the game and hundreds of ship modes for them too. So while stuff like phasers, photon torpedoes, disruptors and shield generators are well known and something every Star Trek fan would expect from such a game, there's more of this included and some are really obscure, and stuff that only real Trekkies would appreciate. I mean, I love Star Trek and would love to consider myself a Trekkie, but I'm nowhere near as knowledgeable about it as some of those Star Trek-centric channels are, and I always watch their videos in amazement how much they manage to gather from each and every episode. And it's stuff I usually overlook, or it goes over my head, being mentioned once or twice in the entire series. Anyway, back to our game, which, funny enough, for all the fun combat that it offers, is really in essence just a balancing act of having to quickly juggle ship's energy resources between all the weapons, shields, ECMs, tractor beams, shield reinforcements and the likes, so that you would keep your crew safe and enemy ships unalive and or disabled. And yeah, I know there's no such word as unalive, but it sounds Federation appropriate in my head, and I love what the Federation stands for. Today, Starfleet Command is best played in its Gold Edition, which offers the game in its final, patched version and all the additional previously downloadable missions in a one neat package. So if you're a fan of Star Trek, or anything I said about the game sounds like a potential fun way to spend an afternoon to you, make sure to seek it out. I was never a fan of MechWarrior games, and truth be told, other than Robot Jacks or robotics movies, I was not a fan of mechs in any media they were in. And yes, that kind of, sorta, not really but still yeah, includes Transformers. I don't care much for them. So there may be very little emotion here on my side, but please know that not caring doesn't mean not being able to appreciate them for what they are. And MechWarrior 3 most definitely was the best game in its genre upon its release. I just realized that some of you may actually not know what MechWarrior is, so let me quickly explain. It's a real-time first-person huge mechanized, mostly bipedal vehicle combat simulator. While all the stars of the show are naturally all the 18 mechs included in the game, you play as a pilot of one and can take it for a spin in a campaign composed out of 20 missions. There are dozens of various components, projectile and energy weapons that you can fit on your robot, and they differ in power and accuracy quite considerably. Some of those bigger and more deadlier ones also tend to hit up quite fast, so you'll either have to juggle your armament mid-combat or, well, stand in the water. Yup, its magical properties make it life-sustainable for other creatures than biological only. Anyway, you'll naturally fight against other mechs, tanks, choppers, defensive installations and a whole manner of other traditional military units. Big part of the game is customization and arming/preparing of your giants for each encounter, which may and will make or break your game. Well, unless you know how to cheese it, the game that is, and it's with lasers if you wondered. Because you know, the laser beam travels at the speed of light, but also there is a gold spot somewhere around a kilometer from your target where you can literally shoot limbs off of opposing mechs and never have their AI realize that they're being attacked. So they happily continue on their patrol paths as you disassemble them piece by piece. Sure, it's an overlooking on the designer's side and should not be used while playing, but it's there, it's working, so I say it's fair game. You control up to 3 squad mates during campaign, issuing them very basic but oh so helpful in the battle commands of attack, move or return to mobile field base for repairs. And yes, if you've not played other games than the first 2 MechWarriors, then mobile field bases are something new to you. and they're like your ammo and armor resupply dispensers that also provide repairs functionality. They go through each mission with you and advance whenever you order them to. Since your mechs have no shields but just armor, these bases can be crucial in your progression, so should be kept either away from combat zones or well protected. Mechanically that's it, and MechWarrior 3 was definitely the best of them all upon its release. But in terms of story, it's the same old we saw in dozen other games. So you're a mech pilot working for the Inner Sphere and you're sent on a mission of counterattack to the planet Tranquil to get rid of smoke jaguars once and for all. An orc and not the animals. On the first glance it appears to be a simple attack, destroy and run type of an op, until one of your dropships is hit by smoke jaguar defenses, and falls like a drunk after one too many, quickly and unexpectedly with a big boom, straight to the ground. And suddenly you're left with your team scattered and you having to find them, complete your original objective and find the way of the planet. Silver is a fantasy action game, let's call it a role-playing for the sake of this preview, taking place in a fictional island region of Jara, commonly known as the Wheel of Life, for the fact that it's oval in shape. Jara is ruled by an evil sorcerer Silver, residing on an island of blood. Pretty cool name for the island, though one has to wonder about the genesis of it and nothing good comes to mind. The game begins with Silver deciding to take a new bride, and as most crazed villains in both our history and gaming, he goes over the top with the plan, and orders his armies to find and kidnap all the women in the Wheel of Life and bring them to him so that he could pick the one that he'd find most desirable, whatever that may be in his perverse mind. I suppose that when you're well-known bad guy, one terrorizing and ruling your country no less, and living on an island the name of is rather gruesome, chances of any women going to meet you voluntarily are rather slim. So, while terrible, one has to appreciate his ingenuity in solving the issue. Anyway, he did just that and kidnapped all of them. You're playing as David, and your wife Jennifer was among the ones taken away when you were in the forest chasing fairies, picking mushrooms or whatever the else one does in fantasy forest, possibly collecting gummy berries or seeking smurfs. Upon discovering what transpired, you're consumed by rage. You're like more pissed in that moment than you've ever been. Even more than that time when you paid for an ale in a tavern and realized that it was cut with water and that was on your bad hair day. So you know, you're on the edge. You quickly decide to save your beloved and set off to meet with a group you've only heard of in rumors and one supposedly opposing the Silver and wanting to dethrone the tyrant. As you go through your adventure fighting Silver's goons and working your way towards the evil ruler, you learn of the prophecy that says that Silver could only ever be defeated by collecting of 8 magic spheres of fire, ice, earth, lightning, poison, regeneration, time and light. So, while the game begins with your personal strategy, it grows into a national one to eventually graduate into a full-on good versus evil encounter. And you're the star of the show. I mean, David is, but you play as him, so yeah, you know, you're the one to save the Wheel of Life. You're the hero. Mechanically, during gameplay, you control only one chosen character in your adventuring party and the rest is handled by the AI. The combat is entirely real-time as opposed to popular at the time active pose or turn-based, which is a fresh take, but also its hack and slashing proved how little of a RPG the game actually is, as you only ever get experience for the most challenging fights and can change your gear and pick up spells that you use. Other than that, it feels like an interesting take on the action-adventure at best. It may be controversial opinion, but it's the one I have, and also it doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with the game, because there isn't, it's fun and definitely worth a playthrough. Close Combat 3: The Russian Front is a third in its own series computer historical wargame set mainly in the Eastern Front during World War II. It depicts grand majority of this part of the war seen from both sides of the conflict, starting with so-called Operation Barbarossa, so invasion of Soviet Union, all the way to the final battle for Berlin in 1945. And same as its predecessors, it's naturally a real-time strategy, but not what you think of when you think of a typical RTS, so there is no base building, no research, no resource gathering, and definitely no Zerg rushes. Though some of those daring tactical maneuvers could probably be considered Zerg rushes. Close Combat 3 was made from ground up to be as historically accurate as possible, and I gotta say that they've aced it. Dozens if not hundreds of unit types, all their weapons, gear and clothing, the terrain, everything is recreated in painstaking detail, it's amazing. So, not being able to erect a few buildings or cut down a local forest is not an issue at all, if you keep in mind that you'll get a chance to change the history, for better or worse. Though if you think about it, that change can only be for the worse in this particular case, so I don't know. Anyway, the weather conditions and time of the day change depending where and when the battle is set, and the battlefield conditions too are dependent on all of that. Units can be suppressed, pinned, they can regroup, surrender and even panic, and generally speaking, whatever is possible in real life during such conflict can happen in the game. The choice of the Eastern Front for the close combat free, in my not so humble opinion, was an excellent one, as by 1999 we had tons of games covering the Western or Pacific fronts, and it was about time that the other side of the war got some attention. Especially that the conflict on the East lasted for 4 years and featured many epic moments rarely mentioned in video gaming, like the largest tank battle in history for instance, which may not be recreated in the game, but is a good example of how rich the front was in terms of strategic possibilities that could be used in gaming. Graphics, as per usual in close combat games, are fantastic. Sure, they're not super detailed 3D, but all the units look the way they're supposed to, the terrain appears as realistic as it's possible in a top-down view in 1999, and all the guns and vehicles sound as they really did too. I think I've not been there to witness the conflict when it took place, and I'm not sure how accurate the movies showing it were. All in all, if you enjoy strategies, and especially those more realistic, Close Combat 3, despite some small issues with pathfinding AI, is a great game to get lost in. Flanker 2.0 is a direct sequel to Su-27 Flanker and a flight combat simulation focusing on Russian Su-27 and Su-33 respectively. And it's not a game for a Sunday pilot, I'm afraid, as it's packed with details to the brim. Or to the cockpit actually. Or better yet, to the flight stick. To the point that unless you're very versed with the genre, it may feel daunting and alienating at first. I mean, all of the cockpit switches, dials, sliders, all the instruments really, are in their original Russian, with no option to switch to English. So unless you know the language or are familiar with them, having played previous game extensively, it will take you a while to learn it. Fortunately, despite the very steep learning curve and high entry point, the tutorial is rather good and will get you flying comfortably in just a dozen or so hours. Well, flying much earlier than that, but a dozen seems reasonable for a comfortable flight, I feel. Upon its release, Flanker 2.0 and even more so its later patched and updated version 2.5 were both praised for the unparalleled realism of flight dynamics, physics and weaponry, which made it entirely inaccessible to players such as myself, who are good enough with the light flight simulations and arcade simulations too, but those incredibly true to real life are just something I could never wrap my head around. That said, if you manage to tackle the beast, learn how to tame it and then take advantage of it, you'll be in hell of a ride. It will be breathing fire, like all dragons do, albeit from its twin-engine backend, and it will look beautiful doing so. In fact, you could say that the creature's graphics are still very nice to this very day. The dungeons and dragons could take a little bit of a refresher, but the monster itself is a beauty. I'm not an avid flight sims gamer. I mean, I've played some, many in fact, but I was never very good at them, and the more realistic they get, the worse I did in them. So as you can imagine, this particular dragon is the one I never managed to best, and all the adventures I could have in it, fighting other dragons or even some catapults, were something I've never experienced myself. But I've read, saw and heard that when given a chance and time, this Sky Blue Lizard was unlike most others at the time. If you're a flight simulations veteran, Pokemon trainer or a professional dragon tamer, Flanker 2.0 is definitely one not to skip. Ooh, pinball! I know of at least 2 of you who love the genre. And well, we've got one game to talk about today. And since pinballs are notoriously difficult games to talk about without getting into each table's mechanics, this one's not going to be a long one, I'm afraid. Kinda like my career in video game design. It was an interesting year, few games came out on Android and iOS, none of them are available anymore, perhaps for the best I must add, and I work in hell now. At least it's not cold there. Anyway, Slam Tilt Resurrection is exactly what the title says that it is. It's a resurrected old DOS and Amiga classic lifted to the presentation standards of 1999. Well, there's a catch, but we'll get to that in a minute. So the graphics are now high resolution, high color and in full 3D, which is not a feat that can be overlooked, as 2D pinballs games were well known for often using unrealistic mechanics that would be difficult or impossible to translate to real-life pinball machines. And yet, they've done it, and in style no less. But the catch I was talking about is that there are only 2 out of 4 original tables present in Resurrection, Night of the Demons and the Pirate, which is a bit disappointing, but I'm sure they had to be a valid reason, be it licensing or technical. Still, the 2 tables we've got are no slouches and can easily provide hours of fun. So the Pirate is naturally about all things swashbuckling, swords, eye patches, ships, sword fights, hidden treasures, barrels of grog and the buccaneering in its best form. It's also a very balanced table, offering simple ways of scoring big, and deeper, more complex mechanics that, while a bit more challenging, allow for changing those big scores into huge ones. Night of the Demons, in a traditional for the computer pinball manner when tackling the subject, is simpler on the first glance, with a lot of free space in the middle and plenty of ramps and places to score around it. I believe that the design choice for nightmare horror themed tables was started with the first Pinball Dreams, and most other demonic tables I've seen since then in other games followed this suit. Anyway, both tables look and play great and are definitely worth a look even today. Especially that while there are some glitches with the physics from time to time, overall the simulation aspect of Resurrection feels very realistic and enjoyable to play around with. Codename Eagle was my nickname in high school because I was fast like an eagle and also had a difficult name to pronounce, and coincidentally it's also a title of our next game. And only one of these two is true, but I'll let you figure this one out all by yourself. It's an open-ended plot-driven first-person shooter set in 1920s alternate history Russia, and it's a game that wanted to do so many different things you wouldn't believe, and lacked focus to do all of them justice, and as a result of that we've ended up with a very varied feature-wise game that's okay, but not something you'll be replaying or talking about with friends. Tsar of Russia has been assassinated in 1917, so naturally his son, Piotr, took over and grabbed the nation by the balls, introducing his Iron Fist reign, turning the country into one huge war-centric machine, or so it seemed. As in reality, it was a puppet doppelganger installed by the General Popov to act as the face of his as evil as ambitious claim for the world. All the while the real prince has been rescued and hidden away in safety. His memories were temporarily and partially erased so that he would not accidentally give himself away. In the meantime, the country armed itself to the teeth or more, maybe even to the brow, a unibrow no less, and quickly began overwhelming its neighbors with its power and sheer numbers. And as they do, nothing seems to be able to stop them and they take countries one by one. Fortunately, the more they conquer, the longer it takes them to grab each country, as the armies are stretched thin, and that leaves an opening, nay, chance, to stop them. Small as it may be, it's better than nothing. The remaining 3 countries in the world form an alliance with hopes of stopping the early 20th century superpower and bring peace back to the world. 10 years later, Prince Alexander, now known as Agent Red, is the best and most efficient of Alliance's agents and also a character you'll be playing as. And you'll be on series of action-packed linear missions fighting your way through the Russian army all the way to the Popov, who's in a Zeppelin and then bomber, believe it or not. And to get to him, not only you'll get to defeat hundreds if not thousands of enemies, but you also do it in style, utilizing different land, water and air vehicles over usually rather large levels. Codename Eagle is truly feature-packed, the enemies come in large variety, there's tons of weapons, and the usable vehicles are something that was unseen in most FPS games, and yet all of it feels as if it was put together over a weekend by devs eating pizzas, drinking beers and playing occasional Quake-free arena deathmatches. I mean, it's not a bad game, don't get me wrong, it just feels like every single one of those numerous things that it's composed of is lacking that last layer, last coat of paint to be what it was supposed to. It's still worth a playthrough, but once is more than enough. Darkstone is what is deeply and irremovably stuck in my boss's wife's chest instead of the heart, and it's as cold, evil, demonic and corrupted as she is. It's keeping her in the undead, rotten zombie-like state, not dead and not really living either. She roams the streets terrorizing our town and local businesses, with her ungodly presence spreading hate and prejudice everywhere she shows up. I mean, listen to me, I too am corrupted already and poisoned by her, with incurable hate and despise. Fortunately, it's directed towards her only, but I fear that it may eventually progress as most diseases do and overtake me entirely, turning me into her evil and as toxic minion. Well, Darkstone is also a 3D top-down slash and hack roleplaying, not unlike a more well-known Diablo. It features 4 classes to choose from, so a warrior, thief, wizard and a monk, and they all have their particular specialties of strength, dexterity, magic and vitality respectively. The enemies are varied and same can be said about numerous items you'll get to find. These last are also heavily randomized, making for an enjoyable loop of chasing that next better or possibly even uber item. Uber, Iber, Juber, I really don't know how to say. Anyway, the town that's your hub is more compact and easier to get around than the one in Diablo. Not that the Tristram was difficult, but some locations in it were really spread out. What's most fun about Darkstone, however, as compared to arguably still better Blizzard's classic, is that you don't have to venture alone. You can have an AI companion with you that will complement your set of skills with his, or hers, if they're mixed well that is. So, having a caster with melee fighter in any of the possible combinations is an ideal choice. And while the AI behavioral logic leaves a lot to be desired at times, it's not terrible and you can switch the control between the characters freely at any moment to either quote-unquote help one that got lost or direct him in the right way. One way or another, it's good to have someone watching your back, even if that someone is AI controlled. Something that I think is worth mentioning though is that it's best if you stick to the caster during those more demanding encounters and leave the melee fighter to the PC, as when it's in control of a magic user, it tends to join in the melee fights at times too, which is just not something that any wizard would do. Well, drunk one might in tavern when arguing with someone and not wanting to burn the building to the ground with fireball, but other than that, they usually stay in the back of most fights, casting all kinds of unpleasant spells at the enemies, like Fiery Diarrhea one, or Nasty Breath Curse, or even Inferno Lego Bricks on the ground spell, which, as you know very well, having undoubtedly stepped on one in the past, is one of the most painful and dangerous casts. Anyway, the quests, while typically for the hack and slasher not too deep, are rather interesting, even if linear, and will be fun to follow through and complete. All that, backed with heavily randomized aspect of gameplay, short of levels which seem to be very similar to one another in subsequent playthroughs, make for a very replayable adventure. Story-wise, an evil corrupt monk Drak, after years in magical captivity, managed to free himself, return to the world of Uma, and plans, with use of his life-draining teacher Darkstone, to take it over in a fit of revenge. And as in most cases of situations as dire as this one, you're the only one to stop him. So you'll need to find a way to recreate a mythical time orb and then use it once again to trap Drak in it, saving Uma and its citizens in the process. If you like action role-playing games, especially those in vein of Diablo, Darkstone is definitely worth a playthrough. The Sacred Amulet, also known as Aztec, the Curse in the Heart of the City of Gold, is a first-person perspective point-and-click adventure with numerous but quite brilliantly implemented educational elements. You play as Little Serpent, a young and courageous Aztec hunter, and on one of those routine hunts you accidentally bear witness to a murder, or well, a fatal blow really, when a nondescript nobleman is mortally wounded by the Otomi warrior Mountainhead. Mountainhead, which is a name that can have so many meanings, I just can't begin describing them all here, especially that some may not be YouTube friendly. As you rush to the wounded to save him, as any good Aztec would, he gives you his ornate necklace and the name Tlatli, and then promptly dies. Like exactly how he would in a budget movie. Terrible for his family, but something we needed for the game to get going. The murderer, as it turns out, uses this opportunity to shift blame on you and kidnaps your parents. What's worse, it seems that suspiciously, along with the death of the nobleman, your village folks seem to be affected by a strange and unknown disease that's rather deadly. So now, falsely accused of murder, with people around you dying like flies in a fly trap, you must not only clear your name and find the culprit, but also rescue your parents, find the reason behind the disease, if it had anything to do with the death of the nobleman, and figure out where in all of that the mysterious titular Sacred Amulet fits. There is no reason to dance around the subject like a ballerina with a broken ankle, so gracelessly and in pain, the Sacred Amulet is an edutainment type of an adventure. And I know that most of us hate those with a passion of a store clerk refusing to sell cigarettes to a minor, but hear me out. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's plenty adventures and mysteries to be solved in this one, but it's all also very thoroughly researched and chock full of historical data and facts. But unlike most other games in the subgenre, it doesn't try to push all of that in your face, teaching you what you don't care about, or having you read through an encyclopedia worth of data just to be able to progress and have fun. None of that in fact. There's tons upon tons of interesting and important background and historical info in the game, but it's all optional. You can dig in whenever you want to follow up on a particular plot points that interest you, to understand better what and how is happening, but you don't have to. You can be your own doctor, dosing yourself with the historical medicine as much or as little as you feel like it, which I feel is the best recipe for a game in this particular category. So, The Sacred Amulet is a title that's as good when played for fun only as it is when used as an educational tool. All that said, the puzzles are pretty easy, so while most gamers would find a way to enjoy it, hardcore adventuring fans may consider the challenge lacking and henceforth gameplay subpar. So, while being pretty good even if a bit easy, the Sacred Amulet never gained the following it should have, and despite being appreciated by most who played it, it remained largely unknown and/or ignored by gamers of yore. Could Corsair's conquest at the sea title be a coincidence, especially that in many markets it was known as Corsairs only, or is it a homage to Sid Meier's Pirates? With no exclamation mark, but one nonetheless. Well, I feel that the answer is somewhere in between. It's a real-time strategy action-adventure mixture set in 17th century in which you play as a privateer employed by either England, Spain, France or the Netherlands. Well, to be quite honest here, Spain and Netherlands are only available in the gold version of the game, but it released in the same year, so treat this overview here as one covering both at the same time. Playing as privateer, you're theoretically an arm, nay a fist of the king of the country you align to, and will fulfill his orders and requests in exchange to be allowed to assert the right of your nation throughout the world, and earn huge fortune as you do just that. And if you wondered about it, then yes, in layman's terms, a privateer is just a glorified pirate that works for the king. so very little laws apply to you and you have a free hand to do a lot, all the while staying loyal to your ruler. Well, at least on the surface, cause a real buccaneer answers to no one but the Lady Sea. And as a pirate, excuse me, privateer life simulations go, this one's a gem. Hidden one perhaps, but a gem nonetheless. You start in a small ship, but soon enough you'll be able to change it, and the options here are rather vast and, dare I say it, historically correct. So even giants like a galleon holding 600 men is an option. Well, it may not be the fastest or most agile ship out there, but it's a force to be recognized for sure. And since we're on the subject of forces big or small, there's naturally gonna be a lot of combat you'll partake in. And for using that, be it when fighting against other ships or ports, there's a slew of cannonballs to pick between. From normal through explosive that are naturally great at destroying buildings and sinking ships to fragmentation ones used in decimating the opposing crews and chain cannonballs used to destroy sails and slow down enemies. Not all encounters are ranged only, there's also boarding too, which is something you'll have to do a lot of, and it's easily a more strategic side of combat and plays out in RTS format. What's best about it though is that it's not all numbers and sizes, and if you learn how to play Corsairs and practice a lot, yes, I said a lot, then defeating a bigger and stronger opponent is possible even with small number of units if you can out-strategize the CPU, that is. Boarding can only end in either your opponent's surrender, unless they're pirates, cause they never do, or you massacring all of them with cold blood. Despite the game's title, it's not all about cannonballs, sword fights and drunk parrots mumbling about crackers and barrels of grog. Nope, there's more to Corsairs, a lot more in fact. So you can and will have to trade, you can capture outposts, build fortresses and mend them for protection, and as you play, your relations with all the nations will change fluidly, always serving fresh and unexpected adventures all the way through. Even more so as you'll be given many different missions by the governors of different outposts, taking you to the far ends of Corsairs' rather vast and varied maps. The game can be played in campaign composed out of series of several scenarios, each with a very specific goal to achieve, or so-called adventure mode, which for all intents and purposes is just a sandbox in which the only possible quote-unquote victory condition is to capture all of the ports on the map. I know I've been praising Corsairs for a while now, and I have my reasons. One of them being that while not as straightforward to get into as Pirates was, it still is a very fun and enjoyable swashbuckler-themed adventure. But Corsairs has its own issues too. The interface is not great, the presentation is definitely not 1999 worthy, and while it's not difficult per se, it takes a minute to get into. So, the question that comes to mind now is pretty simple. Is it better than Sid Meier's Pirates? It's not, but it's also very different, so it's not a fair comparison and one that should not be made. Both of these have their strong and weak points, and both are worth experiencing. While first Rainbow Six was a groundbreaking title and one that moved the world with its accuracy of counter-terrorism operative simulation, the second, so our today's pick, Rogue Spear, was much better game. It was in fact what the first game should have been, as it improved on the formula so considerably that I believe that there was no one who'd pick the first one over this one. And sure, yeah, feel free to prove me wrong in the comments, I'm open to hear your take on it. This time, the group that you're working on dismantling is called Rogue Spear, an apt name for an orc of bodies I must add, and they're threatening the world's stability, taking hostages in various strategic locations. The gameplay mechanics stayed more or less the same and faithful to the original, so you always begin with a mission briefing, highlighting the on-site conditions and intel that you have, and your objectives, be it removal of all hostiles, hostage rescue, or whatever else that the game throws at you. Then choose your squad out of numerous international operatives and equip them for the challenges ahead. After that, it's planning, using detailed maps of the location. Naturally, you can go as anal in this bit as you like, or take it slower and just lay a general plan without getting into too much detail. It's your call. When that's done, you finally take direct control of one of the teams assigned to the mission while controlling the others by issuing orders remotely. Now, the changes I initially mentioned, those that made it a better game, may not seem like a lot to a Sunday special agent, but all FPS pros will definitely appreciate them. So, first of all, the AI is not as thick as the cheap toilet paper you can get on a discount in a supermarket, standing there and taking grenades head-on as if they were nothing, or completely ignoring their allies falling down around them when sniped from afar. I mean, it didn't happen all the time in the original, but when it did, it was actually really taking you out of experience. Your teammates don't block your passage in the doorways anymore either, but move out of your way as you're going, like the good electronic sheep that they are. Secondly, there are new weapons. And the chief among them is a real-life sniper rifle, which now can be used by the rifleman, strategically placed around the mission area, far from a direct action, from where he can take down the enemies one by one as you tell him to. He's not only extremely effective, but also real fun to use when positioned properly. And last but definitely not least, maps. And they're really good. Probably some of the best in the genre to date. Sure, they may lack many interactive objects many modern games seem to have all over now, but they're smartly thought out and a pleasure to play on. So, was a year enough to make Rogue Spear a true Rainbow Six 2.0? No, but it was damn close. I'd say it's more like 1.8.9, maybe 1.90. There are some things that could still be better though. Presentation, for instance, and while the sounds of all weapons are realistic and true to what the particular guns are, the graphics could use a little facelift. Same goes for the engine imperfections. So for instance, you very often get to see the enemy approaching the door from behind it because the barrel of his gun will clip through it. It's not really game-breaking, but it destroys the suspense of disbelief completely, reminding you that you're playing game only and that it's run on a series of complicated but faulty rules. Rogue Spear is a great game, no doubt about that, but it could be much better with another 6 to 12 months added to its development. Star Wars X-Wing Alliance is a sequel to TIE Fighter and X-Wing vs TIE Fighter, and a fantastic sci-fi spaceship-based first-person shooter whether you're a fan of the movies or not. In X-Wing Alliance, you do not start on any of the sides of the galactic conflict. In fact, you're Ace Azamin, the youngest of Azamin's space-trading family children, flying transports and protecting them from pirates. Family background that you learn playing and email that you get portrays the family to be rather sympathetic to the Rebel Alliance, and even having your father smuggle Bacta in secrecy for the Alliance in the aftermath of the Battle of Hoth. Since nothing escapes the dry raising that the Emperor is, however, and his watchdog Dark Barker either, that choice of action ultimately brought doom onto your entire family as the Galactic Empire raided your home station, killing your father and your older brothers. These events led to the remnants of the Azamin clan seeking asylum within the Alliance and you joining the rebel forces. Story aside, X-Wing Alliance is the same old fun gameplay-wise title that the previous two were, only lifted in the terms of presentation using more complex 3D models, high-resolution textures, smoother gameplay and wider variety in ships and combat scenarios. What's more, you can finally fly bigger, multi-crew ships too, like the famous Millennium Falcon, and pick whether you want to pilot it or sit in one of the turret stations, with CPU taking control of the other location. It also features multi-part missions and, first time in the series, a very robust and easy-to-use mission builder that allows for creation of numerous different battle scenarios, using nearly all of the vehicles included in the game as both enemies or crafts that you could pilot. Even up to a whopping 96 of these ships can be present in each encounter at once. Which today may not be a lot, but back then was huge. Single-player mode is composed out of over 50 unique missions and culminates with very iconic battle against a gigantic and deadly craft known from the movies, that shall remain nameless here. I'd say for the spoiler reasons, but since there's only 2, maybe 3 different giants I could have in mind here, it's hardly a difficult guess. While I'm not a huge fan of Star Wars movies, thinking that they're a little overhyped for what they are, I do enjoy most Star Wars games, as they're usually really good, and this one's no different. If you enjoy George Lucas's universe or space combat simulations, either way, you'll have a lot of fun with this one. The best commendation I can give to Superbike World Championship is that it was made by Milestone, a phenomenal developer responsible for earlier classics Screamer and Screamer 2, that second being my all-time favorite DOS arcade racer. Other than that, a notable thing about it is that unlike most of its competitors, EA, a publisher of Superbike, managed to secure a full Superbike World Championship license, which means that all the bikers, tracks, teams and motorcycles from the 1998 season were included. And while for people like myself who care very little about the simulation aspect of it, it's of close to no importance, the real racing fanatics will no doubt appreciate the attention to detail and the game being as close to real life as it was possible in 1999. Especially that the bike dynamics and physics engine were made in cooperation with Carl Fogarty, a 1998 world champion. Well, the dynamics more than the engine, but they had to be incorporated in it to work as expected, so while it's a bit of a stretch, I'm standing by it. Superbike World Championship comes with 12 real-life tracks located in Australia, San Marino, England, Germany, Italy, Austria, Holland, Spain, Japan, Indonesia and United States. And there are 5 bikes to choose from: Ducati 916, Honda RD45, Kawasaki ZX7R, Yamaha YZF and Suzuki GSX-R, and both look incredible from 1999. You can naturally tune your bike to your heart's content, adjusting gears, suspension and tires among others, and these changes can make or break your game, as they can be felt when racing and really improve or worsen your performance. While the game is aimed at the simulation fanatics, it comes with an action mode too. It's basically arcade racing, but on a more difficult side as compared to what you'd find in other similar games. It's still a nice addition though, as it means that gamers like myself could enjoy Superbike World Championship too. You're naturally abandoning many of the customizations by picking this mode, but the skill level required to control the bike and take all the sharp turns is considerably lower too. All in all, as a simulation, it's probably the best game in the genre at the time it came out in. But as an arcade racer, it's decent at best. The mode, while nice to have, is clearly just an addition and an afterthought, but as the stupid ass saying goes, if you don't have what you like what you have, applies here near perfectly. So yeah, if you're a fan of motorbike racing simulations, here's one not to skip. Bugs Bunny Lost in Time is a 3D action platformer starring, well, Warner Brothers' most famous mascot and a whole slew of other famous Looney Tunes characters. On his way to the beach to enjoy some of that summer heat and fresh ocean breeze, Bugs Bunny gets thirsty and decides to stop for a carrot juice. You know, how one does. If I was to count how many times I've stopped for a carrot juice on my way somewhere, we'd be stuck here all day. Well, my new talking weights never happened before, but we would anyway. So yeah, he wants some of that sweet orange ecstasy, and luckily he does come across a vending machine selling it. Or so he thought. Cause mistakes and accidents happen. And this was a situation when both did. First, he mistaken the machine found to be one selling said juice, and second, he accidentally turned it on, and it happened to be a rogue time machine that near instantly propelled him through time and left him stranded God knows where. I mean, God knows when. Actually, I take it all back. He lands somewhere and it's nowhere. I mean, not nowhere as in a place that does not exist, but place quite literally called nowhere. Cause you know, video game / cartoons logic. Fortunately, Merlin happens to live in nowhere, well, Marilyn Monroe to be precise, but Monroe or not, it's still a sorcerer. And Bugs is informed that to return home, he must travel through 5 different areas of time, collecting clocks and golden carrots, which will somehow allow him to return to his time. The 5 time periods are Stone Age, the Medieval Time, Pirate Years, the 1930s and Dimension X, which sounds like a stellar name for a strip club, and they are split into 21 individual stages. Bugs can run, jump, pick up objects, kick, roll, use rabbit holes to move underground, tiptoe to avoid being spotted by the enemies, climb ropes and use his ears as propellers to slowly distance when falling from great heights. Most enemies can be defeated by jumping on them or a kick, but some may require tiring first so that they would be out of breath, just the way I am now. As the game progresses, Bugs will also learn some new special abilities and face bosses in the form of his cartoon arch-villains of Elmer Fudd, Witch Haxel, Yosemite Sam, Rocky and Marvin. Given the source material that Lost in Time is based on, the graphics are quite nice as they translate to 3D with ease, and graphics along with stellar sound design both form a very satisfying presentation that is as good today as it ever was. While some may relegate Bugs Bunny games to kindertainment, yup, I coined it, make sure to use it at least once per month so it's legitimized and we can be the ones to create a new world together, I feel that Lost in Time is a title that gamers of all ages can appreciate and have fun with. Sure, it may be more immediately attractive to a younger gamer, but if you give it a minute, I'm sure you'll love it too. Megali is a flight combat simulation that focuses on early jet fighter combat and is set during the Korean War, specifically in the so-called Mig Alley in northwestern North Korea. As many of you know, I am not an avid flight combat simulations player as I tend to suck at those, so most I will tell you about here is what I found about Mig Alley Online. Sorry for that, but it is what it is. There are 5 different crafts available in the game: F-51 Mustang, F-80 Shooting Star, F-84 Thunderjet, F-86 Sabre and MiG-15, with the last 2 having more than one variant available and being the only full-fledged final jet engine craft, with F-80 and F-84 serving as stepping stone between these modern jets and a classical piston engine design found in F-51 Mustang. All that said, each of the crafts feels completely different to one another, and those versed in the genre and familiar with the machines that they saw in other games on real life even will definitely appreciate the subtleties. There are a few game modes in Mikali, Hotshot which drops you in the middle of the action, and it is quite literally a middle, filled with numerous craft on both sides of the conflict and as action-packed as some of those best movies are. Then there are single quick missions, which there is 16 of, and each of them is different and offers unique to its combat scenario, so anything from dogfights to organized bombing raids. Fun stuff apparently. And finally, there are 5 campaigns too, set in different periods of war and each focusing on a particular craft and its use case scenarios. Well, each apart from Spring Offensive of 1951, which is basically a full-on dynamic campaign taking place in the entire Korean peninsula. Each mission here, be it successful or failure, influences the situation on the front and how the next one will look like. The objective of this campaign is to reduce the opposing forces' ability to resupply their front lines, so focusing on strategic locations like bridges and transport choke points is a priority. Well, other than staying alive, which means constantly fighting off enemy planes too. What's best about it is that when you plan your offensive here, you can actually take control of any plane taking part in it. Be it in the front of offensive, in the back defending your bombers, or just play as support. All of these are available and make the game more fun than it had any right to be. So, if you're someone who's into the genre and especially historical scenarios, this one's one of the best from 1990s. Star Trek: The Birth of the Federation is a 4x turn-based strategy similar to Master of Orion 2. And if you're one of the 3 people left in the world not knowing what 4x stands for, let me explain. It's extremely exciting and exalting experience, so a game that's fun, immersive and better than most others. Or, I lied, and it may stand for Explore, Expand, Exploit and Exterminate. You choose which sounds better. I know I have my pick. Anyway, the game is naturally set in the fictional future Star Wars universe, specifically in the time period of the Next Generation TV series, and allows you to pick one of the 5 sites to control. United Federation of Planets, which is the only one I play as in Star Trek games that allow for picking it, cause you know, Federation's ideals of exploration, acceptance and understanding, their scientific focus and how humanity progressed within it is something really close to my heart. Especially that I love the idea of all of us just being humans/earthlings and not American, English, Chinese, German, French, Japanese or whatever. In Star Trek's world, we come from Earth, as the politics move from the microplanetary scale into macro-universal one. Wow, I just kept going about the Federation and there's still 4 more to pick between. So there's the trait and so-called rules of acquisition-focused Ferengi, honorable but easy to offend and first to start a conflict, be it in a war or between entire space regions, Klingons, highly paranoid and overfilled with emotion as opposed to their logical Vulcan counterparts Romulans, and finally, last but definitely not least, treacherous and espionage-focused race of Cardassians. But if you're a fan of Star Trek and feel like there's a lot missing here with only 5 available, then, well, first of all, hey you, I love Star Trek too. And secondly, and more importantly, in the context of the game at least, there are 30 other races included in the game, but as minor non-playable factions. It's perhaps not the best way to have them in, but much better than them not being there at all. All main and minor factions have their own unique characteristics and advantages, and there's something that you should always consider. Birth of the Federation is built out of 2 layers. The strategic one, where you're doing most of the things in the game, from exploration through colonization to diplomacy and research. And the combat layer, in which you tackle any and all battles, small ship-to-ship skirmishes and clashes of entire huge-ass fleets. It's in full 3D, turn-based and pretty well put together, I must add. The main goal of the game is to create the biggest and most powerful empire in the galaxy, which sadly relegates the game to being winnable only by conquest. Which, if you know anything about Star Trek, is something that Federation is not at all about. They're about exploration, meeting of new species and exchange of ideas and technologies, not bloodshed and destruction of ships or entire planets. Klingons are more into that fetish. But you know, it is what it is, and you can't look a gift Ferengi in his earlobes. It's worth pointing out that the joint victory with an ally is possible too, so you can sorta kinda craft an adventure of your own. You know, in your head, explaining this whole unfortunate winning goal as all major factions opposing you and you trying to build the biggest and strongest federation to protect the weak, so that the game would not feel entirely out of place. To summarize, you win if you completely defeat 2 rivals or control 60% of the population of Galaxy, well, 75% if you're with an ally. Each of the nations has 2 different rival nations to beat for it to count as win, and for Federation it's Romulans and Cardassians. Each of the planets that you control has to be micromanaged, and the resources of energy, food and industry units are used to determine how fast a particular planet can build structures or construct ships. Oh, and the maximum number of ships that you can have is dependent on the number of dilithium refineries that you own. So that's something you should always keep in mind when deciding which systems to include in your empire. For the fan of Star Trek or 4X strategies, Birth of the Federation is a must-play, and easily one of the most fun titles of 1999. For all others, however, well, honestly, I think you can skip it. Pharaoh is a historical city builder made with earlier Caesar Freeze engine, and for the most part, it's the same game, just set in a different location. It's like SimCity, but on a smaller scale, and focusing more on micro rather than macro management, and with as historical accuracy as it was possible. And it's all about planning in Pharaoh. I mean, it's about everything that will keep the city going, but planning is the king. So not only you need to make sure that the buildings have correct radius of influence so that your citizens would get access to everything that they would need, but you must also prepare for expansion and new needs for amenities and entertainment that may emerge in the future. So planning smart is the key, but planning smart and efficient is the key, keyhole, door, and a whole goddamn palace. Did anyone actually ever used keys in a palace doors? I don't think so. While planning and building is important, getting from point A to point B as fast and uninterrupted as possible is what keeps the prosperous city running. So laying a network of roads and roadblocks in appropriate places to direct the movement of citizens is what will be more than necessary. While you'll need to make goods for the citizens to keep them happy and will be able to sell the remnants at the market for profit, it's not gonna be possible without having industries. So you'll need to plot those around the city too. They bring in goods for internal use and sale and also lower the unemployment rate, so they like the stone that kills three as opposed to two birds with one throw. So, you have your city running, it's basically self-sufficient, growing and happy, but is it really all? Did you make it? Is it game over and you never noticed? Nope, because you will get raided, attacked, and it can be a small group or an entire army knocking at your proverbial gates. Being prepared and having ready army on call is what a good pharaoh will make sure to have. Note that down. In essence, you can think of Pharaoh not like of any ancient city simulation, but like of a giant puzzle that keeps expanding in number of pieces. And each piece added to fulfill a particular city need or requirement opens it up for a few more to fit in, and you keep adding them and adding them and adding them, hoping to finally see the full picture, when in fact you'll be expanding on it near indefinitely. That's Pharaoh. Sorta, because it can be played in two different modes. Campaign, which takes you through a series of different locations during different periods of ancient Egypt, through progressively bigger and more demanding cities, starting with small nomad settlements, literally not villages even, then bigger trade centers to eventually huge and sprawling metropolises. As the campaign progresses, you earn promotions and get bumped up in the rank to eventually become the pharaoh yourself. The second mode is so-called free build, and it's a set of standalone scenarios, some of which don't even have winning conditions, effectively becoming a sandbox mode. So you know, my most favorite mode in games like that. Pharaoh is fantastic, and 2-3 minutes is not enough to even cover its basics, so if anything I said sounded even remotely interesting to you, it's best that you give it a chance, as it may end up being your next favorite retro game. Rage of Mages 2 Necromancer is a real-time strategy role-playing mixture and a direct sequel to the first game. Well, it's a standalone story, but it's direct, as in no other games in the long-running Allot series came in between. It's more of an RPG than RTS, but the combat definitely stinks of that fast-action top-down romp that everyone loved in Red Alert or Warcraft. Sadly, as follow-ups go, this one's all into that follow-up niche that's not trying to add meaningful features or be considerably better. It builds on part 1 with not much effort. Rage of Mages 2 serves a very linear storyline, which quite fortunately is rather fun, so while the game feels more like Rage of Mages 1.2a, maybe 1.2b, okay, 1.3 at most, it's not a chore to play and can be enjoyed if you don't mind the very RTS-like gameplay of it all. So we go from one quest to another, led by a string of tasks to complete, fighting what feels like armies of bodies composed of around 30 different units, throwing spells left and right and leaving scorched earth behind. Some quests are picked up at inns, others are revealed along with the story or are natural continuations of those that you've already completed. And while you can have a few of these available at the time and pick an order at which you'll attempt them, there's no real way to sidestep and stray from the path to completion, so to speak, and regardless how it sounds. While these are quite varied in what they're all about in terms of the story, most come down to a tactical combat encounter with one or more groups of enemies. So, you can't expect this one to match Balrogs Gate or Fallout. In fact, I'd say it's closer to Diablo in its design, though nowhere near the quality. So you'll tackle dragons, armies of orcs, or crazy necromancers to name a few, all to seemingly save a village or town, avenge killed innocents, or just rescue someone to name a few. These all are but reasons for your actions, nay, your motivation, and combat is always a solution. Still, despite the superficial quality of the plot of these quests, objectively speaking, gameplay itself is pretty fun, especially when your party expands or when you hire mercenaries. Other than the quests, some other RPG elements are naturally preserved within Rage of Mages 2, namely you can shop in towns, acquire and equip better weapons and gear, especially these found in loot from defeated enemies, and each of the characters have their own inventories, so while it's not really a full-fledged RPG, it feels a lot like it when not in combat and in the early game when you only have few characters. The more units you have though, the more the game will feel like a little below average in quality RTS, and its charm will bleak a bit too. I think it's pretty obvious by now that I was not a fan of Rage of Mages 2, and its grandiose, yet so straightforward you'll never stray from it quest to kill an evil and powerful necromancer. Its gameplay is too real strategy adjacent for me to appreciate, and the presentation rather lacking for 1999, though it has to be said that spell effects at night look quite pretty. Still, it's a decent budget little RPG RTS mix that's better suited for the fans of the latter or newcomers to the story-driven adventuring. Warhammer 40,000 Rights of War is a turn-based strategy based on Panzer General II's engine. It focuses on Eldar, an ancient and powerful race that caused their own downfall and were driven away from their homeworld by their own mistakes. Now, centuries later, they're barely a shadow of their former self. Eventually they rediscover one of their ancient planets, which is now in the hands of humans. So a race known to be peaceful, friendly and open. Only not really. Since they don't know that, however, to recover all of the ancient artifacts, a scouting party is sent. Upon arrival, it is engaged by humans and pushed away. In anger, Eldar rally their forces and set off to take the planet back. As the conflict heats up, a new and far more dangerous foe emerges, aliens known as Tyranids, which perhaps coincidentally but also a very fitting have Tyrant in their name. They are so powerful and aggressive in fact that previously in conflict Eldar and Imperium, so humans, joined forces to face this new and deadly threat. The campaign is composed out of 24 consecutive missions linked by a rather good and engaging plot. Unlike most games made to be tie-ins to something else, in this case it's a tabletop game, Rights of War features phenomenal writing, so all fans of the original will no doubt enjoy it and sink into the campaign. While the plot tells a tale of a conflict between 3 different species, the campaign only follows Eldar, which is a bit disappointing, though all the races can be picked in single missions or multiplayer scenarios. What's more, multiplayer can be enjoyed head-to-head or cooperatively, which is fantastic, as I love to play those games with someone else in a team. Not that I have anyone at the moment, but it's good to have an option. Units get experience as they go through the missions and survive, and the more they have, the more efficient they are. You can also promote troops, making them killing machines worthy of your leadership, but it comes with a rather annoying caveat. Namely, you can't dismiss or get rid of these promoted units, which means that they quote-unquote hold the limited in number spots in your army that you may want to use for newer and better units. So, the only way to get rid of them is to let them fall in battle. Which for many reasons you won't want to do, especially that the longer you play, the more you get attached to them, same way you would in any of the XCOM games. The presentation of Warhammer 40,000 Rights of War is pretty darn good for the engine it is built on. All the units are nicely pre-rendered in 3D and decently detailed, even if they're largely moving over the 2D top-down landscapes. The music is nice and atmospheric, though given the type of the game and length of the campaign, soon enough you'll hear it all and will feel a bit repetitive. Sounds are great for what they are, even if in a turn-based game they're more sporadic than in most running in real time. Overall, while it's more than obvious that Rights of War was made for the fans of the tabletop original, it was developed in the way that does not alienate newcomers to the universe and even allows them to learn bits and pieces of each of the units' backstory from the built-in encyclopedia. So, while prior universe knowledge is not necessary to enjoy this strategy, it's a plus if you're familiar with it, though gamers of all knowledge/skill levels should be able to find something to like about it. SWAT-3 Close Quarters Battle is a first-person tactical shooter. Not many people realize it, but SWAT games are actually an offshoot of earlier Sierra's Police Quest point-and-click adventures, so theoretically they're all in the same series, making SWAT-3 a 7th game. And this is where we end the useless trivia of the day knowledge section. While the difference in genre between the two may be astronomical, the adventure titles were very police procedure heavy and focused on crime solving, unlike most other contemporary point-and-clickers. SWAT-3 is not your typical guns blazing, grenades throwing, explosions-filled shooter either, and focuses more on realistic police methods and tactics too, emphasizing close-quarter battles, proper use of force, and arresting rather than shooting of the enemies, where and when possible. SWAT-3 is composed out of 16 individual missions in which you'll be leading your 5-man strike team directly and controlling up to 2 other smaller ones remotely, handling many different tactical scenarios, like arrest warrants, hostage takings, bomb threats, and shootouts. Since the game is more of a special unit simulator than a straight-up shooter, following the correct procedures and rules of engagement is a must, and it's very easy to die in it. As easy as in real life if you would have found yourself in a similar situation. A few shots, often one even, is all that it takes to kill or be killed. Interestingly enough, failing to adhere to all the rules by not recovering evidence, dropping weapons, not securing hostages, surrendering suspects, using excessive force or attacking civilians always results in you being penalized. And those penalties range from losing points to even a mission failure. You can approach missions in two different ways, either in stealth or dynamic mode. Stealth focuses on quiet movement and slow, deliberate approach, avoiding making excessive noises. While the dynamic mode is, well, dynamic. So you move quicker, use loud weaponry and equipment such as breaching charges or grenades. They are not set and you can switch between them at will, though the game automatically goes into dynamic mode when you've been spotted by the suspect or get compromised by a loud noise. Since SWAT 3 is not a shooter in the strict meaning of the word, there are no heals during missions, so keep that in mind. Story-wise, because of course that there's background to it all, in 2005, United Nations prepares to sign a nuclear abolition treaty in LA, which draws large crowds to the city aside from the attendees. And crowds are easy to hide in, so all the criminals and terrorists are there too, seeking to use the signing to create chaos and potential way to have their demands be heard and met. You're part of the team that is assigned to prepare for and then protect the event from any and all disruptions. And given that in the same time, on the black market around LA, there are 2 portable nuclear devices put up for sale, the atmosphere is rather dense and you'll have your work cut out for you. Seven Kingdoms 2: The Frightened Wars is a real-time strategy in which you must find and hold balance between having a strong and mobile army and working a viable economy to finance it all. The game includes 12 human civilizations of Normans, Celts, Greeks, Romans, Carthaginians, Egyptians, Persians, Indians, Chinese, Japanese and Mongols, and 7 Frightan, aka Quaizan species of Minotaurs, Exovum, Karshuf, Kerasos, Bregma, Groken and Espines. Each of the human kingdoms has their own unique military units with different attributes, their own gods and special powers. Humans can also build various siege machines like cannons, ballistas and catapults, which Quaizan has no access to at all. In fact, humans focus on population, diplomacy and economy, while Quaizans are all about the military, backing it up with a very basic rudimentary economy, with close to no diplomacy at all and no espionage. Unlike humans, they can only rebuild 2 structures, lair, which they use for breeding, and another associated with their particular race's unique ability. And humans, oh boy, do they have options. I mean mines, factories, forts, camps, and that's just scratching the surface. So, it's clear that playing as either poses entirely different challenges and forces you to change your gameplay style considerably. With humans it's all about balance, balance in the country and balance of the conquest. Quaizan are all about brute force, so they rely on enslaving human towns to provide them with gold and on killings, preferably in large numbers and sometimes even of their own, to gain so-called life force which is used to breed more Frighteners. It is possible for each kingdom to have mixed nations and species even, if they surrender to you and decide to join you, but this will require fulfilling specific conditions and extra work keeping the citizens content. For instance, having any of the Quaizan species within your kingdom requires you to build a tower of science and research advanced farming, as their kingdoms are generally speaking very low on food supplies. Seven Kingdoms 2, as you can probably guess, is not your typical RTS. I mean, sure, there's plenty enough of sending armies to battles and killings in it, but it also requires you to balance it all with trade, diplomacy, kingdom management and even political backstabbing. And because of that, while being generally speaking much more complex and fun than regular RTSs, it takes a while to learn and get into, so that initial entry level is a bit higher than in other titles in the genre. Let the fact that many of the scenarios can be won by diplomacy or financial superiority be the best testament to how well put together product it is. So it's entirely up to you what and how to do and which kind of victory to aim for. What's more, human races have heroes, which are those famous historical figures like Genghis Khan or Julius Caesar, all with their own special abilities and skills. Espionage is a big part of human game too, as efficient spies can not only steal information and tech from opponents, but also sow dissent in the enemy armies, bribe, assassinate and counter-spy. And finally, combat allows for use of formations, which given different tactical situations when used appropriately, may allow for winning skirmishes with otherwise considerably superior enemy. Seven Kingdoms 2 is probably one of the most unique and original RTSs of its time, and truth be told, to this very day too. So, if you're into the genre, you owe yourself to try it out. Grand Prix World is the official racing management simulation of the 1998 Formula 1 World Championship and the third game in Microprocess F1 management series. It allows you to pick one of 11 current at the time teams and lead it, attempting to secure most individual wins and eventually win the World Championship. The game starts in the 1998 season and runs for 10 years until 2008. And as F1 management goes, it's supposedly pretty great. Sadly, I've never had the chance to play it, despite loving all kinds of management games, but that's something I'll have to fix when I have more time in the future. While being a very comprehensive and features-rich title, Grand Prix World is still very simple to get into and does not scare the potential first-timers with overabundance of numbers. I mean, there's still plenty of numbers, just not too many. The low entry threshold is a bit deceiving though, as the meat on the bone, so to speak, is rather firm and there's a lot to keep an eye on here and manage. So, you'll be responsible for everything required to running of your team. You'll hire and fire personnel, everyone that's needed, from commercial managers to chief mechanics and drivers. You'll also respond and sort out any disagreements or potential conflict situations between them. You'll arrange sponsorship deals, which as you know is one of the major sources of income for all the teams, and base of a budget for the season to come. You'll be able to design your own F1 car following the real-world process from plans through computational dynamics to final design and wind tunnel testing. You'll contact and try to get best technical suppliers, and you'll make sure to set up all the cars to compete on 16 racetracks around the world, each with its own characteristics in potential weather conditions. What's more, during racing you can observe all the action on 4 monitors like in a TV transmission or watch the numerical statistics data. You can also issue orders to drivers, risk overtaking maneuvers and plan pit stop strategy. I wish I had some more experience with Grand Prix World, as not only I could tell you more about it, but also compare it to all the other games in the genre and see how it stacks up against them. What I do know about it though is that the driver negotiations has been fixed as compared to previous 3 entries in the series, and you can no longer easily sign the best drivers to the bottom of the table teams. You can try, but they won't come to work for peanuts. So, if you're into the sport or management of it, Grand Prix World is definitely one to check out. Dracula Resurrection is a first-person horror-themed adventure game set in Transylvania in 1904 and serves as a follow-up to Bram Stoker's novel Dracula. Drawing from numerous myths, legends, stories, films and the original novel, the game was made to recreate the original's dread, creepy and dark atmosphere and fit within its lore. The game begins in 1987 when Jonathan Harker and Quincy Morris ambush the caravan of Count Dracula and his minions in Borgo Pass, and successfully kill the vampire, releasing Jonathan's wife Mina from her psychic enslavement to him. It comes at a cost though, as Quincy Morris dies in that encounter. 7 years later, Jonathan and Mina are living in England peacefully as if nothing had ever happened. You know, going to the opera, to see plays, shopping, spending a lot of time in the bedroom, doing whatever young couples do in bedrooms, so you know, redecorating, generally speaking having their early 20th century time of their life. If things were to stay this way, however, we'd had no game, so, as it's easy to guess, something had to happen. Something nefarious, no less. Namely, Mina suddenly disappeared, like a silent fart in a crowded train carriage. It's there, but also not really, and Mina too was there, but not really, not anymore at least. As you can imagine, Jonathan is both terrified and surprised, and the fact that the letter that Mina left suggests Dracula's involvement is even more troubling. So, Jonathan, being the vampire-killing tough daddy that he is, packs himself up and heads off to Transylvania to track his beloved and save her once more. That's how the game and your adventure begins. Other than being dark and moody, Dracula Resurrection plays a lot like a genre classic Myst, so it uses pre-rendered graphics for each of the locations, with the difference that you can actually look around yourself in 360 degrees in each and every one of them. The castle Dracula is large, dark and covered in cobwebs, there's plenty of rooms in it and places to investigate, see and be scared of. So graphics-wise, Dracula Resurrection nailed what the source material was all about. What about the music, you may wonder? Well, orchestral/symphonic tunes are rather varied and fit the areas that you'll visit. Same goes for sounds and voice acting, both are of the highest sort and the best you could hope for in a game from 1999. Presentation is definitely a strong point of the game, though not the most important thing about it. Puzzles, however, in the adventure game especially, are what most of us are after. And I'm happy to report, while not too difficult, all are logic-based and grounded in the lore, and not feeling as if they were added on just to pile on features before the release. Dracula Resurrection is neither the most difficult nor the best adventure game of 1999, but where it leads the pack is definitely the atmosphere. So if you're someone who likes to have a spare pants nearby when gaming, this one's definitely one to keep a pair or two at hand's reach. Star Siege is a huge mech combat simulation game set in the Metaltech/Earth Siege fictional universe. It is set in the 29th century and portrays the conflict between humanity and the artificial beings known as cybrids. It takes place in different locations throughout our solar system and depicts various combat scenarios, from civil unrest in the colonies to an all-out invasion by the machines. Other than the conflict with deadly and bloodthirsty cybrids, the times when the game is set are rather interesting. The Earth is ruled by the Emperor Solomon Peter's son, which is just the stupidest thing ever, and I really hope that when we get appropriately advanced as a species to really colonize the space, that we will not be led by a monarch or any other singular non-elected ruler like spiritual leaders and such. Democracy is not perfect, it's prone to corruption, but for the time being at least, there is no better option. Anyway, so the Emperor's policy is to protect the Earth at all costs, and no wonder, it's a resource-rich and beautiful planet where he happens to live in lust and richness unavailable to the common folk. While all the colonies on Moon, Mars and Venus suffer from increasingly harsh regulations and production quotas and are largely left to try to fend for themselves. That inequality naturally leads to numerous rebellions and underground movements working to abolish the monarch and free the colonies from oppression. That's pretty much how the game is set up, and that's where you step in, and can influence the future of our solar system with your actions in one of the two campaigns. In first, you're playing as a rebel soldier from Mars, initially fighting the Empire forces before eventually uniting with them against the Cybrid invasion. Second campaign is played from the Cybrid perspective and starts with attacks on the colonies, eventually culminating with invasion of Earth and an assault on the Imperial Palace. My regulars know that I'm not much versed in mech combat games. Well, they're called Hercs here, and henceforth my experience with Star Siege is rather limited. It doesn't mean that I've not played it, but that I've maybe done it for a few missions only before abandoning it for something else. So, sorry for that, I suppose. Anyway, Hercs that you'll be piloting and fighting against naturally have shields and armor, so a proper juggling of weapons to remove the first one before you can dent another with a barrage of shots is what you'll be doing, all the while avoiding getting disassembled with series of accurate shots yourself. There are numerous weapons and additional equipment that can be mounted on varying in size and capabilities Hercs, and they all fit into differently sized mounts, making each and every machine uniquely customizable. Engine, shields and power plant are naturally most obvious additions apart from the weapons, but stuff like a cloaking device or ECM to name a few are pretty useful too. Well, I'm sure once you start playing and get used to the gameplay loop, you'll figure out what you need the most in your playstyle and go for it first. As huge mechs games go, Star Siege was definitely one of the better ones. The sheer number of mech add-ons and combat scenarios made it an interesting choice, and the quality of the presentation only elevated it to compete with the best in the genre. Was it the best of them all though? I think that someone who sunk dozens of hours in either is better equipped to answer that question. Asterix and Obelix Take on Caesar is a rather disappointing release that was clearly made as a tie-in to a much better, though also not amazing movie. I think we can all agree, well, at least those of us who had the chance to sample the real thing, that Asterix and Obelix worked best within the confines of their graphic novels and beat-em-up arcade cabinet, which was just fantastic, and it's a subject for an entirely different video. As per usual with our titular heroes, nearly entire France is conquered and only one small remote village remains unbeaten, thanks to Asterix and Obelix and their trusty druid Getafix, or Panoramix depending where in the world you are and who translated the books for you. And he's the sole creator and holder of a secret recipe for a magical potion that grants goals incredible strength and resistance. You could say that they're ancient times equivalent of Superman but with no cape and no secret identities. Also, no funky glasses. The source material is rather great and beloved by the fans all over the world. This game though, well, simply put, it's a glorified Fetch West bonanza where you spend most of your time running around and carrying things for various folks. So you'll be catching fish or wild boars or stones before they hit the ground, or even fetching mistletoes from trees and delivering all of that crap where necessary. And, well, for the most part, that's it. I mean, sure, it's fun to see the locations from the movie for the first 5 minutes or so at least, and after that, well, it's like a nightmare packed in a nice clothing. Most things that you have to carry somewhere fly up in the respective stages, and you have to catch them before they hit the ground and deliver them to appropriate spot. Yes, you did not misheard me. All you do is grab stuff before it falls down and move it somewhere else. It's like a supermarket shelf stacker simulator, and it never really changes. Take on Caesar feels like those old Game & Watch Nintendo handhelds, but it's much worse. Because back then, the technical limitations forced the developers to go the simple route, and by 1999 we already had some of the most immersive, creative and advanced in terms of plot and gameplay video gaming experiences, and many of the cult classics from then and before remain very playable to this day. This, however, was trash on day one. It's a game that should end up in one of those no-no games videos of mine, as it's a bad, devoid of fun and soulless product that should never be. It's worthless and should be remembered only as a cautionary tale of how not to make tie-in games, nay, any games really. It's a blatant cash grab kind of a game that is not worth the time both of us lost here today, you listening and me talking about it. Avoid it like seafood from restaurants in the cities that have no direct access to lakes, rivers, sea or the ocean, cause experiencing it will end similarly. And since we're on the subject of disappointments, Interstate 82. It's not bad per se, it just failed to live up to gameplay and features expectations that the gamers had for it after incredible earlier Interstate 76. It's a vehicular combat video game set in southwestern United States in an alternate version of 1982 during the Reagan administration. Unlike its direct predecessor, which was known for complexity of its armor and weapon management, Interstate 82 was more similar to console games in the genre like Twisted Metal, which is not bad, it's a very fun game to be compared to, just not what everyone was hoping for. Gone is the split of armor and chassis, and you've only one health bar, which makes the gameplay more streamlined and easier to grasp for genre newbies, but also shallower for those who adored the original. The vehicle models have been updated, dropping the 1970s muscle cars for 1980s machines, and the music replaced earlier funk for new wave. It's a matter of preference, so something that's difficult to discuss objectively, but I believe it was not a change that most appreciated either. Not everything was despised by the gamers though. The ability to exit one car and enter another was definitely a welcome addition, especially throughout the storyline mode. And skinning of vehicles is always fun, regardless of the type of the game in question. And finally, gameplay itself was much more action-packed and fast, kinda like those games on consoles were, which is another thing that's very personal, and I can see some not appreciating this new pace. Extra weapons, even if some of them are a bit unrealistic, more levels and considerably higher fidelity presentation, however, were definitely something I believe that everyone found to be an upgrade. Well, sadly, as it's often the case in life, more doesn't necessarily mean better, and Interstate 82 is a victim of that too. I mean, imagine making a sandwich. You take 2 slices of bread, put some salad on one, then cover it with few slices of ham, preferably of different kinds, because it's meat and we love meat, slice or 2 of cheese, then a pickle, because everything's better with a good pickle, keyword good, on top of that tomato, some onions and maybe jalapeno if you're in the adventurous mood. And then finally lock it all with a top slice of bread. Now, I don't know about you, but it sounds hella tasty to me. And while there's plenty of ingredients involved here, it doesn't seem too much. But if you start adding more stuff to it, stuff that don't necessarily fit to the overall composition of the sandwich, like grilled eggplant, peanut butter and fish fingers, it's gonna end up being a sum of great ingredients that don't really fit together. I mean, I would eat it anyway, but most would excuse themselves from that kind of an experience. That's what Interstate 82 is. It's a bad sandwich, that's what it is. Sinistar Unleashed is a third-person perspective space shooter, and it's surprisingly fun one at that. It is composed out of 29 levels, 5 of which are hidden, and it focuses on fighting with the titular Sinistar, huge-ass space biomechanical monsters that are bent on destruction of anything and everything that does not obey them. Each of the levels features differently designed enemies and, well, identical gameplay loop. So, basically, you'll be flying around the sector that you're in, with an objective of having the Sinistar gates placed in the middle of it destroyed, before they're fully powered up by the enemy drones. They can only be damaged with a special weapon known as Cine Bomb. Yeah, the creativity in naming is through the roof here. So, if you manage to, then great, and the level's all done, but if you won't, well, then the real game begins. A gigantic, very aggressive biomechanical boss comes out through them, and your task changes into putting him down. And that requires the Cine Bombs too. Before any of that happens though, you have an entire level of regular bodies big and small to clear, and to do that you have access to 7 different weapons, some better than the others. So there's the mining laser, cutting laser, photon torpedoes, long and short range missiles, concussion weapon, lightning bolt and the aforementioned Cine Bombs. There are other power-ups too, like turrets, shields or shield boosters to name a few, and they're rather helpful on your mission. There are 6 ships to choose from too, and it's good to try them all out and find your fave before committing. Now, no reason to dance around the subject like a breakdancer during 2024 Olympics, and it has to be said plain and clear, Sinistar Unleashed is not especially story-rich or interesting title, and the gameplay is pretty repeatable. That said, it has this odd let me try once more quality to it, so the fun factor is definitely there. It's not the best shooter out there, but it's very solid and fun to fire up once in a while and get lost in. Border Zone, aka Supreme Snowboarding, is, well, it's real in that second title, It's a full 3D snowboarding game that is historically significant because it's the first ever Finnish game to become an international superhit, selling over 1.5 million units worldwide. If that sounds like not that much, you have to remember that these were different times and game development cost a fraction of what it does now, at least on the AA and AAA end. Border Zone came with 3 game modes, 6 snowboarders of varying stats, and tons of tracks, split into their respective game modes. The main one is arcade, and it's all about scoring points through performing tricks and racing against ghost snowboarders, and it's split into 5 sub-modes of single race, time attack, pipe, big air, and top 5. Championship mode is a career mixed with tournament mode of sorts. Sounds odd perhaps, but it works. You progress to the top of 3 snowboarding clubs in it, and you beat each of them by coming on top, which allows you to move to the more demanding one, which also comes with a set of new and better equipment. In third and final mode, you compete in a slalom and trick competitions and races. While the presentation of Border Zone is top-notch for 1999 and the game runs as smooth as Ryan Reynolds' gym goes down, or so I heard, I never tried it, and the controls are super easy to learn and very ergonomic, utilizing arrows only and 3 other keys for tricks and jumps, I have to admit that snowboarding is not my thing. Well, sport games aren't in general, at least traditional sports, because I'm all in for crazy ones and multi-event games too. So, I'm not the best person to recommend this game to you or convince you that it's not worth your time. Either just try it out, or decide based on the footage running. Your call. So, with 1999 out of the way, we're going to be jumping into 2000 soon. And while I've not compiled the entire list of games for it yet, I've seen some and they look really good. If you liked the video, hit those like and subscribe buttons below, and maybe share it too, it helps more than you know. If you didn't, then don't naturally. It was fun talking to you as usual, and I'll see you, or more accurately, talk to you very soon.